I'm gonna head out here to David and Jovanka. Ooh, and I need to put my sunglasses on. It's warm. It's summer. How are you doing?
We're good.
We're good. We're enjoying the sun.
But we have to get back inside because even if it's summer outside, the summer of chess is starting inside. Welcome everyone to FTX Road to Miami.
There we go. The avalanche continues.
Oh, what's happening on the bar?
3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move.
Wow.
These guys are maniacs. Incredible game.
Pure panic from Shakria.
He's going to show the checkmate to us.
Wow.
Why did he give up this pawn?
Panic.
This diagonal, and he has.
I can't believe he's done that.
The players
Has
are
he just
so
blundered?
lost.
He's just blundered.
He's lost his rook.
And it's over. Dingley Ren. His first smile so far in the tournament. And we are all smiles in the studio, excited and ready for another tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. We've had a little bit of a summer break, but now we're back. And as always, to guide us through all the action, Grandmaster David Howell. What have you been up to lately, David?
Kaja, I've been trying to keep busy. I've been commentating on the candidates. I was glued to the screen every day, watching all the games unfold. Huge for chess, of course. I've been doing a few other special projects. I went to Iceland recently. You'll find out why soon. And I've also been filming a very special chessable course, and maybe we'll reveal more later.
Ooh, well, you've definitely been busy. Are you feeling fresh and ready, though, for this very exciting tournament?
I can't wait. I'm sure you can't wait either. It's going to be so much fun to see some of these players in action.
Yeah. This is the first tournament in what we call the FTX Summer of Chess, and the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour is a full season of chess with 9 tournaments to decide the best online player in the world. And FTX Road to Miami is the 5th tournament this season, and it is the final event before the next major. So that means this is the last chance to qualify for the FTX Crypto Cup, which will take place in Miami next month. And let's bring up the tour standings. So the tour standings is decided by prize money so far. Magnus Carlsen has earned the most, but he will not be playing in this tournament. What is Magnus up to, David?
Yeah, we all know Magnus is a busy man, and he's been in Las Vegas recently, actually. He's been trying his hand at poker.
Wow.
The poker hasn't gone so well, unfortunately, this week for Magnus. But yeah, hopefully he'll be watching some of these games. Maybe we'll check in with him later this week.
For Magnus Carlsen, on top of the tour standings, he is already qualified for that major in Miami. And so is Dingley Ren and Pragnananda, because they played the final in the previous tournament. But still, a lot of spots up for grabs in that major with 8 players. And let's take a look at the lineup for this tournament. We have 16 players ready to fight in the FTX Road to Miami. And look at this, some new names, definitely some young players. So, David, who will you be excited to follow?
Yeah, so many exciting names there. Many young players you mentioned. I'm especially excited to see Adrian Erigaisi return to the tour. Last year, he had his real big career breakthrough on the tour, but also those 3, Timur Radjabov, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Richard Rapport, who played in the candidates in Madrid last week. I'm excited to see whether they can carry their form on into this tournament.
And we also see 6 American flags on that lineup. We have 6 American players ready to fight here in the FTX Road to Miami. Here they are. Some of them are new to the tour. Few of them are some very young players, Jeffrey Young and Samuel Sevian, as well as Hans Niemann. Who are these guys?
Hans Niemann, we know a bit about. He's featured on the tour before. Very exciting young player. Jeffrey Zhang and Sam Sevian, though, they were child prodigies. They've both been grandmasters for many, many years. And those fans out there in the US will be familiar with these names. They can surprise everyone. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Jeffrey Zhang or Sam Sevian do qualify for those knockouts. They are that good.
It's very exciting times in American chess right now. The American team will actually be the highest rated in the Olympiad starting next month. And we had a chat with the 2 Sams among the 2 Americans before the tournament. Sam Shanklin, he is one of those players in the American Olympiad team. And although he's very excited about the state of US chess right now, he's a little bit critical of all those new names on the team, players who are not born or raised in the US.
Well, it's certainly very different than it was when I was growing up. I mean, I remember when I won the US Junior Championship, Ray Robson was a Grandmaster at 2550 or something. I was 2500, but I wasn't a Grandmaster yet. And then there was a big drop to like 2350 was the next highest player. And nowadays our juniors are just out of this world strong.
When it comes to these younger players, I'm definitely friends with a lot of them, but also obviously rivals with them too.
We only had Hikaru as an elite player for the longest time. And then, you know, for example, I played my first Olympiad in 2014. If you had told me, you know, 8 years down the road, you will have made it to become one of the best players in the world. You'll be elite, and you'll be playing on an Olympic team with 4 players who at this moment are not under the US flag. I'm not sure I would have loved it, but it is true that we have, you know, we've gotten a lot of very strong players moving to the US in recent years as well.
Sometimes we train with each other, we go to places together, but at the board, it's obviously, we hate each other, as it should be.
Yeah, I mean, that camaraderie that you would see in the Queen's Gambit of, you know, people who all grew up together and, you know, learn chess together, develop together, support each other from when they were young all the way onwards until they were adults, and then when they're adults competing together. That's, you know, that's something that you would only have if you had a team of players who all grew up together.
A lot of Americans in the tournament, but in the studio, it's as always all about the Englishmen. As always, Jovanka as well, international master, joining us in the studio. What have you been up to, Jovanka?
Oh, it's been quite an exciting summer so far. You know, I did commentary, but not for the candidates, for Norway Chess. That was incredible, actually, to see some of the names that we saw there. Shakhriyar Mammadov, he almost won the tournament. Vishy Anand was playing. And also, I got the call up to play for England at the Olympiad, so I've been training hard for that.
And you both are actually going to the Olympiad after this tournament to play, of course, for England.
Yeah. Can't wait. It's
I
gonna
can't
be a fun
wait.
event.
Is this tournament and commentating here on a lot of games with a bunch of the best players in the world, is that a little bit of preparation for the Olympiad for you guys as well, a little bit?
I think so, because, you know, we're constantly talking about chess and we're constantly learning about the game. And, of course, we're watching the great players of the world playing chess. And, of course, for me personally, I get to sit next to David here, and of course he teaches me about grinding out those small advantages.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is good preparation because I've done nothing else to prepare for the Olympiad. But don't tell my team captain.
We're all here to learn from the top players in the world. We have 8 days of chess ahead of us in the FTX Road to Miami. We're going to start out with 4 days of preliminaries, a 16-player round robin. 8 players will make it through to the knockout stage with quarterfinals, semifinals, and eventually a 2-day final. And the 2 players who makes it to that final will qualify for the major in Miami. And day 2, tomorrow, will also mark a huge anniversary in chess. July 11th will mark the 50th anniversary of the first game in the 1972 World Chess Championship match between Boris Spassky and Bobby Fischer. And we are going to celebrate that anniversary big time tomorrow. Here is a little taste of what you can expect tomorrow.
Today, we're going to meet the main organizer of that famous 1972 match.
He was one of the big heroes. He was this very creative, strange genius.
And they took under my arms and took me to the stage. Get up there, you foolish man, and open the match.
Well, I'd like to be a world champion and keep it for maybe 20 years or so.
And then he said, you have to solve this on a higher level. Higher level?
This is the area.
So exactly here they would have played.
A meter from the podium, I decided to open it, like nothing had happened. We believe that it was his own wish to be outside, far away from most of the crowd.
And he just somehow pressed their shoulders to start playing.
The Americans want you to go to Iceland and beat the Soviet Union. It's of vital importance. Bobby Fischer changed at this moment. His face became like that of a soldier going to a war.
It definitely was a dramatic match and something that has gone down in history. And David, you and Askill, you actually went to Iceland to walk in the footsteps of Fischer and Spassky.
Yeah, it was really humbling in a way, just to be so close to chess history. I learned so much, I've got to say. I always knew it was the match of the century. I knew it was kind of a turning point in chess, of course, Cold War backdrop, but some of the stories are just incredible. And we got to talk to some of the people who were there, even though it's 50 years later now, who experienced it kind of move by move, step by step. It was incredible.
Wow, I'm so excited to hear the whole story. What happened before, what happened during, and what happened after the match when eventually Bobby Fischer became world champion, the American. And as mentioned, we do have a bunch of Americans in this tournament. Sam Shanklin and Hans Niemann, they will face off in the first round today. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Levon Aronian, another American. And then Anish Giri is going to start out against one of the young Americans, Jeffrey Young. But we will start out with two players who are coming straight from the candidates, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Timur Rajabov. Let's take a look at the schedule for today's show. There will be a total of 4 rounds of chess. We're going to follow as much action as possible. We're going to finish off with the big game between Levon Aronian and Anish Giri. I'm also looking forward to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Richard Rapport, two of the most entertaining players in the whole chess world. So that should be a game full of fireworks. Levon Aronian, he's going to play Arjun Ergaisi in the second round, the oldest versus the youngest player in the tournament. And before that game, we're going to sum up the candidates that finished just a week ago. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Timur Rajabov, they were two of those players. And let's take a look at the results from the candidates tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi eventually won it with 9.5 points. He will then, he's ready for the next World Championship match. But if we're going to talk about Timur Rajabov in third place, I am a little bit surprised, David. How impressed were you with Timur Rajabov?
I was incredibly impressed, a bit surprised, I must say. Timur Rajabov, he hadn't won a classical game, since 2019. He hadn't been playing too much, and he started off the candidates in poor form as well. But second half, he struck back, put a few wins together, and if the tournament had gone on, maybe he'd have gone on to win it. He was in great form second half.
Were you surprised by Timur, Jovanka?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd just like to elaborate on David's point as well. You know, he hadn't won a game since 2019. Also, he'd been on a 37-game winless streak.
Whoa.
And that psychologically has to take its toll. And on top of that, he did really badly in Norway chess. And he lost a bucket load of rating points. And then, of course, in this particular tournament, he actually had at some point -2, which basically means he drew a lot of games and lost 2. But he managed to climb through the standings, get 3 points, and finish in third. And that's incredible, actually, just to bounce back from that kind of bad luck.
So he's coming in great form, Timur Rajabov. But then Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the 24-year-old, he finished at the bottom of the table together with Richard Rapport. What went wrong for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, David?
For Duda, it just felt like a lack of experience at the very top level. Of course, he's played a lot against the top guys, but not with such high stakes. And it felt like after a tough start, he just couldn't get things together. It felt like maybe in the middle of the event, he went on tilt a bit, lost a couple of unnecessary games. So a learning experience for Duda, I think, disappointing, but he'll be back stronger.
And now he's up against Timur Rajabov in the first game in the FTX Road to Miami preliminaries. And Jan-Krzysztof, he's played a bunch of tournaments this season on the tour. But for Timur Rajabov, it's going to be the first tournament he plays this season. So what can we expect from the game coming up, Jovanka?
I think Duda will be looking for some kind of honor and some prestige. He will be looking to liven things up. And Timur Rajabov, I think he's going to stick to his trademark style, which is, as of late, just to keep it solid and simple.
Who do you hold as a favorite in this game, David?
Oof, this is a tough one. I'm looking at the tour ratings. I'm thinking Duda, he's done pretty well on the tour lately. He's also won an event. I'm going to say Duda slightly, but Rajabov, he is the form player maybe. So tough one, I'll say Duda.
Let's head into the play zone in less than a minute. The first round in the FTX Road to Miami will start with 16 exciting players. They are spread out all over the world. Players are sitting in their homes competing. For the Americans, early in the morning, and for our two Chinese players, late at night, midnight, for Ju Wenjun and Wei Yi. And round one should be about to start. We will follow Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Timur Rajabov. Here are the 16 players ready to fight. We see some young players here, some new names to the tour. Who do you hold as a favorite right now, Jovanka, to win the whole tournament, the FTX Road to Miami?
This is tricky. Somehow I suspect that Levon Aronian might repeat some of his successes that he had on last year's tour. But again, Duda, we saw him win the Oslo Esports Cup. You know, he is in third place. He has extra motivation to win this tournament. And also we have Anish Giri, who also, having some conversations with him in Norway Chess, he wants to be in Miami.
How about you, David? Who do you hold favorite?
Just because he's in great form, I'm going to say Timur Rajabov, actually. I think at least one of the three candidates. It just feels like being match fit is going to be so important in this type of quick format. Rajabov, meanwhile, just closing his eyes there, but is that a picture of himself behind him, dressed as an astronaut? I mean, it looks a bit like him. Either way, I'm going to say, even if he might not be the favourite in this game, I think Timur Rajabov, he's shown it before. Last year, he won an event on the tour. He did very well in the tour finals. I'm going to say he's going to be up there.
Yeah, both of these players have shown that they are capable of winning tournaments on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And we do know even more is at stake right now, because this is the final tournament before the next major, which will take place with all players on site in Miami, in Florida, which sounds nice to be there in the sun. And maybe these two players will qualify. Here we go, the tournament has started and we have the first moves.
We have the first moves. It's a King's Pawn opening. It's the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez. And okay, no Berlin endgame, no quick Berlin draw. That's a relief. We know that Duda is a very fighting player. Meanwhile, Jovanka's prediction is correct. Rajabov with this opening choice, just trying to be solid as black, just trying to survive the opening. And white is the first to castle. Sooner or later, Duda will start advancing white's pawns forward in the centre, increasing the tension there. Early days, this is a position I've had many times myself, though, and black is very solid for now. All pieces on the board, though, and it's going to be a long game, a tense game. How is Duda going to get his pieces out?
We did learn a lot about openings in the previous tournament, the Chessable Masters. So what opening are we looking at here?
So it's a variation of the Spanish opening. We would call it an anti-Berlin. So black was trying to play the Berlin defense, the Berlin wall, where he's rock solid, queens come off very early. But the reason it's an anti-Berlin is white didn't allow all those exchanges. White didn't allow the Berlin defense. So, okay, pieces are just developing now. And in the Spanish opening, in the Italian opening, which is kind of a cousin to this type of setup, it's all about manoeuvring. It's all about where to put the pieces, how to push kind of your pawns on either flank later on. Yeah. Both sides have castled now. Both sides got their pieces on very nice squares.
Yeah. And now the kind of question for black is, how are they going to go if we see him move? I mean, the real issue for me is whether white will manage to go forward in the centre with a pawn. If not, then kind of the energy transfers to the pieces, and Rajabov kind of keeping it tight.
Yeah, Rajabov keeping it tight. If you look at black's pawns, especially this last pawn push black has made around the black king, he's just trying to cover all the squares in his half. He's not necessarily trying to push forward, while Jovanka has mentioned there will be a key break, and we'll look out for it after this last knight move. Wow, I was going to say white is the one going for a pawn break. White really wants to push this pawn forward to the centre. If black had been slow, for example, just a nothing move, then suddenly white pushing forward would be fantastic for Duda. Duda establishes these really strong pawns. After a trade, for example, these pawns will dominate the centre, dominate the game. But Rajabov says, no, just before you get the opportunity to push your pawn, I'm going to do the same. And black pushes forward. I'm incredibly impressed he played this move, made this decision so quickly. But the idea is, after a pawn trade now, black still has more space in the centre. This stronghold, decently protected, I think, by black's rook, by black's bishop and knight, all protecting this pawn in the centre of the board. And meanwhile, white is the one lacking space. So great play, I think, from Timur Rajabov. This pawn wasn't captured. White is going to keep the tension here, and Duda decides to just try and gain some space. This is a very Magnus Carlsen-esque type of move, trying to push this pawn as far down the board as possible in readiness for an endgame later, but also just trying to clamp down on black's structure on this side.
Yeah, I love this type of long-term strategy. It looks like a kind of pawn move, but then it becomes so good in an endgame, as you mentioned. And, well, Rajabov says, no, I don't want that. And instead, ask the question to the bishop, are you going to capture the knight? Probably not. Or are you going to take a step back? I would definitely keep my bishop.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even be a question there.
Why is Duda pausing, though? Normally, in the Spanish opening, you nearly never, ever want to give up your light squared bishop for a knight, unless you can double your opponent's pawns. But here, if the white bishop takes the black knight, black just recaptures with his bishop. Very healthy position there. Yeah. So is Duda thinking of maybe trading a set of pawns in the centre? I mean, why not just step back? That bishop one square looks very healthy, very sensible.
Yeah. Looks like a good choice. I mean, I hadn't even considered pawn takes pawn, but after commenting on Pragnananda's games, I should always be on the alert for those kind of counter-attacking moves. Very difficult to spot, but at the same time, once you get into the habit of calculating them, they kind of really become like second nature. And there we saw the sun streaming down on Duda's face because it is summer.
It is.
Doesn't look like it from Duda's camera, but it is summer.
It is summer. And there we see the move that you suggested, pawn takes pawn. OK, now the calculation has to come on, and we have to work out what's going to happen after pawn takes bishop, or alternatively, black just captures the pawn with the knight.
Yeah, two choices here for Radjabov. Maybe we can show, Jovanka mentioned two moves there. White has just captured a pawn in the centre. Either you can just recapture the pawn and say, OK, nothing much has changed, it's just a fair exchange. Or you can say, let's get ambitious now. Take this bishop off the board, and after white recaptures a knight, suddenly it's level material after a couple of trades there. But the question is, can white grab a pawn in the centre of the board? This pawn is only protected once. It's attacked twice, however. So knight takes pawn does look like it wins a pawn, at least temporarily for black. Black might have compensation, for example, if the bishop moves, due to the fact this bishop is now unrivaled. It's on a great diagonal, pointing down towards the white king later. This is quite a typical kind of pawn sacrifice, but judging by Radjabov's style, he won't go for it. He doesn't really need to sacrifice a pawn at the moment. I think in the current position, if he just recaptures this pawn, this is the first option I mentioned earlier, then he's got a very healthy kind of structure here. White's bishop still attacked. White's bishop now will not take this knight because this pawn is defended sufficiently. It's also defended by the bishop. So white can't take. So I think Duda, instead of taking that, he'll just step back with his bishop, hitting the knight in the centre. Jovanka, are you surprised by how quickly they've both played? It's already 13 moves down the line. Not the typical kind of manoeuvres. I don't think this is opening preparation.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. You know, they've taken a lot of committal decisions. You know, first of all, Radjabov playing that pawn break in the centre so early and so quickly as well. You know, because did he calculate this? I mean, this is all forcing stuff. I mean, did he consider all the consequences?
Do you think they have opening prep from the candidates when they played each other there that they maybe are using?
Well, I checked the database. This is rare stuff. This has never been played before. So, you know, both players are freestyling it, but they're freestyling in a very confident manner. And there we see Radjabov. I've never seen that posture from him, have you?
No, I mean, we've seen him close his eyes, kind of lean back like a Jedi and just meditate, but he looks like he's falling asleep. I mean, it's been a busy week, busy couple of weeks for both these players with the candidates, Madrid, travelling home afterwards, recovering. So I think that's why I was surprised they were playing so quickly. I was expecting maybe them just to kind of slowly find their way into this game, but it turns out Radjabov, he is awake. He's just leaning back and making this big decision. So we showed those two different lines. He's just choosing. He's weighing up the pros and cons between those two variations, comparing them, deciding what to go for. One of them is a pawn sacrifice for black. I said it's not his style, but he's considering it, maybe, Jovanka.
Yeah, I think he definitely is, just by him taking a pause. You know, he's trying to see the bigger picture and just trying to enjoy what's in front of him. And the reason I mention enjoyment, because, you know, it is the summer of chess. You know, we're the FTX summer of chess, and we love it when everyone at home gets involved in the conversation, joins in the fun, tweets us their questions, their comments, and also their selfies. And you can do all that by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And remember, we will try and feature them on the show.
And the FTX Summer of Chess could be even more exciting for all the fans if you go grab your free FTX key. And you can do that by, for example, using that QR code that you see on the bottom of the screen right now. Or if you head to ftxcryptocup.com, you can claim a free key, which will give you access to a bunch of cool content, competition, prizes, all the way up to $100,000 will be given out for the FTX Summer of Chess. So go claim your free key. And I'm going to do that as well.
Yeah, nothing better than free stuff.
I know. I know. And the chance to win, you know, a bunch of money.
Yeah, that's always good. And also, it's very nice being part of the community.
Yeah.
And this is one of the things that I've actually adored because of my job as the commentator on the Champions Chess Tour. You know, how many people just join in the conversation. They send me messages. I try and reply as often as I can. And it's a real loving and very active, very friendly community.
Yeah.
And just, you can do the same in FTX. And if you can combine money, chess, it's great.
I know,
combination. It's what we all dream about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are also very good, like, I follow you on Twitter, for example. Sometimes you share puzzles, for example, which is always a lot of fun. There's going to be puzzles as well in this community. I love that about chess. You know, challenge each other with small puzzles from time to time.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's actually great because the last two, I actually started just sharing a few puzzles that really impressed me. Yeah. And suddenly, you know, everyone was sharing that puzzle. Well, I shared it from someone else, to be honest. And then they shared it on and they spread the message because we can all enjoy chess beauty.
Yeah.
And the second was actually on my Insta. And that was, there's actually a story behind it. So in the late noughties, I can't remember when, a French teammate of mine, he showed me this puzzle. And it was fantastic. You know, I think I'd had a terrible chess weekend, but I saw this puzzle, we solved it together. Oh, we see a pawn, we see the sacrifice on the board.
Yeah, Radjabov giving up a pawn, and actually all of the moves we showed previously, right now white is one pawn up, but black has the bishop pair, especially black's light squared bishop in the centre of the board is going to be a great piece. But meanwhile, Jovanka, you were saying?
Yeah, I was talking about solving puzzles. And, I mean, one of the great things about solving puzzles is that you give up material. And, yeah, this puzzle was just amazing. It haunted me for years and it annoyed me so much that I never knew the composer. And then I found it. I found it a few days ago.
Really?
Yeah, it was actually in the Master Your Chess Judith Polgar book, and I found it. I literally jumped up for joy. I shared it with all my friends and also shared it on Instagram.
Wow, that's so cool. All right, we do have a few moves. So I'm guessing it's heating up in the game. Who are you liking it for now then, David?
It's definitely heating up, and I'm going to sit on the fence, Kaja.
Yeah.
I'm really not sure. I like what black's doing just from a kind of idealistic standpoint. Black has this fantastic bishop in the centre of the board. But then again, white is very solid for now, and white has an extra pawn. If we do a quick count, white has these four, sorry, not that square. White has these 4 pawns against black's 3. And these black 3 are slightly compromised as well. There are doubled pawns. Radjabov, meanwhile, pushes a pawn forward, trying to utilise a pin on the A file. White's pawn cannot take, of course, because the rook would fall off behind it. But in the current position, for example, if Duda pushes this pawn forward, maybe this pawn won't survive long term. It is a bit of a weakness. It's an intruder in the black camp, but it will take Radjabov several moves to go and win it. And in the meantime, white does have a strong pawn centre. I'm going to say I prefer black slightly, but at the same time, maybe more materialistic players would say white. So how about you, Jovanka? In the current position, white does have this question to answer of this pawn attack twice.
Yeah, it's a nice move by Radjabov. I didn't see it at all. Putting pressure on the weak spot because, like you say, you know, suddenly black has a target. What's white plan? I don't know what white's plan is.
What if he just moves it 1 square up?
Yeah, he'll do that. But I think Radjabov will, as David mentioned, just hunt down that pawn.
Maybe the queen will slide across.
And then the big issue is, yeah, you know, white has this amazing central knight on the E5 square, but the knight sitting on the G3, well, that's dominated by black's pawns. And the dark square bishop doesn't really have a good point to look at either.
Yeah, the MVP, the most valuable piece here, is definitely the bishop in the centre of the board. It's got its eyes on this diagonal, it's controlling everything, and it's the only unrivaled bishop in the position. In order to win this pawn, remember, white had to give up his light square bishop for a knight. So, yeah, for example, if white tries to keep his pawn alive here, push it forward even further, then this is actually the ideal setup for black. Look at this, the queen and bishop dying down against the white king side now. White's king is actually not easy to defend. You're going to have to make some ugly moves to defend this pawn. And also, meanwhile, this white extra pawn is not going to stay on the board for much longer. It is about to drop off. So, yeah, maybe Radjabov did have this plan in mind the whole time. If we backtrack to the current position, if you don't push this pawn forward and kind of offer it up, just kind of step into no man's land, then the only other way to save it is to push this pawn. But this is ugly because suddenly this is a backward pawn, and I can't see a way to actually take advantage of it right now. But yeah, somehow this pawn structure now for white is very ugly. You can never push this pawn forward to attack black's bishop because this square is an outpost that black will control.
Yeah, no, I don't like that pawn move at all. You mean you're handing all the light squares to black on a silver platter, and you're like, no, don't like it. The only thing that I can think of, and I'm just thinking back to something that you said once, that, you know, when you're fighting against the bishop pair, you have to accelerate the play. Yeah. So therefore, just try to kick back the light square bishop, maybe, because that's my thing. Push pawns. I'm going to go push the b pawn one square.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually, Jovanka. So, for example, if black takes this pawn now, restoring the material balance, then suddenly at least white gains a lot of time. We could see an exchange here, and suddenly at least this bishop is forced backwards. Maybe it can still stay on this great diagonal, but at least white's kind of got this nice pawn center now. White can start developing his bishop out. I'm not sure exactly where, maybe to the long diagonal, maybe even to this one. And the game goes on. Yeah. Black has the bishop pair, but white has maybe the slightly better structure. So, yeah, it's all about taste here. Do you want the bishop pair? Do you want an extra pawn? Do you want the better structure long term? The players, they've just got to go for what suits their style more, where they feel more comfortable. It's roughly balanced. The computer, the evaluation bar above the board, saying it's roughly level, but everything to play for. And yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like Radjabov's choice. Not just locking down the position, taking the kind of easy way out. Radjabov's gone for something very double-edged. And Duda, you can see, is reacting to that now with a 4-minute think. That's a long, long think.
Wow.
And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks a bit longer, because this is a real critical situation. If black wins the pawn back and doesn't have to give anything in return, then black simply has an advantage with the bishop pair.
And David, I was just going to ask you to read the body language of Duda there, because he looked out of the window. Is he happy? Not happy?
He's looking for inspiration. He's hoping the sun's shining in on him, that you know, some great move will pop into his mind suddenly.
The sun's shining on one square. Like, oh, okay.
Exactly. I mean, if he plays an amazing move now, then we'll know where it came from.
Has that ever happened to you during a game?
Oh, like you got a sign, like, I should move this piece?
No. I think it must have at some point, but
it must have been like some divine inspiration somewhere.
I'm trying to think. No. I mean, there was one time where... Oh, this is really embarrassing, but this is when I was really, really young, and I didn't realise it was rude to eat at the board. So I was eating a sandwich that my mum had made me. I think I was maybe 8 or 9, and then a piece of lettuce dropped, and then it went on the piece, and I kind of touched the piece to get rid of it, and then my opponent said, touch move.
Oh, no.
So I had to move that piece, and it turned out it was quite a good move. But, it wasn't the best move, but it was quite a good move. And I ended up winning anyway. I'm not sure that was divine inspiration or luck, because I was already winning, but... yeah, there are these things in chess, they do happen sometimes. You do read about stranger things than that.
Yeah. I know Magnus has sometimes like opened with a move, like according to maybe the seat he was on the plane, maybe like 1 B or whatever.
And I mean, when Trump was just elected and he was playing in New York, he played the Trumpovsky variation and plays the London system when he's in London. He plays the Scandinavian opening because he's Scandinavian, Magnus. So chess players, they do look for these patterns, these signs. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I would say be superstitious, because being superstitious definitely comes with its drawbacks. Yeah. But yeah, chess, actually, as we'll maybe find out, the Bobby Fischer story, he was very, very into these signs, and he was very into these signals, and he would find links between real life, stuff he's heard, and stuff that happens on the chessboard. But yeah, in general, I think it's best to just calculate and trust that more than anything.
And after more than 6 minutes, here comes the pawn.
It pushes forward. And we're going to see Rajabov hunt that pawn down, just slide the queen to the side, as David indicated, or we could go for something else. I don't see anything else. It's just pretty much a one-track plan, or one-track mind is what I wanted to say.
Yep, I guess you can maybe make an argument for Black's rook just stepping down one square to blockade this white pawn, with the idea of Black's queen sliding to the corner. But it feels a bit slow, and there we go. This was the most logical move for Black, just swinging the queen across. White's a-pawn now is going to disappear any moment, but this is the moment we've been waiting for. When in doubt, push the h-pawn. That is the motto of all the top players nowadays, especially in rapid chess, and White's h-pawn has gone 2 squares forward. And, wow, Rajabov just blocks. So the 2 h-pawns now blocking each other. But this has left some weak squares in both camps. Both sides.
I don't like Rajabov's last move. I mean, it just looks awful, actually, because, you know, you've weakened yourself on the dark square. There you go. Consequences, he's put his bishop on that square. But, I mean, ideally, I would have tried to manoeuvre a knight to that square in g5.
Yeah, Rajabov weakening himself, and if we jump in, we can try and figure out what just happened there. So Black's queen was attacking this pawn, and now this pawn is destined to drop off anyway. It's not going to survive long. So Duda, this is very good chess strategy. He switched the play to the opposite flank while Black's pieces are distracted on the queen side, and he pushed forward on with his h-pawn, trying to push forward again. For example, if we do see Rajabov get greedy and grab the pawn back, then suddenly this pawn would be really, really annoying for Rajabov to deal with. If he pushes forward, trying to bypass that pawn, then suddenly the white knights jump in. This knight on f5, fantastic piece, supported by its mate over here, and these 2 pieces together are just going to cause all sorts of damage. So I understand why Rajabov didn't want to allow the advance of this pawn 1 square forward. He blocked it off, but as Jovanka said, it weakens, first of all, this square, which the white bishop jumped into, but if you could somehow get this knight to that square, that would be ideal. And there are also ideas at some point later, maybe not now, it's a bit weakening, but this white pawn could start pushing forward, trying to undermine this weakness, especially while Black's pieces are gravitating towards the left side. It feels like now is the moment. But instead, OK, Duda brought his bishop forward to the weakened g5 square, and now Rajabov stepping back. So maybe a threat in the position. Black wants to push this pawn and fork the 2 white minor pieces, hitting the knight, hitting the bishop at the same time. For example, if White's queen steps forward, maybe you could consider this one. It's a bit weakening for the Black king, but this would win a piece at least. So in the current position, what will Duda do? He needs to maybe move one of these 2 pieces away to walk away from that double attack. There are ideas, however, just looking at it, of White sacrificing a knight at some point. I'm not sure it works right now, but you could definitely imagine a situation where White sacrifices a knight just to get the queen into the attack. I don't think he'll go for it right now because Black has enough defenders around the king, but watch out for that one later. Yeah.
Now you highlighted that idea, I'm thinking, oh, step back with the bishop, move the rook up, sack, sack, sack. OK, instead we have a decision. I'm a bit surprised by that decision, actually. I was expecting the bishop to retreat. Instead, we see the knight centralise itself. Take a step back.
Yeah, it's dropped back. I guess it wants to maybe reroute to this square to attack this bishop, kick it away from the centre of the board. Also, now there's some tension on the e-file, meaning that maybe Black doesn't have enough time, due to that tension, to go and grab this pawn in the corner of the board. So notice how Duda's just trying to distract Rajabov as long as possible so that Rajabov doesn't have time to go and capture this white a-pawn. It's really, really complicated right now. If Rajabov can go and win this pawn, for example, if he can take it over the next couple of moves, then he's just doing great as Black. But if he doesn't have enough time, then of course this pawn is going to be just a nuisance for him to deal with later. It's going to be a potential winner for Duda. It's the key moment now, I think. Just how does Rajabov deal with this central tension? For example, if he swaps the rooks and then goes to try and win this pawn, then suddenly after a rook exchange, the white queen will get into the heart of the Black position, and suddenly, uh-oh, this is a check. It's not the end of the world, but it looks very, very scary. For example, the knight could jump back maybe to block. Maybe you can get away with this, but I think you have to go for something like this as Rajabov if you want to win your pawn back. You can't win this pawn back right now, we should mention, because suddenly the Black queen is overloaded. She's defending both her rooks, and one of the rooks will drop. For example, after a rook takes rook check, then suddenly the queen has been deflected away from the protection of its other rook.
So is this what Timur Rajabov should have gone for earlier? He should have taken that pawn earlier, but now it's maybe too late?
Right now, I think it's too late right now to capture this pawn. It's just about whether he can maintain the tension even longer and kind of save it for later. It's like when you write a to-do list, it's like, how long can you delay it before it's too late? When is the deadline? When do you have to capture that pawn?
I can relate to that.
Yeah. And yeah, I think capturing that pawn, it's been on his to-do list for, 5 moves now, but he's left it a long time. It's getting close.
I heard it was a good philosophy if you want to improve your imagination, just to kind of act as though you have all the time in the world. Yeah, you know, like you have a deadline, just behave as though you've got it, you know, the deadline is going to be in 10 years' time. And then you actually find that you get more creative and you do it, apparently. But they do say that you should combine that with something that they call urgent optimism.
Okay,
which is so basically that you should be optimistic, but again you have to act. You know, you might not get a second chance to be so positive. So.
And Jovanka, that's quite useful for chess, right? Because when you're looking for attacking ideas, especially, sometimes the best way is to look, if my opponent does nothing, if I get 4 or 5 moves, where do my pieces want to be? If I have all the time in the world, I get 4 moves, my rook wants to be here, my bishop wants to be here, and that's how you start planning. Of course, you have to take your opponent's plans into consideration and kind of calculate. It's a race between your plans, your opponent's plans, but having all the time in the world, it's a nice luxury.
And well, a load of trades. The rooks have come off, and now the knight has traded itself for the bishop. So now we've got a unique situation of bishop pair versus knight pair. And what do you think about this? Rook takes pawn. Well, Rajabov is kind of confident that his bishop pair will be able to do some defensive mastery.
Yeah, so he has won his pawn back. He can finally check that off the to-do list. But now, after a rook exchange, which I think we're about to see happen, suddenly the black queen is on a poor square. And Duda, OK, he just moved his hand back down to the mouse. He does exchange these rooks. Is it time for white's queen to jump all the way up to the top of the board and give a check? This is something we mentioned earlier. Or, potentially, if Duda wants to play it safe, he could move one of his knights. And let's jump in. It's level material now, balanced again, as Jovanka mentions. 2 knights against 2 bishops. But it is about which pieces are superior, and it's so tempting. Just give a check. Why not? Hit the king. If the black bishop drops back and blocks, then this bishop is at least pinned. It's immobilized, and it will be for the next few moves. But if the black king goes to the corner of the board, it looks pretty safe. However, this pawn is now weakened. It's defended by black's bishop, and I'm just looking at ways you could maybe start attacking a few pawns. You could attack this bishop now. You could attack this pawn. You can attack this pawn. It's kind of a multiple attack. Maybe you can even bring the white knight into the attack, hitting this bishop, this key piece, remember, that's holding everything together for black. I mean, this is just too tempting for me. But the other thing Duda might be thinking about, other than giving this check with his queen, is to play his knight over this way. And this is a double attack, hitting the queen and bishop. And this would at least guarantee that you get rid of black's bishop pair. Once the queen moves, then we could see an exchange here. And now it's just knight against bishop, only 1 set. But white is maybe left with this poor knight that Jovanka highlighted earlier.
Yeah, I was going to
say. Not a great piece.
I was going to say Duda's going to make that knight attacking move, forking the queen and bishop, if he's not feeling very optimistic about his position. That's kind of, for me, is a bailout line.
This is safety first, just trading off 1 set of pieces and then maybe centralizing the white knight, putting it in the center here. But long term, I see problems here for Duda, because if you look at all of his pawns, they're on dark squares. They could be targets for the black bishop later on. So I don't like this option. As Jovanka says, it's safety first approach. That's not Duda's style. He needs to go on the attack. Therefore, why not give a check with the white queen? I think this is what he should go for. And with 5 minutes, he's just mulling up the 2 options. He's maybe just plucking up the courage to go all out on the attack. And remember, queens get on really well with knights when they're attacking. They're the dream attacking combo, because knights are the only pieces that can move in ways the queens can't. And yeah, I just love this idea, just going to kick away this black bishop. And maybe the one downside, the one scary thing about this is that the black queen can sometimes sneak in behind and start checking the white king. But for now, the white king at least has 1 safe square to hide on. So this shouldn't be too worrying for white.
So what do you think? Will it end up with a winner or a draw this game?
If Duda gives the check with his queen, I think we'll see a winner.
Okay.
I think we'll see Duda. But, OK, he does it.
He does it.
and okay. I'm expecting the king to move, and it does. And I really like this knight move because it also overprotects every single potential weakness that white has. I'm thinking of that pawn sitting there on the light square on g2.
Yeah.
Protected, my friend. You can't attack it.
No more checkmating ideas for black anytime soon. Black's queen is also terribly placed, so even though the black queen can come down and give a check on the first rank like we showed, it's just one check for now. And also Radjabov has some serious questions to answer. Where to put the black bishop? I don't like it for black suddenly. If black had one more move just before this bishop was attacked, just before this knight jumped forward, then I think Radjabov was doing great, but it's all about time. It's all about tempo, as they say in chess. And right now, where does this black light-squared bishop run to? If it runs over to this half of the board, then it's offside. It's no longer centralized, and the other white knight can start jumping in towards the center. Jovanka, do you think the momentum's turning now?
Totally. I mean, I think Duda's position is just great. I mean, he can't even think about going on the counter-attack and attacking this knight on g3 by pushing the h-pawn. But, yeah, everything is kind of falling apart.
Yeah, you mentioned going on the counter-attack, hitting this knight. That would make some sense, except for maybe just the knight taking the bishop and in this position, not getting greedy and capturing this pawn, because suddenly, whoops, there would be a checkmate on the back rank. This king would be trapped. But instead, I think you mentioned just taking back this pawn. And yeah, white's king, despite the weird kind of aesthetic value of these three double, kind of triple pawns now, white's king will be very safe hiding behind them. And OK, we did see a couple of other moves. So this bishop didn't, in fact, run away. Radjabov counterattacked. He brought his queen back to try and offer a trade of queens. The black queen is defended by her bishop, and suddenly Duda grabbed a pawn. He's a pawn up again. This has been the theme of the day so far for him. He grabbed one of black's doubled pawns, and after the bishop stepped back, suddenly another attack. Every move, Duda's attacking something, and Radjabov has dealt with that by centralizing his queen. So Radjabov has kind of regrouped, protected everything, but it's come at the cost of one pawn. So now, again, Duda in the driving seat. And first question to me is, can you just push your pawn forward, maybe attack this bishop and try to grab the pawn behind it when the bishop moves? That's one question.
You've got to be careful, though, because the king is a little bit unprotected.
Yeah, white's king doesn't have too many defenders. So, for example, if the queen is attacked, maybe now greed is not good. Actually, there's a couple of reasons I spot, but one of them could be suddenly this bishop comes to life and double attacks the white queen and both of the white knights. This is a horrible situation for white. You will lose a piece. So, yeah, maybe too many downsides with that one. Maybe you just need to keep these pawns kind of intact right now just to block out this, this black bishop. So if not that, then how do you consolidate? What would you do as white? One move that I would want to play at some point, maybe now or later, is to just hide my king away from any potential checks in the corner. Maybe you can make an argument for moving this white knight into the center as well. I kind of want to jump it into this square to give a check later on. It's a difficult choice now, actually, for Duda.
It's not easy because there are a lot of attacks that Radjabov has in the air. You know, you highlighted the bishop attacking the queen. I'm also thinking of going back to an original idea of the pawn stepping forward and asking questions to the knight. Yeah. And of course, Duda always has to be thinking about what happens if the black queen dives into the position, gives a check to the white king. Yeah. So a lot of danger somehow, and I think Duda has to be thinking about ways to consolidate. I must admit, I am still kind of swayed by your pawn attacking the bishop. Yeah. I think he just has to tread a little bit more accurately, and then...
Yeah, maybe actually here, instead of grabbing this pawn, as we saw, that would backfire. Maybe the queen could just slide across, offer an exchange, and maybe this is the way to keep control. Queens are very good in the center, and a queen exchange here, at least white has no risk. White is a pawn up. I'm not sure you win because black's bishops are strong, but you are a pawn up. And instead, a different move. And what do you think of this one, Jovanka? After black's queen came across, threatening maybe this check, white has guarded against that check by dropping his knight back. This looks a bit odd, maybe, because black's queen, for example, can centralize. Trying to line up on the square. You mentioned it's protected. So one thing you don't want to do is move the knight away because, whoops, this is checkmate. But actually, maybe here this doesn't work because white's queen can just take this pawn, defending the knight. And the key thing is the knight defends the g2 square. So, yeah, maybe not possible for black.
Yeah. I'm a little bit baffled by that move. You know, I know we kind of say the knight is the king's best friend and everything, so people will be like, yeah, you know, why are you guys not saying this is a great move? But it does feel a little bit passive, and Radjabov now will be thinking about ways that he can put pressure on the white queen.
Yeah.
All right, well, the bar is over to Jan-Krzysztof Duda's side. He has almost 3 minutes left on the clock. We do have the first result in the FTX Road to Miami. Hans Niemann, the 19-year-old, won the first game against fellow American Sam Shanklin. And 3 points for Hans Niemann. What a start for the young American.
Yeah, we're going to have to start calling Hans Niemann the marathon man because he actually played an over-the-board game this morning.
Really?
6 hour game. Over the board, and then he jumped straight into this tournament.
What?
Yeah, he played a 6 hour draw, a really difficult, long queen endgame, nearly 100 moves in the German Bundesliga. And I think he's had maybe an hour or two break and then straight into this event. So impressive from the youngster.
It is incredibly impressive because you have to think, you know, playing a 6 hour classical game, for most people, is going to be exceptionally tiring. All they want to do is sleep afterwards, and he's gone and well, he's going to play one tournament to another.
Yeah, he's going to play for 4 hours here as well.
Yeah, and I have to say one thing about Hans. He's the most improved player, I think, in the world. Well, okay, you know, because he made a jump. I think when I first heard of him before the pandemic, he was around about 2,400, around just a bit higher rated than me. And now he's like, oof. Wow, skyrocketing,
Closing in on that magical 2,700 mark. That's that shows the elite. Once you hit 2,700, it means you're one of the best players in the world, and he's closing in. And there's actually an intriguing race. I follow it on 2700chess.com. I think it's the top-ranked junior players. So under the age of 20, Firouzja is #1 by quite a distance, but between places 2 and 5, I think they've been switching places every single day for the last 2 weeks. They're always winning a game, then losing a game, then catching each other up. And
that's exciting.
It's as if they're pushing each other to be better. And it's all the Indian players and Hans Niemann. That's the race of the youngsters.
And Hans Niemann, well, he is born and raised in the US, so in America they must be very excited about him.
Yeah, I think Hans, he's been disappointed there hasn't been as much recognition in the US from at least the federation, from some tournament organisers as he feels he deserves. But he's going to be in the US team for sure someday, and one of the most talented players I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and the US need to host their own Olympiad. Well, not their own Olympiad. They need to host the chess Olympiad, and then they can have 2 teams.
Aha. Yeah, they have so many great players right now. Sam Shanklin, one of them. He is in the US Olympiad team, but he lost game 1 here to Hans Niemann. Now, we do have more moves coming in this game. And you did say earlier, David, you were predicting a win for one player. What is it looking like right now?
Yeah, I'm going to stay true to that prediction just because I have a feeling that this position suits Duda slightly more than it suits Radjabov, because Duda really thrives when it's a bit imbalanced. Here, the main imbalance is the knight pair against the bishop pair, but also Duda has this extra pawn temporarily. And with this last move, he's pushing forward, making his move for victory. And wow, okay, this is all about counter-attacking now. White's pawn attacked to bishop, black's queen counter-attacked against the knight. A lot of exchanges happen there in the blink of an eye, and one set of knights and bishops have left the board. Meanwhile, Duda still has his extra pawn advantage. Right now, if you look on the left half of the board, 3 versus 1 pawn advantage there for Duda. That is potentially decisive. Meanwhile, black has a 3 versus 2 advantage on the king side, but white's king is super safe right now. And queen and knight are usually a better duo than a queen and bishop. So it all looks like it's adding up in Duda's favour right now. Jovanka, any chances here for Radjabov at all? He has to go for an attack against the white king, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He has to at least try and scare Duda, you know, make him, try to kind of bully him with some mistakes or some threats. And, OK, I think he's doing the right things by pushing Harry all the way to the 4th row. Maybe Harry's going to go all the way down to the 3rd. Maybe the bishop will come and join and threaten some checks. But Duda, he just seems quite calm, doesn't seem very fazed about it at all. I mean, if I were him, I would have thought about centralising the queen, because there's a queen endgame. Queens do great in the centre, but no, he's worked it all out.
Duda's the Prince of Darkness, according to his camera right now. But he looks like he's going to win this game, unless Radjabov can pull a rabbit out the hat and work some miracles right now. I just don't see how he can disturb the white king. As you mentioned, Jovanka, his idea has been a good one, pushing the black h-pawn down the board, but if you push it any further, it just gets captured. aren't really enough attacks, threats, checks against the white king. The white king can simply actually just run away if it needs to. Enough kind of shelter around it with all the white pawns there. And okay, the bishop and queen do line up. The black queen is now threatening to come down to the h2 square, checking the white king. I say a threat. The white king is just going to run. It's not checkmate. And okay, it runs anyway. Why not? If you see your opponent's threat, just preempt it and laugh at them. And that's what Duda's doing.
I was just reminded of that line from Ghostbusters, I ain't afraid of no ghost. I mean, just, he's like, queen and bishop lined up. It's nothing. You're not going to checkmate me. My knight covers everything. And OK, now it's just a question of the white queen just improvising to the right square. And, well, you can just see it there. If Radjabov is forced to improve his king, then there is nothing in the position for black.
And the clocks are ticking as well. We have another result. Wei Yi has won the first game against Wojtaszek, who is also from Poland, same as Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And it's definitely heating up here in the first round. Shakhriyar Mamdyarov, fellow Azerbaijani to Timur Radjabov, the bar all the way over to his side in that big game against Levon Aronian.
And the two young American players, Sam Sevian and Jeffrey Zhang, they're both winning their games as well. The evaluation bar's all the way on their sides. So, yeah, lots of decisive games in this first round.
Nishikori struggling here in the first game. Wow, already drama, and it's only round 1 in the FTX road to Miami. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, and Duda, his king isn't there. He don't care. The white king is not getting checkmated anytime soon. As Jovanka mentioned, just centralise the white queen. He can bully Radjabov here with the threat of a queen exchange because white is 1 pawn up. If the queens come off, white's 3 versus 1 advantage on that side will win the game. So Radjabov, he has to run away from this exchange. Unless he can maybe just exchange off the queens and make a run for it with the black king into the centre of the board. But I don't think he can. I just think he's too slow. And wow, he allows a queen exchange. He pushes a pawn forward. Jovanka, surely he's too slow here as black.
Totally right. It's just a question of counting now.
Yeah, it's a question of counting. And if we jump forward to the current position, white's queen stepped back, black's pawn push. We say it's about counting. Black is not racing those pawns down the board anytime soon. And here, after a queen exchange, say, for example, the white knight jumps into the centre of the board, hitting this bishop, also hitting this pawn. Black's bishop has to move, and I just don't see what is to stop Jan-Krzysztof Duda pushing all of these pawns forward. This pawn maybe to destabilise the bishop. It just looks like an easy race, an easy win here for white. And here we go. The queens have come off the board. I say easy. There's still a little bit of care to be done. You need to keep all your pawns on the board as white. You need to keep as many pawns on the board as possible, at least. And we're heading in this direction. And I'm not sure which pawn to push, to be honest. It looks like you can push them in any order. You could even push maybe this pawn forward just to stop black from kind of uniting his 3, from connecting these 3 guys. But to be honest, I would just push this. OK, yeah, as Duda has just done, push this pawn forward. And it's inevitable now. These 3 pawns together are going to win the game for white.
Yeah. And Radjabov running in with his king. And there we see the idea that you mentioned on the board. And the sad thing for Radjabov is that even if the black king takes 1 step forward to attack the knight, that knight's not going anywhere. You can just simply push the c-pawn and protect your own pawn. And look at that. That knight protects everything.
Yep, this knight is dominant in the centre for white. And I think we've got to check on the players now because we could see a result anytime soon. Radjabov, is he reacting? He's down to 10 seconds on the clock. He's got a desperate situation on the board.
It's resign or just make a random move. What's he going to do? 5 seconds? OK, so he attacks. OK, well, Duda supports the knight.
This is complete domination right now. White's knight in the centre of the board, a glorious piece, and you simply can't kick it away. If you can't kick away that knight, there's nothing else to do. And Radjabov retreats his bishop. White's knight can go and grab another pawn now.
Do you think Duda's going to be a bit sadistic and try to run his king to the right and try to win that h-pawn?
Yep, why not? And here as white, I think I would simply grab black's pawn on the c7 square, get rid of the remaining black pawn on this queen side, and yeah, as Jovanka mentions, march the king back where it came from, g1, h2, h3, and yeah, that's just game over. So I think the problem here for Duda is that everything wins. He just has to choose a way that doesn't allow Radjabov any hope or any counterplay.
We've seen that go wrong before, and especially in time trouble, but it is Timo Radjabov with only 15 seconds on the clock.
Duda now, he spent most of his time on this one move. He's now down to around 30 seconds. He's just calculating. He knows that no matter how much time he spends now, he'll have worked out the next 3 or 4 moves in advance, so he can gain a few seconds on the clock each time. The players do gain 10 seconds after every move, and there we go. He eliminates one pawn. The white knight jumped back. One of the white pawns drops, but now white, again, has this barrier. White's knight defends all the pawns, and Jovanka's plan in action.
Yeah, the king is going to run and attack the h4 pawn. And there it is. Nothing to be done. Look at that knight. It protects every single pawn that could possibly be attacked. And Radjabov, well, it's time, isn't it? Sadly.
It's time for...
Resign.
No, Jovanka.
No.
I think his last move's just very clever, Radjabov. He is going to try and exchange off one set of pawns now on this right side of the board. I mean, he's still completely lost, of course. I think Duda's completely winning, but still a lot of hard work. How does white win? I'm not 100% sure about this plan with the white king. I think it just takes too long. I think he should have gone to the centre, and that would have been just as quick. But, OK, if the white king steps forward now, one square to attack black's h-pawn, black will push his g-pawn to protect it.
Well, I think he's made the move, and now are we going to see some clever move by Duda? I was thinking maybe retreat the knight. OK, he just runs with the b-pawn. After all, you got to keep pushing.
Yeah, pass pawns are there to be pushed, as they say, and black's king is a bit powerless. Black's king has to stop the white knight and those 2 white connected pawns. It's going to be overwhelmed shortly, but can Radjabov find a way? If he can exchange off all the white pawns on the right half of the board, white's f and g pawns, then he has a small chance, because then he can maybe hope to give up his bishop for white's remaining pawns. I mean, that's a pipe dream. That's so many ifs in one sentence. But, OK, he allows the white king to step forward. What is the idea there? White's king can now just grab the black h-pawn. I don't see it.
I don't see it. Just take the pawn.
Yeah, maybe Duda's also... OK, he does take the pawn eventually. And the black king stepping forward.
Maybe his idea is to actually...
He wants to stop the white b-pawn with the black bishop. And the black king is going to try and grab some pawns, as many pawns as it can, before the hammer falls. I just think it's too slow, unfortunately. Here, OK, there we go. That is a very strong passed pawn. White's king is coming. It's going to be a situation where white is 2 pawns up, most likely. And can black save that one? It does feel like Duda's taking some risks, though. White is running out of pawns.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, maybe I was too eager with my advocate resignation policy, because it does feel that maybe there's some chance. It's, you know, Duda has to play a little bit accurately now.
Yep, so black's king is now going after the white b-pawn, and look at the evaluation bar. It's slowly starting to drop every turn, and it's all about whether white's g-pawn can run through. Here we go, it started the race. If black can give up his bishop for that white g-pawn, it's a draw. Ooh. But the problem is the white g-pawn is so close to promotion, and you can only stop this pawn now with your bishop on a dark square, and you can only stop it on the g7 square. The black king is just too far away. The more I look at it, the more I think you can't stop this pawn.
This is why he's running with the king. But, OK, unfortunately, the bishop is going to be driven back. That's a really bad diagonal. Look at it. It's only got 2 squares. And now is the time to start...
You can go with your king. You can go with your knight to hit this black bishop. The black bishop has to go to the edge of the board now, only safe square. And, yeah, I think Duda has seen that he can just march his king around and attack that bishop. That is going to be the end of the game. Radjabov, he's falling to defeat here. Black's bishop is powerless against this white pawn.
Yeah, nice idea there.
It was close. It was only by 1 move, actually, 1 tempo. But there we go. Duda gets the win.
It's over. Duda, who struggled in the candidates, but here he is, winning Game 1 in the FTX. Road to Miami to gain 3 points for the Polish player Timo Radjabov, making a comeback in the tour, loses the first game. We are going to jump into another game here in the first round, because Anish Giri, one of the favorites in the tournament, has just lost.
He has just lost, and we see the final position there. Giri has just resigned. Simply, the white king is in check. When the white king moves, black's g-pawn is going to go down, promote. It's going to cost white a rook. Anish Giri would be a rook down for nothing. So there we go. A big shock in round one.
Yeah, and look at Anish's face. And we didn't get to see Jeffrey Song as he won this game, the 21-year-old, beating one of the strongest players in the world. He must have had a big smile on his face. What an achievement in the first game. That's going to give the young American some confidence heading into the next few games. And all games in round one has finished in 10 minutes. Round two will start. Some surprising results there.
Yes, and definitely some surprising results. We saw Anish Giri lose with the white pieces against Jeffrey Song. I have to say about Jeffrey is that he's to me, he's always appeared very, very quiet. But when I see his games, most complicated games ever. So, I mean, definitely an exciting round.
And look at Anish Giri here. What is he doing? Is he looking over that game, do you think, David?
Quite possibly. Anish looking where he went wrong. Maybe he made a mistake there a bit earlier in the game, which ended up costing him. But for Anish, he just has to brush it off. He hasn't played so much recently, so maybe just a bit of rust. But once he's shaken off that rust, he will be back. We know Anish is one of the best players in this tournament. So tough defeat for him there, especially with white. He nearly never loses with white, Anish. But he needs to bounce back now.
Round in only 10 minutes, the oldest player in the tournament, Levon Aronian, takes on the youngest player in the tournament, Arjun Ergaisi. We will follow that game. It's already looking like a good day for the youngsters, so maybe Arjun can have a little bit of a shock to Levon Aronian. Still 3 rounds of chess to go today on the first day here in the FTX Road to Miami. After the next game, we are going to build up to what I'm going to name the most entertaining game in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Shakhriyar Mamadiyaro against Richard Report, 2 explosive chess players. That's going to be a lot of fun. And after that, we will start building up to the big anniversary coming tomorrow. 50 years since Game 1 in the 1972 World Chess Championship match. Right now, we're going to have a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to sum up the candidates.
What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back to the FTX Road to Miami, starting in only a few minutes, round 2 in the preliminaries. But right now, we're going to sum up the candidates tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi, with a record score of 9.5, eventually won the candidates and is ready for another World Championship match. And this is what Jan said after winning the candidates.
Extremely happy and at the same time extremely exhausted because, yeah, comparing with the previous candidates, which took like 2 years, maybe it was slightly easier, but only 7 games in a row. But yeah, of course, I think it's just a major achievement. But I'm like very thankful also to my whole team and my all friends who supported me.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, he secured the win with the 1 round to spare in the candidates, 9.5 points. So, David, how impressed were you with Jan in this super strong tournament?
Yeah, I mean, fair play to him. He dominated the event, and a lot of people didn't install him as the favourite beforehand. Others thought maybe Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, but he showed he's there to stay now. He's one of the dominant forces in world chess, and it was all the experience he picked up from that difficult defeat, actually, against Magnus last year that helped him in this event, that stood him in good stead. And yeah, he was calm, he was composed, he took his chances when they came. Yeah, I couldn't fault his performance at all. It was classy stuff.
Because we know in the World Championship match, we used the word tilt for Jan Nepomniachtchi. After losing 1 game to Magnus, he simply tilted. What did he look like now in the candidates?
Well, he looked a lot more relaxed. You know, it was kind of like the kind of Confucius way, you know, doing by not doing. You know, he kind of had a very detached, relaxed.
Look at him.
Yeah, you can just see it there. And, you know, yeah, okay, he had some bad positions, but, you know, he kept on fighting. And he, again, came with some impressive preparation. And he said it himself, when he lost the World Championship, he blamed it because of over-preparation. Here, you know, he just took it easy.
And the best way to avoid tilt is to not lose a game in the first place. And he never fell to 1 defeat, so he never had to show that he had those powers of recovery that were needed last year in the World Championship. And as Jovanka mentioned, his opening preparation was just on another level in this event.
And he is known as a genius, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He did show it here in the candidates, and we now know he will definitely play the next World Championship match. The question is, will Magnus Carlsen play? He's been hinting back and forth he's not going to play. Will he play? What is the latest news on this, David?
Yeah, Magnus has been teasing us with that update. He's been teasing his future opponents, of course. There was a key battle for second place, actually, behind Nepomniachtchi. Ding Liren and Nakamura, they were battling it out in that last round, and Ding came second in the end. So there is a chance we could see a Ding versus Nepomniachtchi final. But who knows? We hear rumours of a deadline being set by FIDE for Magnus to make his decision, actually just next week. So we'll find out soon, hopefully. And either way, I think everyone hopes that we see another rematch between these two.
And if we do, Jovanka, we see images here from Dubai. Do you think we're going to see a better Jan Nepomniachtchi with the experience from that match and confidence from the candidates?
Absolutely, you know, because he would have learned some lessons. I mean, he did say in an interview that in the months before, he was basically studying chess non-stop. He was rebuilding his repertoire, and he was making sure that things are very solid. Now he will have been able to relax a little bit. He'll be able to use that knowledge and not have to work so intensively. And of course, you know, he will be now a little bit more used to this extreme scenario of playing a match, because, you know, we mustn't forget both these players were under incredible tension, and also all eyes of the world were looking at these two players and scrutinising every single detail. That's intense.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely going to follow that story and bring you any news that might come our way if Magnus will play or not the next World Championship match. It's tense also in the FTX Road to Miami, round 2 coming up in a few minutes. And these are the results from round 1. Quite a few surprises. Now, Hans Niemann, the 18-year-old, 19 now, won the first game against fellow American Sam Shanklin. A great start for Wei Yi, winning against Wojtaszek. Jan-Krzysztof Duda won his game against Timur Rajabov. Mamedyarov winning that big game against Levon Aronian. Arjan Tari, the Norwegian in the tournament, with 3 points in the first game, winning against Ju Wenjun. And then the big surprise, Jeffrey Tiong against Anish Giri. 3 points for the young American. 0 for Anish Giri. And let's take a look at the games coming up now in round 2. It's going to be another All-American battle for Hans Niemann. Both of them coming from a win now against Jeffrey Young. Arjan Tari against his boss, Anish Giri. But we are going to follow the game between Levon Aronian and Arjun Ergaisi, oldest against youngest player in the tournament, 39 against 18. Will Levon be a big favorite for you in this one, David?
Levon is definitely the favourite. I'm not sure how big a favourite he'll be, though. We should mention that last year on the tour, when Ergaisi had his big breakthrough event, Aronian was the one to end his dream in one of the quarterfinal matches. But then again, there we see the match between them last year. But then again, since this match, just around 1 year ago, Ergaisi's star has risen so much. He's been winning events left, right, and centre. He's added nearly 100 points to his rating.
Wow.
Yeah, he is on the ascendancy. And as we saw, Levon Aronian, tough start, losing round 1 of this event. It might not be as easy as some would think.
Ooh, okay, well, this will be an interesting one. Here they are, both of them, ready, and here comes move 1, Levon with the white pieces.
Yeah, and a Sicilian defense. This is exciting already. We very rarely see the main lines of the Sicilian at the top level these days because it is so complex and is so risky for both sides. And Levon Aronian, he doesn't play the open Sicilian. White's bishop just developing to the c4 square means that we see a quieter start to the game. So this is very reminiscent of the Italian opening, the Spanish opening, as we saw in the last game. Maneuvering is the name of the game. And both sides have castled. Levon just bringing his knight out now. And I think Levon just wants to take his young opponent out of opening theory. Ergaisi, he's one of the best prepared players I've maybe ever seen, especially for an 18-year-old. I've played him a few times in Blitz, and I very rarely survived the opening against him.
Really?
He is such a
so
well-booked-up player.
For his age in the opening?
Mature for his age, but also I don't know how he's crammed kind of so much opening knowledge into just 18 years of life. I mean, he knows more about the opening now at 18 than I do, and I'm quite a lot older than him, so yeah, he's very impressive in the early stages of the game, Ergaisi.
And just to add to the story a little bit, I mean, we see Ergaisi playing very quickly, but Levon Aronian actually had this opening once before against Anton Korobov, a very strong grandmaster, just recently in May. And there, Levon Aronian beat Anton Korobov, but here we do see that Ergaisi has come up with an improvement in that game. Instead of developing the light square bishop, Korobov actually moved his rook 1 square.
Okay, so you think maybe Ergaisi was aware of that game?
Just by the speed. Just by the fact that, you know, look at him. He was playing all these moves at tempo. And, well, Levon stepped back and suddenly, okay, this move has been played before, just twice, I have to say. And now it's manoeuvring, as you mentioned. The knight has moved to the f1 square, and it will probably head towards the 3rd rank. Not quite sure which square yet. But my opinion about this type of position is that it's a slow burner. White will try to aim to get a pawn centre by pushing d3 pawn 1 square forward, and then just to try to sit on that space.
Yeah, and I must say, Ergaisi, he's one of the few players as well who blitzes out their opening preparation as quickly as they can. There are different strategies to this, different kind of schools of thought. When I know exactly what I'm going to do in the opening, sometimes I pause here and there, just make my opponent kind of think that I don't really know what's going on, lull them into a false sense of security, and then when they've fallen into my trap, then suddenly bang, 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 the moves come thick and fast. But Ergaisi, he doesn't care. He wants to let his opponents know that he knows everything, and just the moves come thick and fast. And imagine, we're already on move 13. Both players have more time than they started with. Especially for such a rare opening to be this well prepared, it shows that these guys are very hard workers.
Yeah, definitely. It's the approach that you mentioned about trying to tricking your opponent. That was the kind of the approach that I was taught from the 80s, 90s, and I just wonder whether it's a generational thing because, of course, Arjun is just. Was born in 2003.
Oh. So young.
And I was just thinking, you know, maybe this is the style of the youngsters now, you know, just you intimidate them with your speed rather than try to set that trap.
Yeah, maybe it's a cultural thing as well. A lot of the top Indian players, especially the younger ones, Adiban does the same as Erigaisi. When I play Adiban, it's bang, 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 25 moves on the board. He doesn't even pause for thought. He's memorized it all. And it's the same with a couple of other young players, Nihal Sarin and... OK, Black's last queen move, just sidestepping. This position is full of tension. Still no trades, and it's already move 14. And Jovanka, you mentioned the slow burner. This one, it will liven up at some point. It's guaranteed to liven up because there are so many pieces still on the board. But at the moment, it's just about manoeuvring, and it's very tense. I don't think anyone really wants to touch pawns on the queen side at the moment. Nobody really wants to touch pawns on the centre. You could maybe make an argument for Aronian pushing White's d-pawn forward 1 square, but if you don't want to touch these pawns, what else to do? You have to manoeuvre pieces. I'm expecting Levon Aronian here to move the white queen. I'm just not sure which square. Once the white queen moves, the white rooks are connected. That marks the kind of key stage of the middle game beginning. And yeah, white will have completed development once the white queen steps forward.
Yeah, I do like that queen stepping forward, but I also was reminded of that Simon Williams, who we really missed, who will be joining us soon.
Yes,
well, not today, but later on during the tournament. Well, he kind of says, when in doubt, fish Harry.
Yeah.
And the only reason I'm going to say this, because I'm not really a staunch Harry fan, I have to say. Don't tell Simon. I'm only saying this because Simon's not here. But I'm only saying that because the queen actually is offside.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like my little kind of pattern, you know. Queen is offside, far away from the king, no connection. That is a kind of a sign to me that I can start some operations looking towards my enemy king. OK, instead we see a trade. Ooh,
yeah, just to show your idea, Jovanka, pushing this pawn forward to try and act as a battering ram would have been very interesting, but you don't like this one instead of pushing this pawn, exchanging.
No, because I mean, I'm looking at the pieces that white has there on the left. Not that many. This is where black is strongest on. So, you know, we have that golden rule in chess. Rules are there to be broken, I acknowledge. But don't touch pawns. Don't open lines on the side that you're weakest.
Yeah, and black is the one actually who holds the key to the left side, the queen side. Black is the one who can push this pawn forward, open up lines. Black can push this pawn forward, try to open up a line for the black queen. So Jovanka is completely right. Black is the one with more space on this side because these two pawns are very strong. And also, this is an open file, but who does it benefit? Probably black. Because black, after a rook trade here, will be ready to replace his rook with the other rook. And at the very least for black here, you just exchange pieces and you're completely fine. I'm very surprised that Erigaisi actually thought about this pawn capture. That shows the difference in generations. I am told always capture with pawns towards the centre. But the younger players, sometimes they do consider breaking the rules. Maybe he was thinking of taking this pawn with his queen. But after an exchange here, I mentioned this open file. Aronian says, you have it. Take the open file, I don't care. And rook takes rook. I think if Erigaisi takes back with his rook, maybe we'll see Jovanka's idea of pushing this pawn forward, pushing it towards the black king, or the maybe classical approach, the Aronian approach, because you've also called him Mr. Centre in the past, would be to establish a strong centre. And these two white pawns now would be decently placed, controlling a lot of squares. And I think this must be Aronian's idea. We could see another pawn exchange, but still, white has this strong duo. And while these pawns exist, it's going to be hard for black to break out. I'm especially looking at the black bishops, and they are not happy pieces at all. They're completely blocked in compared to the white minor pieces.
Yeah. And, yeah, well...
Oh, Aronian had pre-moved there. And instead of rook takes, Erigaisi took with his queen, occupying the open file with his queen now, and jumping forward with the pawn. At least now, after this pawn exchange, Erigaisi's rook is maybe on a semi-open file. For example, the black knight can come attack this bishop, or maybe even jump into the white half of the board next move. So still roughly in the balance, this position. But white does have central space, and Aronian likes that.
All right. Well, Levon, we know, will be on the American team for the Olympiad starting in August, or is it starting late July?
Starting late July.
Late July. He's going to be the top player on that American team, Levon Aronian. But Arjun Erigaisi, will he play?
Yes, he's also in the... India has 3 teams, so he will be on the first team. They haven't announced board order, right?
Yeah, the order of the players can be changed, I think, up until a couple of days before the event starts. But Erigaisi will play for the top team. He'll be by far the youngest on the top team, actually. India's second team is packed full of the youngsters, full of teenagers, which is very, very exciting for them. But yeah, we should mention America, by far the favourites in that event, and Aronian, maybe he'll be the missing ingredient that will help them to another Olympiad victory.
Yeah, India actually have some incredible teams on both the men's Olympiad and the women's Olympiad. Actually, I should say Open Olympiad.
Yeah.
And women's Olympiad. India is actually ranked number 1. That came as a surprise to me there, because I was asked about India's chances. I was like, yeah, maybe they have an outside chance of winning. And then the rankings came out, and I was like, oh, they're a top team. Didn't quite realise.
Who would you have? Who would you have?
I was thinking Georgia. Georgia, Ukraine. They have very strong
because
women's
China
team.
won't be
China won't be playing, and also Russia, for obvious reasons, are not playing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, China and Russia have been the dominant forces, right, in open and women's sections in Olympiads over the years, but it's really opened up the field. In the open now, the US massive favourites, but in the women's, I'm not sure. It's really hard to say. So many top teams.
Definitely. And they said more teams than ever actually are going to go and play in the Olympiad.
Oh, I bet the atmosphere will be fantastic in Chennai. I'm so eager. I'm just going to sit and relax and watch you guys and root. I'm going to root for England. Yes.
Yeah, who needs Norway? You've got England to support.
Magnus Carlsen will also play, correct?
Actually, they're ranked. They could
4.
also be a dark horse as well. Yeah.
Everyone was surprised. Norway ranked 4th in the seedings.
Oh, really?
Yeah, traditionally, partly because Magnus hasn't been playing the most recent Olympiads, but traditionally they haven't been among the favourites. But this time there's a bit of pressure maybe on Norway. And yeah, I mean, if Magnus wins half of his games or most of his games, then they've got a great chance.
And well, Arian Tari as well playing in this tournament will play for the Norwegian team. Olympiad, that must be a lot of fun, but perhaps also a lot of pressure playing for your country on a team. Yeah. Do you enjoy it or do you dread it?
I love Olympiads. It's always the highlight for me. You mentioned a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's nice to see friends. For example, I'll be seeing some people that I haven't seen for years due to the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
From all around the world, from New Zealand, from Africa, Asia, all over the world. But that's the fun side. But yeah, it feels special to win a medal for your team or an individual medal when there's everyone there, when there's so many countries competing. And Jovanka, this last move is going to make you happy.
It will make me happy. You know, he's done what I love best. You know, he's taken the centre with the pawns. Love that. And then for bonus points, he also pushes Harry. Something that I was advocating a few moves ago. But I like it because, you know, the Queen is offside. She's pointing at a nice open line, but not doing much. And why not do the modern strategy of pushing a rook pawn as far up the board as it can go?
Yep. I must say I would never play this move, but that's not because it's bad. It's just a certain type of player, a certain type of style. And here, Erigaisi does have a decision to make. You have no real targets as black, so you have to break out, you have to gain space, especially for those 2 black bishops. And I think the wrong approach here for Erigaisi, one which I might make, the typical mistake that I would make, a lot of players would make, is to panic and actually react to White's last pawn move. For example, by pushing a pawn in front of the black king or by going too defensive. I think Erigaisi needs to react to kind of an attack on the wing with some kind of counterplay in the centre. So I think Erigaisi here is completely fine, but he has to be just calm, energetic. I think it's time maybe to push this pawn forward. And you block out this bishop, which is a bonus. I don't think White wants to exchange off any pawns in the centre. White wants to attack, so pushing forward. And now at least Erigaisi could establish a knight in the centre of the board. And at least this would make some sense of the black queen in the corner, as Jovanka mentioned. It is a bit misplaced. It doesn't have too much influence on the rest of the board, the rest of the game. But indirectly here, it would defend this black knight. So, for example, after a trade, then, OK, black has a bit of an odd pawn structure, but the queen defends the pawn. If I can get my arrows correct, the queen defends the pawn, and black now has, for example, threats like a knight jump into the white camp. So I think this is what Erigaisi needs to do. In this position, of course, we wouldn't see Aronian trade off these knights. I don't think he'll touch this piece. He'll just play around it. Maybe instead Aronian will go forward with his pawn, try to push it as far down the board as possible. But at least Erigaisi gains some space. And I was saying don't touch pawns, don't react to white's pawn push, but he has pushed a pawn. And this is something that you mentioned earlier, Jovanka, don't touch pawns on the side where you're weaker. And, I don't know, this pawn push, it looks so counterintuitive because at some point you could imagine white's queen stepping forward and suddenly a sacrifice happening on this square. If black say, okay, there are better moves, of course, but if black just makes a nothing move, defends the knight to a safe square, then suddenly, this looks super scary for black. The white queen just scarily close to the king.
It looks terrifying, doesn't it? Yeah. And especially because the knights are going to also join Her Majesty into the operation. Yeah, but I have to say, it was a very natural reaction, I think. I think it takes like ice. What do they say? Ice water in the veins to kind of react so calmly and go, okay, well, you're not doing anything there. We'll just carry on with my business in the centre. But okay, we see Levon push forward with Harry.
I don't understand any of these moves.
No, I don't. That one I don't understand either because
this pawn push, it just puts a pawn. Now you've kind of provoked a weakness. You've already forced black's pawn forward. This is the whole point of your advance. But now, with white's last pawn push, putting the pawn on the h5 square, this pawn is defended, yes, but you've tied down your knight defending it for the near future. And it's not as if you're going to make any pawn breaks. You can't open up lines with this pawn anymore. So you've kind of just blocked things up and you've tied down one of your own pieces. Maybe he was reluctant to move the queen because of some very specific, concrete, tactical reasons, but it just feels like both sides are waiting. They're just kind of not wanting to commit their pawn structure. It feels like white doesn't want to step forward with these pawns because why touch them? They're nice. They control all the central squares already. But it feels like Erigaisi is too scared to touch these pawns as well because he's scared he would leave weaknesses if he pushes them forward. But you can't just wait forever. And OK, Erigaisi steps back with his bishop. This confirms my theory that he doesn't really know what to do or doesn't want to commit. There is one good thing behind this bishop retreat. Now, indirectly, you defend this pawn, so there won't be any sacrifices near your king. But it's very much a waiting game. It feels like both players, if not nervous, then at least they're reluctant to make a big push forward. And yeah, it looks like they're just treading water at the moment, just surviving and not really wanting to be the first one to break the ice.
Yeah, I have to say I really am not a big fan of white pushing the pawn all the way to the fifth row, primarily because I kind of wanted the knight that are actually now sitting on g3 doesn't have a role. I mean, that could have gone to that square. Instead, the pawn is sitting pretty. And it's not like the light square bishop that white has can even think about getting into the game and relocating itself to a better diagonal because, I'm sorry, that is stuck there on that square, defending. OK, finally, well, actually, finally is the wrong word. He steps forward with the queen, one square.
Yeah, with a threat.
With a threat, yes. The knight is under attack. Now, is it the chance to step forward in the centre?
I think he pretty much has to,
right?
If not compulsory, then it would at least be the most consistent. Again, we have to jump in because critical moment now for Erigaisi. If he's too scared to touch these pawns, then he might live to regret it. Because remember, this knight is attacked, and if it retreats, that's only a step in the wrong direction. You're retreating back into your own half. You've lost a lot of time with that piece. Why do that? But in order to defend this knight, you have to push your pawn forward, unleashing the bishop to defend it. But you do, meanwhile, allow white to gain some space. And yeah, the knight can jump in, attacking the white queen. Remember, this is a knight that white doesn't want to capture, doesn't want to trade off. But for example, if the queen sidesteps, the key is whether black's knight can survive in the centre. If we ever see a knight trade that the white bishop or pawn could even recapture, I'm slightly attracted to taking back the pawn, just because now the white pawn can step forward and break down the black king position. But meanwhile, what are black's pieces doing? This black bishop is bad, this bishop is passive, and he does step back with his knight instead. You don't like this one, Jovanka?
No, I don't like it. I much prefer the more active option of pushing the pawn forward in the centre. Here, I mean, the first worry that I would be concerned about for black is what happens if white just pushes forward with the d-pawn and tries to secure some squares.
Yeah, it's very tempting, right? But I guess after a pawn exchange, the question is, if you do take back, maybe the black knight can come to the edge of the board, attacking your bishop. Maybe jumping into this square next.
Yeah.
The knight is dancing, but at least it's to decent squares.
Yeah, that is true. So, OK. But still, you know, white's pieces get very active. And, OK, this is also a very nice move, actually, just stepping back with the bishop. I say it's a very nice move, but I'm going to backtrack a little bit because it does have the consequence of the black queen being allowed to step forward all the way to the second row. And if that's going to work, then, OK, maybe Erigaisi is doing very well.
Yeah, it's all about whether black's counterplay here with the black queen, for example, on the queen side, is that quick enough? Because there will be threats. For example, white's pawn stepping forward, attacking the black knight, kicking away a defender of the black king. If that knight moves, maybe we'll see a pawn trade first, but if the black knight moves, then suddenly white could line up some really nasty checkmating ideas along this diagonal, trying to sneak in to trap the black king. For example, knight takes bishop now would be met by a nasty checkmate. This is a typical pattern if you line up your white queen with the light squared bishop, sneaking in towards the black king. So very direct threats, maybe, very specific ideas, but is Aronian going to be quick enough with his pawn? And I like this move from Erigaisi, offering a queen exchange, saying, OK, you've got some ideas, or at least some outlines of a checkmating attack, so let's get the queens off the board. And the black queen defended by its knight. What do you think, Jovanka? Queen trade or no queen trade?
No queen trade, but then again, I do quite like that queen move by Erigaisi. It's good defensive strategy. But it makes no sense for white to trade off queens because, you know, white's position is just building itself up to attack the king. And you need the queen. You need that to be there on sitting, preferably on the d3 square. I know that's actually not possible now, but...
yeah, the problem is you want your queen and bishop lined up on this diagonal, but as Jovanka says, not possible right now. It walks into a nasty knight fork. So it's all about timing, and right now Aronian has to decide what to do with his queen. He steps it back to its starting square. That is not ideal either. Maybe now the black knight will come back. We're doing a little dance, like the knights, the bishops. The knight steps forward, the bishop steps back, the knight steps back, the bishop steps forward. Yeah, it's really, really tense right now.
Yeah. And both sides have kind of manoeuvred their furniture. And, I mean, who's benefited from that, actually? It seems to me that maybe black is the one...
Valuation bar thinks black.
I don't know.
I'm not so sure, but yeah, it's all about concrete variations.
Right. I mean, I feel that if black can trade off queens, black is probably doing really well. If white can keep the queens on and somehow start pushing black pieces back, then okay, he will be doing very well. So everything in the balance at the minute. The next few moves are going to be absolutely critical. And talking about critical, Erigaisi just accelerates the play. He pushes the pawn forward, attacks the bishop, and Levon is cool. He's like, step my bishop back, attack your queen.
Yeah, and we should mention there was a really nice tactical point. Erigaisi, it looks like he just sacrificed a pawn. By pushing this pawn forward, it looks like he's just blundered a pawn away. This pawn is, after all, attacked 3 times by white. It's only defended twice. But after a series of captures, this is why the top players, they're so good. They calculate so quickly. After takes, black takes back, white takes back, black captures. After all of this, suddenly there's a tactic in the air. There's a really nice trick. Rook takes bishop, wins a piece because the white queen is overworked. She has to defend the rook next to her. So if she moves away and captures this black rook, then whoops, the white rook drops. This is check, and black has won a piece in the process. So, I mean, just I've got to applaud both players there. Firstly, Erigaisi for seeing a long tactic like that. What is it, like 5-6 moves in advance? But also Aronian, he didn't blink, he instantly reacted. He didn't blunder like that. And he stepped back with his bishop, attacking the black queen. And now it's Jovanka's idea of the queen jumping in. It's, yeah. I mean, all of these hidden little traps, they exist all the time in chess, and it's just about spotting them.
Yeah. Definitely, and the position is really sharpening up because do you think Levon is actually going to try to defend this pawn that's under attack? No, he closes the position down. I'm not sure about that. Yeah. And I'm a big fan of pushing pawns, so you won't often hear me say that about a pawn push.
So why are you not a big fan of that one, Jovanka?
Because it closes down the light square bishop. And I had dreams that bishop would be going to the b3 square, start looking at the black king. And now, no. It's not happening. It's dead.
It is dead. And with the centre now blocked, completely locked up, it's unlikely we'll see a direct attack against either of the kings, especially not against the black king. If you look at the black knight on the f6 square, that's a great defender of the black king now and will keep it safe for the foreseeable future. On the plus side, I guess, with this pawn push, you gain a bit of space with white. You ask black, you ask Erigaisi a really difficult question. The black knight that has just been attacked by this white pawn, where do you go? Do you step back? If you step back, maybe you're on a bad circuit, you're on a passive square. If you step into the centre of the board, you offer a pawn exchange, but changing the knight exchange, sorry, but changing the pawn structure, it's... he does this, Erigaisi. Look at black structure in the centre of the board. Those two double black D pawns, they are very ugly. It's just about whether Erigaisi can keep all his pawns alive using tactics. And he's very good at that. He's very tactical, Erigaisi. But first, in order to get rid of the tactics and all the fun out of the position, Aronian offers a queen exchange. In an endgame, white has the better structure long term. You would think that white is doing quite well there, but Erigaisi goes for it. Oof. Who do you think this will favour?
No, I think it's going to favour Levon. And it's not the double pawns that worry me. It's the bishop sitting on f8 next to the king that really worries me. Because look at it. It's
very passive.
Very passive. And also, if I look to the future, it's not going to have a great role either because it always has to guard the weak pawn in the centre.
Yeah, I'm just very worried that... OK, I was going to say that white is going to win a pawn soon, but... Yeah, Erigaisi, he's going to get greedy. He's going to grab this white h-pawn. I highlighted it as a weakness earlier, but look at this. The white knight has jumped in, and it's only a temporary pawn sacrifice by Aronian in order to displace the black pieces, but also one of the black pawns in the centre. I'm looking at the black d4 pawn. That's toast. It's going to be captured, and black's position is in ruins.
Totally. And when one pawn falls, another one will also fall. And I'm looking also at the b5 pawn. Look at that, all by itself, no friends. And that's going to go. And still, black's dark square bishop.
Yeah, these two are just going to drop off. And this is also a weakness on the d6 square. 3 weak pawns. As you mentioned, this bishop is bad. Not only is this bishop bad now, but this bishop is completely stuck on the wrong side of the board, hitting against a concrete wall. It's just hitting against a stronghold for white. And the only piece that can hope to patch up all the holes in the black position is the black knight. But it's going to take a long time. Where's this black knight even going? Is it going to jump forward this way, maybe? Right now, Aronian is just in complete control. He can just take this pawn. Now the material balance is back. Hitting this one, as Jovanka mentioned. How do you even defend it? If you defend it with your rook, the white bishop can come forward and attack it. The white knight can jump into this beautiful outpost. I mean, everything beautiful here about white structure.
Totally.
Connect 4.
I know. And it's like every single one of white's pieces could actually improve themselves. And it would be a fantastic move. The rook, the rook, the bishop, both bishops. I mean, so much potential in the white position. No, it's a dream for Levon Aronian. And I do think Erigaisi is probably what we kind of say positionally lost.
Yeah.
You know, if Levon just plays a perfect game, Erigaisi will have no chance. But luckily, it's rapid play. It's rapid chess, and the clock plays an important factor. And, of course, psychology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Levon, he does have a lot of time left, though.
Yeah.
He's played fast so far, Levon Aronian, and we know that from when he had success on the tour earlier. It's been when he's played quite fast, right?
Yeah, and he's played very confidently. And I remember he just didn't respect any of his opponents, even Magnus Carlsen. He was playing incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
And, OK. And Aronian saying, my position is so good, let's trade off rooks. And, well, it kind of works as well. I'm not going to criticise that move.
Yeah, you mentioned this phrase, positionally lost, and that means black just has the worst pawn structure, black's pieces are worse, so why not exchange off one of black's most active pieces, the black rook? If you exchange off everything, then black is still left with those pawn weaknesses later in the game, and Erigaisi said, no, my rook is the only active piece left, the black rook now going to the open A file, and Aronian, meanwhile, grabbing pawns back. It's level material once again, but that black b5 pawn is doomed. Black's bishops are terrible. Black's knight takes at least 2 or 3 moves to get anywhere decent. I think this one, barring any big blunders from Aronian or barring any kind of miraculous tricks by Erigaisi, this one is only headed in one direction, and that's a white win.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at, ways that Erigaisi can try to hold the position. I'm going to use the word hold because I feel that's what he has to do. He has to just put up some resistance and just frustrate Levon, just make Levon lash out, because that's the only kind of chance that he has to rescue this. And, the knight centralises itself.
Yeah, and talking of tricks, there is one nasty little trick in the position. It's never too late to blunder in chess, and right now, Aronian, he could blunder if he gets too greedy. If he takes this pawn, the fact that Aronian's thinking means he spotted this, by the way, but if he takes this pawn, it's too hasty, it's impatient, because suddenly Black's bishop can capture the white pawn. Black's bishop was doing nothing, it was offside, and suddenly after White takes back, it looks like White's won a piece, but after this knight check, it's actually a double attack, and the bishop drops off on the next move. When the white king moves, the bishop falls, and actually Black is the one in control suddenly. So it's never too late to blunder, but of course Aronian, he will spot these things. This is why we always look at checks, captures and threats first of all. Don't take this pawn. Instead, Aronian moves his bishop. The bishop was the one that was loose and would have dropped off in that last variation we just showed, so he moves it to a better square, and he's hinting that he might even capture this black knight later on. You don't want to rush with that because you give up the dark squares, but maybe later he'll take this knight off if he needs to.
Yeah.
And that avoids the trick. This pawn is long-term going to drop off anyway, so no rush to take it.
No, certainly no rush to take that pawn. And, again, I'm struggling. I'm really trying to think of ways that Erigaisi can hold this position, and it's tough.
Yeah.
It's just maybe one move at a time. And that's why he kind of makes this very ugly move. I mean, I really don't like it. Just look at it. I was taught by my father when I was very young, about, I think, 8 years old, that this triangle formation is so weak, especially if it's restrained, because there's so many holes. But, sometimes ugly chess is necessary chess.
Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. You mentioned the word holes. Look at all those light squares in the black camp. White's knight now can jump into any square. But, as you mentioned, you just got to survive. That's step one. When you're defending difficult positions, when you're really knuckling down, grinding out all the draws from kind of difficult situations, you have to just defend, play ugly moves. Yeah, and again, Aronian has the question, does he rush? Does the white knight go and take the black b5 pawn? Again, I'm not so sure you should. Or do you just take a timeout, maybe improve the white king? Somehow, sooner or later, you've got to improve this white light square bishop sitting at the bottom of the board on b1. That's not a great piece either.
Yeah.
The problem for Aronian, it's like we said earlier, he's spoiled for choice. So many good options. No direct win as well. So that can be frustrating.
And he still can't take that pawn, as you mentioned. So, you don't get frustrated, Levon. He just has to just channel that summer energy. I'm just looking at that painting. It's very colourful. And it's kind of the thing that you have on your walls to put you in a good mood.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
But you don't want to put your opponent in a good mood, right? Because your opponent will be looking at your webcam.
No, but they might be trying to work out the detail, which you already know.
Yeah,
so it's a good strategy. But anyway, I'm a big fan of having good vibes, good energy in the house. And talking about good vibes, good energy, whilst Levon is thinking about what to make a move, he takes the pawn.
Yeah.
No. I was not advocating that. It's like, keep the tension. And,
VAR is definitely going towards the center
again. Made a mysterious decision there because he's allowed Arjun to get active.
Yeah, he might have won a pawn temporarily, Levon Aronian, but he's given up so much in return. Suddenly, Black is going to get the bishop pair. After Black takes off this bishop, Erigaisi now just deciding which way to recapture this bishop. He takes with the d-pawn in order to suddenly free up Black's dark square bishop. And look at Black's dark square bishop. It is going to come to life. And White is a pawn up temporarily, but suddenly this white b2 pawn is under fire from the black rook. The black bishops combine quite nicely, and White has zero control over the dark squares. That's just hasty. That is just... I mentioned the word impatience earlier, and that is the one thing that could have stopped Aronian winning this game. It might well stop him now. Because actually, if you think about it, where is White's knight going to come back to? Where is its retreat square? It's kind of stuck in no man's land, this white knight. And, okay, it retreats this way, but at the very least now, Erigaisi at some point will be able to grab this pawn back. I'm also wondering whether you want to take it now, allowing white's rook into the 7th rank. This could be a bit scary. You could actually stop white's rook coming to such an active square with the move Erigaisi's just played. Very nice control, and this is why we love the two bishops, both attacking-wise and defensively, because suddenly these bishops control all the entry squares for the white rook. Look at this white rook. It wants to enter the black half of the board, but it just can't. The bishops control everything, pretty much, and white's knight is kind of just sat there nice and pretty, but it's not doing anything. And meanwhile, still a threat against this pawn. So, okay, Erigaisi not out of the woods yet. He's still on the defending side because he's temporarily 1 pawn down. But Aronian, I think he's blown most of his advantage, or at least his advantage has a different nature now. Aronian's advantage 3 or 4 moves ago was permanent. It was long-term. Now, Aronian's advantage is very temporary. If this pawn drops, if this white b2 pawn drops, his advantage is completely wiped out. So Aronian needs to find something now. It's now or never.
Yeah, I think it was very impractical to grab that pawn because, yeah, like you say, you know, it might have been like winning. It still might be really good for him, but in terms of human moves, well, I think it's now very difficult for him to play. I can't see a way forward, to be honest with you. I don't see what to do.
Maybe you have to try and get your rook in somehow, but it's really difficult because this square, for example, if it ends up on the a7 square, it would be on a dark square. You're right, Jovanka, it's really hard to see what to do. You don't really want to go... I was about to say, you don't really want to go passive.
No.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking of stepping the rook up 1 square, but he very sensibly goes behind his pawn, trying to kind of propel this pawn forward. But now Erigaisi is able to activate the black king and actually a threat against this knight to win the pawn back. Aronian defends it. And Erigaisi now, he's going to try and create some counterplay. Really interesting. He steps this pawn forward. Now, it's just impossible. The problem for white is it's impossible to activate this pawn. You can't push it 2 squares forward because that square is covered by black's rook and bishop. So if you can't push that pawn forward, what else do you do?
Yeah.
Erigaisi is going to try and push his pawns now. This is the side where he is stronger.
But do you think that Erigaisi will even try to launch active operations if he just, like, shuffles his king backwards and forwards? I'm thinking of some World Championship matches where they did this. And, OK, very important move by Erigaisi, taking control of the open lines.
Yeah, controlling the a-file, just stopping white, I think, from controlling the a-file as well. And, again, problem is you can't push your pawn forward because, or maybe you can, but, yeah, at the very least, this pawn will get attacked by the black rook and by the black bishop, and there's a skewer along this along this rank. So it's just difficult for Aronian. How does he improve his position? Again, it's that type of advantage after this rook move that could just fizzle out very, very quickly. I would have rather taken that long-term advantage, even not winning a pawn that he had a few moves ago. Now he's a pawn up, but the margin for error is so small now.
Yeah, totally. And also, you know, there is in the air that threat of bishop takes knight. Take it into opposite colour bishop endgame. So, yeah.
If the rooks ever come off, it's just a dead draw, right? Because,
totally.
As Jovanka mentions, the black bishop will just take the white knight, the black light square bishop, and opposite colour bishops, black will blockade on the dark squares. Easy draw.
So Levon wants to avoid that because he's had the advantage for a long time now.
Yeah.
But do you think Erigaisi wants to avoid it as well now? Do you think he sees some chances?
If Aronian continues to think, so right now I'm looking at the clocks as well. Erigaisi, he's been at 2.5 minutes for the last 10, 15 moves.
Yeah.
But Aronian at some point was at 9, 10 minutes. He's slowly starting to drop. And as a chess player, you always sense the momentum. And Erigaisi, 5, 10 moves ago, he would have been thinking, oh, my position is nearly hopeless. I've got 2 minutes on the clock. Oh, life is so hard. But then suddenly, 10 moves later, oh, actually my position isn't that bad. Oh, my opponent's spending a lot of time. Life's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's just the workings of a chess player's mind. It's, the momentum, especially in rapid chess as well, it's drifting. Aronian's drifting, and the flow is all in Erigaisi's favour.
Yeah, and the clock is ticking down, and yeah, it's true. Levon has to be careful of any activity on the dark squares, and yeah, you can just see by Levon's body language that he's not happy. You know, he's jumping up and down. You know, he's fidgeting, and these to me, as a chess player, signal discomfort.
Yeah, and he's a very instinctive player, Levon Aronian. OK, he pushes a pawn forward just to stop the black pawns from marching. But look at this, the black rook's getting active, cutting off the white king now. The black rook's on a great rank, the 2nd rank. But yeah, Aronian, he's a very instinctive player, but this is not the type of position where you can just rely on instinct. You have to be really careful. You have to kind of step pawns forward in a really sophisticated, clever fashion. You have to think, calculate a little bit before you make any moves with any of your pieces. And look at White's rook compared to the black rook. White's rook completely stuck. White's bishop just pointing at its own pawns. No control over the dark squares. Yeah, suddenly I'm not sure whose position I prefer. Yeah, I could really easily see this going wrong for White.
Yeah, and he is under on the clock now, Levon Aronian. He's been up by so much for the entire game, but he is now down on the clock.
Yeah. As David mentioned, the shift, the tide is turning. Before he had a very easy position to play. He could almost make any improving move, and his position was just great. Here, he has to tread very carefully, and I just love what Erigaisi's done. Cut off the white king, and if the dark square bishop gets active, then maybe you can even start looking at try and trade off some rooks, or maybe even get ambitious and push Harry the h-pawn.
Yeah. We should mention that we've been talking about White's passed pawns. White's b-pawn is a runner. It can run later on. White also has a passed d-pawn. It's blocked right now, but Black's got a potential passed pawn. That h-pawn sitting there very innocently on h6. If it starts pushing forward, that could well be a game changer. And Aronian, what's he thinking? He's really frozen.
Well,
I don't see a natural move for him as well.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have too long on the clock, though. He has just under 1.5 minutes. It was interesting commentating with Jan-Krzysztof, I have to say, because he goes to me, what's with your negative reaction towards the clock? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he goes, you always say just under 1.5 minutes. I'm like, he goes, when you should say it has just over, you should phrase it in positive terms. And I'm like, I've never thought about that.
Well, we do see a lot of time trouble in the Champions Chess Tour, no doubt about that. Games lost when clocks are under the minute. We've seen that so many times.
Exactly, but to these speed demons, they're like, you have plenty of time. What do you want about? 1 minute? I can play 100 moves. And, the king centralizes itself. Black's position is just consolidating itself. But still, that pawn, h-pawn, can start moving up the board. And whoa.
Where is this rook going? I don't really see the path of this rook. Aronian just shook his head as well. We should mention that that's really important. It gives us a signal about how he feels about the position. But where's this white rook going? It's zigzagging across up the board to the third rank. We talk about rook swingers, rook lifts. Where's this rook swinging across to? It's blocked by its own pawns on the third rank.
But there's no plan behind it either.
Exactly.
What's he's not threatening to push the b-pawn.
So if Black's rook just waits, for example, what is White doing? I'd be so tempted now as Erigaisi to go for the win, to start pushing the Black h-pawn down the board. I'm not sure he really feels kind of enough potential in his position to try and win this game, so I wouldn't blame him if he doesn't do anything now, Erigaisi. But yeah, at the very least, the Black dark square bishop can come and attack this white rook. That would be very logical as well. He does that, asking this rook, where are you actually going?
Well, one square he must not go to is the dark squared e3 square, because then that would be in the same diagonal as the king. And instead, he steps back with the rook to where it came from. OK, well, if Erigaisi wants to signal that he's happy with the draw, he's just going to step back with the bishop.
Yeah.
But to be honest, why should he?
Yeah.
No reason to.
The evaluation bar as well, for the first time pretty much in the whole game, but the first time in a long time at least, it's on Black's side, and he's going for the win.
Yeah, we love to see such confidence. These guys are sharks, let's face it.
Yeah.
They might have been suffering the whole game. They might have been dead lost. But if they sense a win, they pounce.
Yeah, it's just like Magnus. When I was commentating on the candidates, at some point I took a break. Magnus jumped on to the candidates' commentary, and he was really critical of Nepomniachtchi's decision not to press against Nakamura, and he said, be a shark. If you sense a tiny little bit of weakness in your opponent, or if you sense, even if you were losing earlier, if you sense a change in momentum, be a shark, smell the blood in the water, go for the win. And, OK, I'm not sure I like this decision too much, but I like the attitude behind it. Erigaisi did push the Black h-pawn forward. We saw an exchange. At least now, White has a chance to activate his rook. White's rook is going to swing across to the g-file, the square that's just been evacuated by the white king, and it's going to come up the board. I'm not sure where it's going after that, but at least Aronian's rook will finally find some kind of duty. It will find some kind of action.
Wow. Well, this is a tense game. Both players around the minute on the clock. A bunch of the other games have finished. I'm especially noticing a win for Jeffrey Young against fellow American Hans Niemann. 3 points for Jeffrey there. And also Sam Sevian, a win against Ju Wenjun. A great start for the young Americans. And it was a draw between Arjan Tari and his boss, Anish Giri. They have been working together. But this one, oldest against youngest in the tournament. What will be the result?
Yeah, it's anyone's game right now. Wow. I think if you asked me 5 moves ago before Erigaisi pushed his H-pawn, I would have said dead draw. No chance for either side. But suddenly, everything to play for. White's rook has suddenly got very active. Black's H-pawn is inching down towards the white king. Oof. I mean, I don't really see what White's last move threatens. Maybe White's rook just wants to slide behind the H-pawn and go and win it.
Yeah. But it can be defended, right?
Yeah,
I thought some of them resigned because I saw the light shift. But that's maybe a sign they're checking out each other's webcam to check the tension. Levon ticking to 1 minute on the clock. Bar is jumping from side to side.
Yeah, this move, it's very clever. I like it from a practical point of view. The computer slightly disagrees, but Black's bishop now, defending this Black H-pawn, is going to go and park itself on a very active square. But it has let the White Knight out of the box, and White's Knight is actually threatening something really nasty right now. White's Knight wants to jump back to the B7 square to check the Black King. The Black King is in checking distance. Any time your king is near an opponent's knight, you have to look out for knight forks, knight checks, the knight dancing around. If you move the Black light square bishop, not to this square, if you'd moved it in another direction, you could have walked into a checkmate in 1 move. So now the knight, if it does go to the left side to give a check, it will get captured.
Yeah. And Erigaisi is just too good. He says, no, I spotted it. OK, still the question to Levon, how to handle Black's initiative, because Black is perhaps threatening to reroute the dark square bishop and then maybe get super ambitious and walk the king towards the center. You know, forget material, forget passed pawns. You know, he's just going for one thing. Yeah. Maybe checkmating the king.
Yeah, Jovanka, big moment now. Is the Black King actually going to make a mad dash for victory? And
yes,
wow, he's going forward. He's running into the position. The Black King just trying to get greedy, and Aronian meets that with an amazing knight move, jumping back, sacrificing his knight with the idea that if the knight is captured, this is a double attack. And what is happening right now? Aronian has won a second pawn. Erigaisi says, I don't care. The Black King is coming. The Black King is actually going to try and move towards these pawns. If it can combine with the Black Bishop, then actually White's King in the corner might be a target. For example, if the White Knight goes in the wrong direction and checks, suddenly, I mean, for example, here, this is going to end up as a checkmate, simply. White's King is powerless in the corner of the board. Black's King is super active. So in the current position right now, I think it's actually time for Aronian to find some really desperate moves. I'm not even sure what he should play. Maybe he should give a knight check, but when the Black King comes forward, maybe now he should jump back with his rook, try and trade something off.
And he's not got too much time.
So scary,
it's very, very scary. The king is in.
He has pushed this pawn. I just gave this...
No, but this is losing.
I gave this as an example of what he shouldn't do. Now the Black Bishop simply goes back, and this is going to end up in some nasty checkmating ideas.
A blunder by Levon.
I think so. The problem is now, if you push your pawn forward 1 more square, attacking this bishop...
Oh, he doesn't spot it, though.
He doesn't find it, but look at this. On the computer, it did say that this Black Bishop move was winning. Here now, the Black King would march forward, and this is inevitable. You can actually allow White to make a new queen, but you give checkmate. This is a mating net. Erigaisi didn't spot this, and if we go back a couple of moves, this bishop move would have been winning. He brought his other bishop in, though. This is maybe still decent. We see it's now forced Aronian to find 2 moves. He finds the best one level on Aronian, bringing his bishop back. What a move that is. Giving away a bishop for free, but now after bishop takes bishop, this pawn is running through to make a new queen. Yeah. It's just chaos right now.
And when the players have just over 10 seconds on the clock, anything can happen. And I think there's only one move, that is bishop takes bishop. And, well, Black has to allow that queen to be promoted. But just look at this, it's crazy.
White is about to make a new queen, but Erigaisi just doesn't care. If White makes a new queen right now, then the Black bishops are going to combine, and this is nasty. This king is still trapped in the corner. If you move across, then suddenly another bishop check, and this king will get checkmated. Aronian cannot make a queen in
3
the current
seconds.
position.
Oh, and he does.
He's done it, and he's... Okay, maybe he can. Wow, what a move by Aronian. He made a new queen, and here, this check, he answered it by throwing his rook in the way. And maybe he'll save the game. The whole idea is if this rook is captured with a check, now the white king can hide safely because the black bishop giving a check would allow the bishop to get captured. These players are just so incredible, both at the top of their game and in the current position, if we go back to it. Now, Erigaisi, he's threatening to win by moving his rook out the way with a discover check from the bishop, but Aronian needs to give some checks himself. It's time for the white queen to start checking the black king. Drop back to this square with a check. There we go.
Does it.
And it should now...
Is it?
Wow.
Is it? Is it?
I was saying it should be a draw, but maybe black is winning.
The king is going to hide.
Yeah, look at the bar. It's saying 100.
Yeah, it's saying plus 100. The black king is just going to sneak around to safety, and this white king is going to be the one that dies. Let's go back to the players. We'll show this in more detail later because this is the play of the day. It's just incredible stuff. Aronian is shaking his head. I said it should be a draw, but no. Erigaisi.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. Aronian has to give a check. He does. And now the black king is going to hide itself away. Just look at that.
Wow, look at where the black king is hiding in white's camp. Next move, the black rook is just going to move out the way with a discovered check. White's king is the one that's actually getting mated.
And just like that, Erigaisi wins.
It's over. The youngest player in the tournament at 18 years old, Arjun Erigaisi, he beats number 5 in the world and the oldest player in the tournament, Levon Aronian, after a super dramatic game. Oh, David, we have to jump into this. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about this game for 2 hours if I wanted to, Kaja. There was so much action, so much content in the final stages, but here there was just an amazing sequence. Black ignored the fact White was about to make a new queen. He brought his bishop back. White did, in fact, make a queen. And after this check, we saw a great genius defense from Aronian here. He threw his rook back as a blocker, but after the rook was captured, here Aronian went wrong. I thought he was safe as well. Aronian relaxed too early. He should have given this check, attacking the black king from this angle, because now the black king, if it steps forward, as it did in the game, this would be met by a knight fork. A check hitting the bishop as well, and Aronian would have been the one winning. But instead of this, he actually checked on the wrong square. He blocked his own knight using his queen on d4, giving a check, and black's king found safety. And the reason in the final position he resigned after all those checks is because simply there's no way to meet a discover check. White's king is in the corner, and for example, if you give one more check to the black king, then suddenly, whoops, this check is met by a block, and it's checkmate. A check met by a checkmate. That's so rare in chess. It's all about the black bishops, and Erigaisi, what a win.
What a game we just saw, and it's not gonna get any less entertaining when in the next round we're gonna follow the 2 most entertaining players on the tour, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Richard Rapport. I am really looking forward to this battle. Still 2 rounds of chess to go in the first day of the FTX Road to Miami, and after the next round we're going to start building up to the big 50th anniversary tomorrow of the 1972 World Chess Championship match between Spassky and Fischer. But before that, we will have that entertaining game between Mamedyarov and Rapport, and after a quick commercial break, we're going to tell you why they're so entertaining.
So we just race to the money. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna crush it. Set, go!
When someone asks me how my chess game is going,
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Welcome back to FTX Road to Miami. We have finished 2 rounds of chess in the preliminaries, and it's been so far very entertaining and a lot of fireworks. Let's take a look at the results from round 2. We did see Jeffrey Xiong winning that All-American battle against Hans Niemann to gain all 3 points. And his fellow American, also 21 years old, Samuel Sevion, won the game against Ju Wen-jun. And the game we followed, Arjun Ergaizi, 18 years old, won the game to gain all 3 points against Levon Aronian. And the standings after 2 rounds in the FTX Road to Miami. We do have Jeffrey Xiong at the top of the table, winning 2 games with a full score of 6 points for the 21-year-old Jan-Krzysztof Duda, with a bunch of other players on 4 points. And Hans Niemann currently inside top 8 with 3 points after only 2 rounds. And coming up in round 3, here are the games. A bunch of interesting matchups. Duda against Wojtaszek, the 2 Polish players. But we are going to follow the game between Shakhriyar Mamadjarov, who always plays entertaining chess, against Richard Report, who always does the same thing. And, well, no wonder this is going to be an entertaining game, because Shakhriyar Mamadjarov, he describes his style as never playing boring chess.
Okay, my chess style... just to play interesting chess, fighting chess. I never, I every time think about results. Yeah, before the game, I think every time it's better not to lose and better to play safe chess. But when I go to chessboard, I sit, I think, okay, I need to play beautiful, very nice chess, and I try to play, show my good chess. I mean, for me, it's first of all, enjoy from my game. Not boring chess, to try to find very interesting ideas, a very good sacrifice. I mean, just to play very interesting, very good chess. Middle game, yeah, I mean middle game, because it's, opening is every time, okay, I try to play interesting, but it's not my good, how to say, good part of my chess. Is middle game. I love it too much, but it's 95% no end game in my chess because I lose very fast or I win very fast. End game is, I think in one tournament is maybe maximum 1 game. It will be 1 game or not. Normally I finish in middle game, lose or win.
Fantastic. Now, biggest weakness then?
I lose some very important end games in my life because, how I say, every time I play chess in middle games, or also maybe some opening ideas, because I every time change my openings every time, because I never work very serious in one opening. I try to play interesting some another openings. Maybe it's 2, yeah, end game and opening.
And now this firework of a chess player is going to face Richard Report in the next game, another entertaining player. So let's also hear Richard Report explain his chess style.
I don't have too high hopes to do really well. But on the other hand, you know, okay, it's not much different from on the board chess. So yeah, I will just try to, you know, play my best chess and see what happens.
What should we expect from you in this format, online, rapid? How good are you?
I don't think I'm too good, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think certainly I'm worse than on the board, and I'm not that great on the board either. So I try to play the best move in the position, you know, according to my own ability, whether it's tactical or positional. But yeah, somehow my views tend to differ from the other players. But to me, it looks, you know, I'm just trying to play the best move. I don't have a specific style. Yeah.
So would you say like you're aggressive, or, you know, do you take a lot of risks?
Yeah, I would say I used to be more aggressive. So I don't know where I'm now, but I can see that with the age, you know, comes wisdom. So knowing my limits, maybe, yeah. Or at least pretending that I know my limits.
Yeah. How about weaknesses then?
Knowing my limits.
Is it the same?
Probably, I don't know. Yeah, I tend You know, I tend to sometimes try to play things too safe, I think, or at least, you know, what painful experiences taught me, that sometimes you need to play it safe.
But I don't think these two will play it safe. David, what do you expect from a game between Mamedyarov and Rapport?
I know for a fact it's not going to be boring. These two, Mamedyarov, especially with white, he's like fire. He'll just throw everything at the opponent. Rapport, white or black, he'll counter it with fire as well. So it's all about who can get the first sacrifice in, who can get kind of the initiative, the momentum rolling on their side. Yeah, as we mentioned, Rapport, he played in the candidates, maybe not the best tournament for him, so he'll want to atone for that. Mamedyarov, meanwhile, he's been playing a lot as well lately, and he's been in decent form. So, okay, he gets things started. It's d4, it's Queen's Pawn opening, Rapport. Who knows what he'll play? He's a maverick when it comes to choosing openings as well. He often chooses some very weird, wacky stuff just to get the opponent thinking from an early stage. And, okay, will we see the Nimzo Indian? Will we see King's Indian defense? Rapport, okay, he pushes this pawn.
Maybe a King's Indian. Maybe we'll see your beloved opening, the Grunfeld. Who knows? I mean, the one thing that I must say about Rapport is that whenever he surprises us is by playing mainstream openings. We're so used to seeing the quirky stuff from him. And, okay, he is not going to go for David's favourite just yet. I have to reel back my words in a little bit. And now we have Mamedyarov also playing one of his favourite kind of openings where he pushes his G-pawn one square in order to develop the light square to the longest diagonal on the board.
Yeah, that white bishop, when it sits on G2, will be fantastic. And I think this is just intended to frustrate Rapport. Rapport wanted white to occupy the centre with pawns. He wanted white to gain as much space as possible so that he would have targets to counterattack later on. Meanwhile, this black knight move, very ambitious. Maybe not the most common either. Black now will try and counter the white centre with a pawn of his own on the next turn. So depending on what white does, black will strike back.
Yeah, and here comes the quirky move. You know, it has been played before, but this pawn move is actually a little bit rare. It's actually been played by Wesley So to defeat Jordan Van Forest and the Chessball Masters. So that was a very long game. It was interesting, actually, to have access to the database here because Mamedyarov had actually played this particular line until this pawn move, and it was in a game that he'd lost. So I always wonder how much preparation, how much knowledge the opponent has. And after... Hang on, let me just get these moves up.
OK, so white, meanwhile, occupying the centre with as many pawns as possible. This is hyper-ambitious, trying to take all the central squares. This has, however, left a target, as we mentioned, for Richard Rapport. At least now he knows what he has to attack, and it is the white pawn centre. So one of the black pawns will push forward, black temporarily as well, ahead in piece development. If you see the white pieces, white's king still in the centre, white's kingside knight still sat at home. That means you have to do something quickly. You have to act. And Rapport does that. Very strange. He just pushed this pawn one square. He's pushed it again on the next move. He forgot that pawns can move forward 2 squares on their first go. Either that, or he was trying to be trying to do something very, very clever on this last turn. So he's lost the tempo willingly by moving this pawn twice. But now, at least, the black knight, when things block up in the centre, the black knight can occupy this key square in the centre.
Yeah. I was a bit surprised by this double pawn move he made with the e-pawn. I mean, I was expecting something a little bit more safer, you know, that maybe he would curl up into a ball just for the time being and just wait it out.
We need an action replay here, Jovanka, because if this black pawn had pushed forward 2 squares immediately, if it had marched forward to e5, then suddenly after the white pawn steps forward, black's knight could jump in, as it has done in the game, but it would just get kicked away, and the knight has to retreat, run away. That's not ideal, that's not great. But by pushing the pawn forward 1 square, in this position, by pushing the pawn forward to e6, waiting for white to commit, and then pushing it forward a 2nd square. Yes, he's lost a move as black, so white has gained this pawn push for free, but because the white pawn is now on e4, in this position after the knight jumps in. Now this knight is on an outpost. This white pawn, because it's committed itself, cannot kick away the black knight. So it's very sophisticated. It's a bit too advanced for me. I would never dream of pushing a pawn 2 squares forward, kind of in mini steps. I would want to save time, but Rapport is not biased. He doesn't care there. And this knight now is actually quite hard to get rid of. If you attack it with your own knight, then black will probably just cement this pawn, push this pawn forward to cement the knight, now defending it this way, and white can actually capture en passant here, capturing the black pawn as if it just moved 1 square, but now after a recapture, black again defends this knight with his pawn, defends his knight with his queen as well. So this knight hard to get rid of.
And, well, Mamedyarov is actually going to try. Do you think we're going to see something super wild, like opposite side castling? Ooh.
That would be very Mamedyarov.
I was thinking that. But now, actually, that he's put his knight on this particular square, I'm kind of going off the idea of putting the king on opposite ends.
So you were thinking, for example, maybe bring the bishop forward.
Yeah.
At some point, lifting the queen up 1 square. So, for example, if black just waits, moving the queen up, castling the king this flank.
Yeah, and then push forward with the pawns. Have the time of your life. Maybe do or die by your own sword.
If they were playing for the fans rather than playing for points, they would definitely do this. But, OK, in the current position, it's a pity we didn't see that. Instead, white's knight was attacking the black knight, and Rapport did, as expected, push his pawn forward,
but wait,
solidifying in the centre.
OK, well, we have to do some maths here. There might be some capture the pawn in the centre.
Yeah, white's knight can take a pawn. And black's knight now, I guess, will jump out the way. This knight, we note, is not protected. White's king as well in the centre, so there might be some ideas of a rook shifting across later to attack the white king. But knight takes pawn, I guess. I'm not sure which pawn to capture in the centre. Suddenly, 2 knights up for grabs. Black's knight en prise, as we would say, attacked. And this knight also attacked. And as Jovanka mentioned, you can do some maths. It's like a kind of who can give up their piece for the most reward, most compensation here. White can give up this knight for a pawn, for example, hoping that the knight is captured so that you can gain the black knight next move at a high price. But the problem is black's knight will take this knight, and suddenly the white queen is attacked, and it's too complicated in general to calculate. But the players, they are trying to work this out. That's why Mamedyarov's taking some time. In general, the rule is this kind of stuff won't work for white if your king is in the center of the board. This king is too open. So we do see the first knight capture, but after the black knight takes, I don't think we'll see any more fun and games from Mamedyarov.
No, definitely not. I have a question for you, because I mentioned that it's about maths. When we start off playing chess, often it's very difficult to visualize so far in ahead. And often you see lots of people use their fingers.
Yeah.
Like they're there. Is this allowed?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Are you allowed to start
I guess if
going?
you don't say things out loud.
I don't know. We need some arbiters to tweet us the solution. Are you allowed to kind of gesticulate and try to work out your calculations? Because I can tell you, when I'm solving puzzles, I'm not above doing that myself.
For example, anyone who's watched the streams of Hikaru Nakamura would know that he would do this on a chessboard. He would say, there, 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 and then the arrows would just go on and on and on. And most people have no idea what he's talking about, but he's actually formulating a path for his brain to think. So all of these arrows I've just showed, it would be a capture, followed by a recapture, followed by another capture, followed by another capture, another capture, and at the end, black wins with a check. So he would be saying there, but as it's basically a way of what Jovanka's saying. It's kind of pointing just to keep it in. I think anyone could see these ideas given enough time, but it's just about keeping it in the right order and making sure you haven't messed up along the way. So it's interesting what Jovanka says. I haven't seen anyone do that out loud for a long, long time since I was a kid. But if we go back to the game, meanwhile, we did actually reach this position. Knight takes pawn, does walk into a queen check. So instead, we saw white castle his king to safety and now attack this black queen. So no more long, long variations that are confusing with loads of arrows. It's just a simple one-move threat. And the black queen really needs to get out the way. You don't want to block this bishop attack with your pawn, because when the bishop moves, then suddenly there's a threat against your rook. But also, the black bishop in the center of the board is trapped. It has no squares. Once the black rook goes to safety, suddenly this bishop is a goner. It's just leaving the board on the next turn. So Instead, black's queen moved away. I don't really like this square. It looks a bit odd, I must say. I just don't understand why the queen didn't, for example, go to this square, at least attacking a pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, now maybe Mamedyarov can use this square as a launching pad for an attack at some point, throw in a check. You could definitely imagine a situation where white starts pushing pawns towards the black king.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that you could push your pawns forward, and once the bishop steps back, I mean, it's very tempting to also give a check to the king, and
forcing the king into the corner. One thing black definitely doesn't want to do is trade off his pride and joy, the dark square bishop, because suddenly look at the dark squares around the black king. If the white queen ever lands here, it's simply checkmate. So white's queen will do a little dance, try to creep into the dark squares. This bishop too strong.
Could it be a mouse slip by Mamedyarov that he dropped his queen one square too early?
By a report, I mean,
by a report, sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense why this square.
Yeah.
It just looks so passive. I mean, it's still it's a safe square, but what's it doing here? And I like that variation Jovanka showed, pushing pawns forward, kind of gaining momentum, threatening the bishop, next move threatening the king, and then maybe pushing again forward, try to sneak in the queen this way towards the black king. I think this would be fantastically strong. But, okay, instead, very solid move there from Mamedyarov, just moving his rook across. Still ideas of jumping in with a knight, nasty check, if that happens.
Actually, I took a peek at the computer evaluation, and for that reason, and only that reason, white had an amazing position.
Wow.
And
so a small kind of window of opportunity there missed by Mamedyarov.
And now Richard is fine. He just has to consolidate his king position. And this is why he pushes forward with his pawn to attack the knight and also take control of that important f6 square.
Yeah, so slightly counterintuitive, this last move by Rapport. It looks like he's weakening the black king by stepping forward with this pawn, but it's more important to kick away the white knight from any active squares. So the white knight now forced to retreat, simply, and at least then Rapport has 2 or 3 moves with which to consolidate. If black can move his light squared bishop, get the black rook out of the corner, centralize it, then black's pieces are all actually looking great. The black queen's still not ideal, but other than that, it's back in the balance again.
It's certainly back in the balance. I actually quite like Rapport's position. You know, his pieces, suddenly the queen that we kind of criticised moving to the 7th row can actually divert itself to move forward to in front of its king, and it has a lot of dexterity. And black has a lot of the pawn breaks, so definitely a very, very complicated position. And I'm just curious, I mean, both these players are actually playing from Germany, right? Because they've both been playing in the Bundesliga.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And I'm dying to see how they get on, because they have to play a complicated game after having played a very long classical game. So it's always going to be very intriguing whether their stamina holds up. And talking about locations and where the players are playing from, we also love it when you guys tell us and show us where you guys are watching the show and all the action from. And to kick us off, JMR18 has sent us a selfie and says he's watching us from the local Greek restaurant.
Oh!
So good food and, of course, entertainment and good chess as well.
Maybe on a summer holiday in Greece.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Even better. Okay, so if you want to make us jealous, send us your tweets using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Yeah, where are you following the FTX Summer of Chess? We have partnered up with FTX both for this tournament, the road to Miami, and the next tournament, the big major in Miami, the FTX Crypto Cup. So maybe you are following us from outside or at some holiday location. Share your selfies. We want to see where you're watching from. And we do have a move.
We do have a move. White's knight simply stepping back to a safe square. And, yeah, I mean, poor Rapport. He probably wants a holiday after the candidates, after this tournament. And, I mean, before that, he was playing in other events before the candidates. Yeah, it's been a long few months for him. Mamedyarov, too, actually. He's been playing a lot. Some online chess, some over-the-board chess.
Look at Mamedyarov, just deep in thought. And you did mention the candidates. Richard Rapport, he ended in last place out of the 8 players competing in the candidates. What went wrong for him? And of course, comment on the move if it's something interesting happening.
Black just connecting the rooks, developing a piece, very sensible. Yeah, for Rapport, it was a tournament of 2 halves. The first half, he drew, I think it was his first 5 games. And then he met Jan Nepomniachtchi at a really critical moment. Nepomniachtchi's already won a couple of games at this point, and Rapport, he walked into some opening preparation, which led to a forced draw. So the game should have been a draw. Rapport was surprised. He thought for over 1 hour against Nepomniachtchi, and then he decided not to take the draw. But by refusing the draw, he immediately walked into a losing position, and he lost the game. In a way, he gifted Nepomniachtchi kind of a shot at the title, which he later took. And I think he just never recovered from their Rapport. He actually won a game in the next round, but then second half of the event, he just fell apart. I think he had, 3 losses in the second half as well. So it's difficult. Again, just like Duda, it's his first time in the candidates tournament. Are we about to see a cool move? We do see a cool sacrifice from Mamedyarov, meanwhile. So we have to jump back to the game. But yeah, learning experience for Rapport, and he'll be back. Meanwhile, there has been some action. If we just repeat the last couple of moves, a bit of an action replay. White's bishop jumped in, attacking this black rook. And after the rook moved, we saw a sacrifice from Mamedyarov, the first sacrifice of the game. We knew it was going to happen at some point. He gave up his rook for this very strong black bishop. And after the rook was captured, he pushed his pawn forward. And wow, OK, a mistake then from Mamedyarov. But let's catch up. The queen was attacked. The queen did move. And this was the mistake, maybe. Was it a mistake, though? It looks so strong. It looks so natural. The white knight jumping in, hitting the black queen, and the black queen taking a pawn. But look at what's about to happen. The black queen is about to move because she's hit by the white rook. And when she does move out the way, white's rook might just come up and take this pawn. There are also some ideas of knight checks in the air. This knight check, hitting the king, hitting the bishop, will force black to give back the material. The rook will now have to give itself up for this knight. And suddenly, I love white's position, I've got to say. At least in practical terms, I just don't see any defenders around this black king. I'm looking at this white bishop sitting there nice and pretty, but it's about to do some nasty checking of the black king. And I'm also looking at the white queen later. It takes a while, but later you could try and sneak her in to deliver checkmate as well. This looks really scary. Rapport, however, is 2 pawns up. If we reach this position, he still has 2 extra pawns for black. It's just about whether those can survive. I mean, to be honest, the more I look at it, the more I love white's position. Also, this very strong passed pawn in the centre. It just looks terrible for black.
It looks absolutely awful. You know, there's no solace to be found anywhere. You know, the passed pawn you mentioned, that's going to be great. Oh, and it's going to happen, David.
Yeah. So in the current position, this is a check, and this knight cannot be tolerated. If you move your king, then you simply lose your bishop. That is not good. So you have to get rid of this knight. Why is Rapport even thinking? I'm not so sure. But yeah, as Jovanka says, it's looking terrible. This bishop attacking a pawn. OK, this is the current position. This pawn attacked, and black's king almost terminally weak. So it's going to be very difficult here.
I mean, even an endgame, if you manage to trade off the queens, is not going to help black because white has this amazing passed pawn. It's not the quantity of pawns you have, it's the quality. And that pawn, it's a monster. And if you don't trade off queens, then you always have to worry. You know, rook is going to come to the 7th rank. If it's not a rook, it's a queen that's also going to snake her way into the dark squares. No. And also, it's not just that. There's also a light square bishop that's going to come and deliver some horrible checks. And there's a pawn up for... No, I mean, it's just a long list of what is wrong with black's position.
But then the computer favours black.
You guys are basically definitely disagreeing with the bar right now.
And I'm trying to find a reason, to be honest, unless it's something really concrete that we haven't seen. I'm looking at black's bishop, for example, attacking the white queen here. I don't think this really helps. Maybe the idea is that you can trade off this light square bishop, but I was just wondering, why can't white trade off these bishops now and march this white pawn forward? It just looks very, very strong. This pawn is about to make a new queen and cost black a rook.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the players, because it's a mystery to me. What are the players thinking? From a human point of view, this looks great for white. A computer point of view, though, not clear at all.
OK.
Mamedyarov looks happy, though.
Well, Mamedyarov is an element, right? This is the position that he thrives in.
He's 2 pawns down, but, I mean, he's sacrificed a lot more for a lot less than this. So, yeah, it's really it's really bemusing. I'm just struggling to understand what can the computer see that we don't see here. It just looks fantastic for white.
Should we take up the stockfish to see what
let's see what move
stockfish wants to suggest for Richard's report?
OK, so actually, maybe there's only one move to maintain the balance. Everything else does give white an advantage, as we are predicting here, and this knight check, the black knight jumping into the e2 square, that is not 100% obvious. It's on the radar, of course, because all top players look for checks and then captures and then threats in that order. But it needs to be followed up. And
I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see either. Let's jump in, because the knight check on its own would not be logical. It has to have a follow-up. So the knight check, defended by the black queen. The white king is just going to move. And what next? Is the idea for the black knight to jump back, attacking the queen, attacking the rook?
But, I mean, the knight is just going to get, and the queen are just going to get caught off the side. For instance, I mean, for starters, you can move the queen 1 square on the dark squares.
Hitting the knight, and if the knight captures the rook, whoops. This is going to...
Checkmate ends the game.
Yeah. I just don't see how the king escapes. This is going to be checkmate. Is there a glitch with Stockfish? Are we missing something really obvious here?
I mean, is there some kind of funny thing with, instead of taking the rook, black?
So with this knight check, this is what the computer says first. The white king will just move out the way to any safe square. What is next? Because this is just a killer threat now. The white queen is trying to get in with a check. I don't think Rapport's going to find this move, even if there is a solution, even if the computer finds something. It's just not human to allow the white queen into your position like this. And, I mean, if you look at where the knight is right now, at least the knight blocks the white queen from entering on the d-file. So I don't think you'll find that move. The other moves, we should mention, Stockfish also suggests bishop to c6, this square. This is very logical, challenging the white bishop. We showed that this is maybe a decent try, but it would allow, for example, a trade and white's pawn to run through. Black's bishop was previously blockading this pawn, and the bishop's gone now, so this pawn might be a decider. So that, from a human point of view, is scary. And the other move that the computer suggests, I can tell you for a fact this will not happen. Black's rook just sliding across 1 square. Rook b8, that's very passive. So the third choice for Stockfish, that's not Rapport's instinct. I've never seen him go passive in his life. He wants to fight fire with fire. He doesn't want to just say, OK, I'm just going to take a time out. I guess the idea is that you stop the white rook from entering the position on this square, but it's just so slow, and it does nothing to stop the white bishop jumping in. So from a human point of view, very, very difficult, at least for Rapport.
Well, I really hope now he will make that knight jump so that we can get an answer from Stockfish. What is the follow-up from this strange move?
And all the while, Mamedyarov just looks a bit casual, right? One eye on the computer, one eye on some drink, I want to say.
I think a mixture of snacks and drinks that Mamedyarov's enjoying, and why not? You need some fuel for the rapid chess, and it's been a long day for him playing in the Bundesliga.
Yeah. I'm so impressed by that. Yeah. Incredible.
They're all marathon runners, basically, these guys. Yeah. Non-stop chess.
5 minutes now on this move for Richard Rapport.
Yeah, it's a critical position, you know. It's win or lose time, you know. Everything will hinge on whether he can find a resource. We can't see it. Stockfish has broken us, or we've broken Stockfish. We don't know. But we don't get what Stockfish is trying to say is Black's defense.
And Rapport, he's just kind of stretching in a way. He's trying to psych himself up because he knows it's a very difficult position. I mean, even if you can handle the first wave of the attack, the first 2 or 3 threats, there will be a second wave. There will be more threats to come a bit later on. So even if the computer says Black is fine for the next 3 or 4 moves, it's beyond that. He will still have to defend, and Black's king just 0 defenders around it. I just, from a practical point of view, can't see any hope really here. Maybe I'm just too negative. I think I've just seen too many amazing attacks by Mamedyarov, and I've been on the wrong side of some of those attacks occasionally. So, Mamedyarov, I think, a big favourite right now, just from the body language, the clock, the type of position on the board.
Yeah.
This is so tense.
Yeah, it's a key moment. Yeah. If he doesn't find any of those 3 top moves, because none of them were obvious. Maybe the second one, the black bishop moving, that is the most obvious out of all of them, but it has a clear downside to it. OK, he moves his bishop. I mentioned that this is on the radar, attacking the white queen, but the white...
Look at that. Is that a blunder?
It is a blunder.
I think we're going to see a nice checkmating attack. White's light-squared bishop now is going to come to the centre of the board, giving a check. And I'm trying to work out, Jovanka, Can White just give up the queen?
That's
I think
what I'm
he
working
can.
out. Yeah, we've got to show it, right?
show
Because if
this.
it's possible, it's going to be a brutal mating attack.
Let's keep an eye on the players. Look at Mamedyarov, though. Look at the laser-sharp focus that he's suddenly got on his face. He is super interested in this position, and that's because right now White can give a check, hitting the black king. Only one safe square to go to. You have to move, and now you can give up the white queen. You can ignore the threat against her. OK, the first check's on the board. You can bring your rook up the board, take a pawn, and after the queen drops, suddenly you give a check. This is very simple. If the king goes to the centre, wow, he sacrificed his queen. He didn't even think. And now this would be checkmate if the king goes to the centre. If it goes the other way, then this is checkmate as well. Look at this. The king will be checkmated in the corner of the board, a double check. And we have a result. Amazing checkmate there from Mamedyarov.
Wow, after 26 moves, it is over between these two, Shakhriyar and Mamedyarov, taking all 3 points with a fantastic finish to the game. Only 26 moves. Where did this go wrong for Richard Report?
I've got to say, it went wrong from the opening. There were already a few opportunities that Mamedyarov actually missed earlier on to get a big attack. But when the time came, he took his chance. And we showed it there. It was just such a difficult position in practical terms. I think, actually, just looking at the computer right now, he should have traded off the bishops. It was the best chance just to eliminate a potential attacker. Trade off these bishops, cross your fingers and pray. Just hope that you can survive the attack. But instead, he put his bishop offside, onto the wrong side of the board. Jovanka mentioned it earlier today. The black queen is on the wrong flank. The black bishop also not protecting the king. And that meant that a checkmate was on the board. White gave a check, first of all. White took a pawn, giving up the white queen. But Mamedyarov had calculated with a series of checks, starting with the rook check, that this was the end of the game. This is really eerily reminiscent of Erigaisi's win earlier, checkmating with a rook and 2 bishops after sacrificing a queen. Here, there's simply no solace for the black king. This was how the game ended. Checkmating with a pawn, that's also very rare. But if the king had gone the other way, as we showed, then a rook check would have won the game. No matter where the king goes next, rook to g8 is checkmate. This is beautiful. It's a double check and a checkmate, hitting the king with the bishop, but also hitting the king with the rook. Just artistic from Mamedyarov.
Wow, what a player he is, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. But what a player also Jeffrey Zeong is. He is making his debut in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. He has won both of his first 2 games. One of them was against Anish Giri, and here he is against Aryan Tari. The bar is all the way over to his side. Could we see a 3rd win for the American?
Yes.
Wow.
I think we should see a 3rd win from the American. We've jumped in the late middle game. Both sides have queens, a rook and a minor piece. But if we do a quick count, White has an extra pawn. White is 1 pawn up for nothing right now. Also, I think White's pieces coordinate quite well. The white king relatively safe, but the black king could be a target later on. If you can imagine the white queen lining up with the white light squared bishop on a diagonal later, that could be the end of the game. You can tell on the body language as well. Zhong, super focused, really interested in the position. Aryan Tari just a bit deflated. There are a couple of threats, however. Black's rook is attacking the white bishop on the b1 square. Black's knight may be trying to jump around, causing some nasty forks. So you have to be slightly careful. I think we've jumped in at a critical moment. If Zhong is careful and accurate over the next 3 or 4 moves, he's going to win, guaranteed. But if he allows a trick from the black knight especially, then Tari could be right back in.
Yeah.
Jovanka, do you think there's any chance?
I'm just thinking that because there's no clear, concrete way to win, that maybe he will be just using time on the... Sorry, Jeffrey will be using time on the clock and maybe make some inaccuracies later on. That's about it. At the minute, I just think that this is a great position for White. There's a lot of threats on the board. You know, there's rook moving to the D line in order to eye up the knight. That's a big one.
Yeah.
And, of course, he has an extra pawn. We mustn't forget that. I forgot to count the material, David.
Yeah, an extra pawn. As mentioned, it will be key in any middle game, any end game. And this last bishop move, we should mention, it doesn't blunder. At first, I thought it did blunder. The black knight jumping in with a nasty fork, hitting the queen, hitting the rook. But Zhong has calculated that he can counterattack here with his queen. And he hits this undefended rook at the same time. So Black's knight does have time to go and grab the rook, but now after queen takes rook, White still maintains the extra pawn advantage. And with pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop will be better than the knight. The knight is not stable at all. It has no real outposts. Even if it sits in the middle of the board, white will simply reroute his bishop. I'm not sure exactly where. I think we'll see this position occur. But if the white bishop can somehow kind of zigzag back to this c4 square safely, then he should win. Simply 2 versus 1 advantage.
Yeah, and the great thing for white would be if they could actually trade off the bishop and for the knight and then just protect the king and start just escorting the extra pawn to its destination.
Yeah, the dream for white is either exchange off the bishop for the knight or exchange off the queens, and that would also be a very, very easy win. OK, we didn't see the black knight jump into the centre. We saw a pawn push from Ariantari. At least the queen and knight do act quite well together. At least you can imagine some threats being created. I did see maybe a slightly stronger move from Zhong. I think maybe he's just a bit impatient to convert his advantage. He had a stronger move earlier, but OK, now he is attacking this knight at least. And I'm not sure where the knight goes. As Jovanka mentioned, you don't want to allow an exchange. For example, if you just defend your knight, this position, as you mentioned, Jovanka, you just keep this king safe in the corner. Maybe you push a pawn forward. Now there are no checks, and then you just use your queen and create a passed pawn. It's very, very straightforward. So any exchanges of pieces favour white.
Yeah, and like you say, it's not easy to move that knight. Oh, unpleasant choices. And OK, with the clock situation, Ariantari just under 3.5 minutes. Oh, and he puts his knight in the middle of the board. I was a little bit reluctant to do this because I thought the knight was unstable, and plus it's on the same line as the queen. So I thought maybe it could be targeted.
Yeah, maybe there was just no other safe square. I guess it was choosing between 2 evils there for Arian. Either you go into an endgame, just the queens after the bishop and knight disappear, where you're struggling, or you have to put your knight on an unstable square. And I think Jeffrey, OK, first he improves his queen. He's also attacking black's h-pawn, so that needs to be defended. And then once that happens, I think he'll just step a pawn forward in front of the white king, the white g-pawn, and just stop all checks. Once all checks have been prevented, then the white pawns on the left side will start marching. It's kind of step by step here. It's that type of endgame now. You just don't want to rush. You don't want to allow any tricks. But look at Tari. He's not happy. He knows he's going down to defeat.
Yeah, it's looking very bad for him. I love the strategy that you've advocated. Take care of the king first, then you can take care of pushing those pawns forward. It's so simple and so easy, so effective.
Yeah, I think the first step of this master plan is to push the white g-pawn, find a safe square for the white bishop.
Yeah,
he's good at this, Jeffrey.
He is very good at this. And I was going to say, the one thing you shouldn't do is you should not be swayed by chasing pawns like the pawn on h6. Do not even think about grabbing that pawn. Queen is needed for the defense of the bishop and the pawn. And only now, when the king and the bishop are coordinating very nicely, overprotecting, then that's when you can think about grabbing material.
Yeah, meanwhile, black pushes Harry the h-pawn up the board. Again, this is just a typical way of causing some chaos. But this can be stopped. This can be blocked. White's h-pawn is likely to do the same. And actually, black's pawns now on the king side, they are fixed on light squares, and that is only good for white's light square bishop. So yeah, not ideal on either side of the board right now for Ariantari.
Yep, I like what you say. Just kill the counterplay before it even begins. Because otherwise, and it's there, done and dusted. And, well, Arian is trying with knights. Knights are crafty pieces.
Yeah. That's the one hope. The only hope really now for Ariantari is in rapid chess, knights are especially valuable. I remember once just playing blitz against Magnus, and for once I got a winning position, and then I messed it up. And first thing he said to me afterwards, he was like, "You should have got rid of my knight." Because, of course, he tricked me using his knight.
Because it's harder to keep track of all the squares that the knight controls, basically.
Yeah,
exactly. And there's a few moves that psychologically you miss, like you miss backward knight moves. For some reason, you only see them going forward. Same goes, whoa, we have a tactic on the board, actually.
Winning tactic.
Very nice tactic from Jeffrey, and it's going to net him some extra material. So he gave up a pawn, he gave up his bishop for a pawn, and in return he's given a check. And look at that queen, a backward queen move. She's gone and pinched the knight off the board.
Yeah, we just have to show that again in slow motion because it was such a clever move. So in this position, Black's knight looks like it's about to jump into the white camp, but it is undefended and loose pieces drop off. White's bishop now is actually in the way of his queen, so Jeffrey threw his bishop out the way, winning a pawn in the process. And after this bishop was recaptured, a nasty check. The queen has been unleashed, hitting the king, and as Jovanka mentioned there, the black knight did fall. A backward queen move, just like backward knight moves, sometimes difficult to spot. But, OK, white is 2 pawns up now. All Jeffrey needs to do, hide his king. The king cannot be checked here, no open diagonals. And I guess Ariane wants to just maybe attack these pawns. But white can deal with this in a variety of ways. It's really depressing for Ariane as well that white's queen can actually give some checks. The black king just too open. I don't really know where it goes, to be honest. The white queen now, sorry, can just give some checks, winning time with the checks and also guarding this pawn in the process. This one just looks game over. And look at this. Jeffrey, is he going to centralize the white queen, as we showed with a series of checks? This is the current position. Check, check, get back to the center. That's where queens belong, and then defend everything.
And Jeffrey is channeling his inner David Howe. Look at that, he predicted everything. No, but I mean, it's quite instructive, actually, how you do everything with time, everything with a check. And
Queen endgame 101. Check, check, check. Centralize the queen, then slowly improve. That's the order in which to do things.
Yeah. Well, this youngster, 21 years old, Jeffrey Young from the US. Is he someone we've known about for a long time? He is about to win his 3rd out of 3 games so far in the tournament.
Yeah, he's been very strong for a long time. I think he became a Grandmaster around the age of 14, 15. Was he a former World Junior Champion?
I don't know.
We need to check that. But yeah, I mean, he was a child prodigy. I think especially players who've followed online chess for a long time, he's had some great online results, especially in Blitz chess. And I've played him many times myself in the US.
Yeah, I do know in the 2020 he finished 2nd behind Wesley So in the US Championship. So obviously that's an incredibly strong tournament. And he's just a great player.
And is this a format that should fit him well? You said he's done great in online tournaments.
Yes, and not just is he great and quick and everything, but he's also very, very well prepared. And we have noticed one trend, Magnus aside, throughout the tour, always the best prepared players in the openings tend to do well. They tend to get through to the knockouts because they don't have to spend energy preparing in the mornings, preparing between games. They know their openings inside out, and that's one case for Jeffrey.
And you are correct. He is a former World Junior Chess Champion back in 2016.
Oh, yeah, Ariane, also a former World Junior Champion. So a battle of the former prodigies.
Definitely. And now they are up here fighting with the best in the world. And Jeffrey Young is about to take sole lead in the tournament. If he wins this game, that will be 3 out of 3 and 9 points for the young American. Super impressive. In his very first tournament also in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
I was thinking, have we had someone start off like this in the debut?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Wei Yi did very well a couple of months ago.
Yes, he did.
On his debut on day 1 at least. But maybe Artemiev, but I don't think he started this fast in the prelims.
And well, talking about the youngsters, Arjun Erigaisi, another win for him as well against another top player, Timur Rajabov, winning 2 in a row. The youngest player in the tournament at only 18. Wow. The youngsters, they are here to fight for the knockouts.
That's true. And also, Ju Wenjun has lost against Levon Aronian. So this is great news for Levon Aronian because his loss in the 2nd round against Arjun Erigaisi was horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the type to actually ruin your tournament, that kind of loss. Yeah. And, OK, well, he is following the rule book, Jeffrey. He's just protected his king, and now he's just going to escort his pawn towards its, well, to where it wants to go, the B8 square. First, he has to take care of the F2 pawn. Done that. And now, that's it.
Yeah, Ariantari has resigned, 2 pawns down in a hopeless position, but hats off to Jeffrey Jean. He's on fire.
Yeah, it's over. Another win for the young American and a loss for the only Norwegian in the tournament, Ariantari. Another great game then by Jeffrey. Let's take a look at it, David. Where did he get his win?
Yeah, we jumped into a position where Jeffrey was already in charge. Jeffrey had already won 1 pawn, and he used tactics to increase his advantage. And here, he might have been in for a really tough, kind of technical, long path to victory if he had just played a quiet move, if he had just retreated the white bishop, for example, allowing the black knight into his position, hitting some pawns. But we showed this a bit earlier. Just that tactical awareness is so key in queen endgames. Looking for checks, looking for captures in every position, and that started with a sacrifice, a temporary sacrifice, winning a key pawn, because now, after the bishop was recaptured, this check, hitting the black king and hitting this black knight won the game. And as we saw, we'll whiz forward to the final position in a moment, but as we saw, 2 pawns is too much of an advantage in a queen endgame. If we fast forward now, the final position here, Ariantari resigned simply because the white king is too safe. In queen endgames, you are always winning if you have an extra pawn and if your king is safe. Black's king open to a lot of checks, white's king, that is not the case. And also, notice how Jean positioned his queen on the last move. He positioned his queen on a square, it defends every single pawn. And in the final position, all that needs to be done is for the white queen now to step forward and guard its pawn and its promotion. It's fantastic technique, but all to do with tactics from Jeffrey Jean.
The youngsters are showing muscles in the FTX road to Miami, but coming up in the final round of today, we will follow 2 of the biggest favorites, Levon Aronian against Anish Giri. That's coming up in a little less than 20 minutes. We're going to take a quick break now, but when we come back, we will start building up to the big 50th anniversary of the 1972 World Chess Championship match. That will be tomorrow. That will be the 50th anniversary. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Seriously? Checkmate. Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew.
Welcome back to FTX Road to Miami. We are looking forward to the final round of today, round 4. We're going to follow 2 of the big guns, Levon Aronian against Anish Giri. But now we're going to bring you along to Iceland, because tomorrow will mark the big 50th anniversary of the 1972 World Chess Championship match between the great Boris Spassky and his challenger, Bobby Fischer. Now, the match itself was dramatic, but so was definitely also the build-up to the match.
1972, a World Championship match took place between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky. It's now regarded as one of the most famous matches in chess history. Now here we are in Iceland again, retracing their footsteps, and today we're going to meet the main organizer of that famous 1972 match. He invited us to meet him at the Bobby Fischer Center in Selfoss.
My name is Guðmundur.
It was a big challenge for Guðmundur Thorarinsson, setting up the match of the century.
And our only wish is to enrich the chess world.
It all started when a journalist called him asking about his new job as the president of the Icelandic Chess Federation.
I said, I have nothing to do with the Chess Federation. And he said, last Sunday there was a general meeting and you were elected the president of the Chess Federation. No, I was not there, I said, and I don't know anything about this or the Chess Federation.
No one wanted the job, so his little brother had nominated him.
I became very angry and said, how could you do this? He said, is that you just live with it for 2 or 3 years and then you go away. There is nothing to do in the Chess Federation. Nothing happens.
Little did he know what was coming.
Then there came a letter.
Iceland was invited to participate in a bid for the World Championship match. This was of big interest to the board of the Icelandic Chess Federation, but not to Thorarinsson.
This is a nonsense, that we have no money to take part in a bid like this. I don't like this. There is no sense in participating in this. They kept pressing me, and I said, you're just creating a work for me to prepare a bid for this. I don't do this. But they kept pressing, so I thought maybe I'll send some kind of a bid to, get out of this dispute.
Iceland had the third largest bid.
I said, there you see, I was right. This was just, you were just creating a work for me for preparing all this, and there was never a chance that we could win this match.
But the world champion, Boris Spassky, wanted to play in Iceland.
Iceland, I said, is that possible? Yes, Spassky says he wants to play in Iceland. And I, who never wanted to be the president of the Chess Federation and never wanted to participate in the match, stood there with the whole problem.
One of the problems, a major one, was getting Bobby Fischer to come to Iceland. Thorarinsson argued with Fischer's lawyers.
And they said, we can't get him to come to Iceland to play unless you raise the prize money. And I said, there is no possibility that we do that. I didn't even have the money to pay the prize money that we had made a bid for.
On the day the World Championship was to be opened, Thorarinsson was still arguing with Fischer's lawyers.
It's over because of how you handle this foolishly. You tell them that there will be no match.
Thorarinsson was late for the official opening of the championship. When he finally entered the building, he was met by 2 representatives from the foreign ministry.
And they said, what kind of a man are you? Iceland is very unlucky to have a man like you. You have the president and the government and the ambassadors and the world chess champion waiting here for 20 minutes for you.
Thorarinsson could not reveal what was going on with Fischer.
And I said, you have to give me 5 minutes. I have to talk to the board of the Chess Federation. And they said, no way. And they came to and they took under my arms and took me to the stage and said, get up there, you foolish man, and open the match.
He was about to close the match when it suddenly struck him.
A meter from the podium, I decided to open it. Like nothing had happened. And then it came to my mind that I can always close it. So I opened it with a lousy speed.
Game 1 started.
Well, Spassky is waiting.
And Fischer did not show up.
I just wondered if you've ever seen Mr. Fischer, if you have any proof that he actually exists.
Spassky was very worried. He said to me, Guðmundur, this cannot go on any longer. And I think he had been waiting here for maybe a week or 10 days or something like that. And then he said, and was very determined, you have to solve this on a higher level. Higher level? I said, yes. It's the only way to solve this is to solve it on a higher level. I didn't have the imagination to think of a higher level, but I said, well, if that is the possibility, I'll do that.
It was indeed taken to a higher level. Foreign Minister Henry Kissinger motivated Fischer.
He said, the Americans want you to go to Iceland and beat the Soviet Union. It's of vital importance. And they said, Bobby Fischer changed at this moment. His face became like that of a soldier going to a war. And he said, I'll do that.
Wow, what a story. The build-up to the 1972 match, it almost didn't happen. I'm surprised to hear how close it actually was.
Yeah, so many twists and turns, so much drama with Bobby Fischer especially. And yeah, I think it was a bit of a miracle that we got the match. Imagine if we'd missed out on what was just an incredible battle between two of the strongest players of all time. And full credit to those in Iceland especially for making it happen, and to Boris Spassky for his patience and the willingness to play Fischer after all of that.
Well, Bobby Fischer, he eventually did turn up and he did play the match. He did have all those demands that we heard about. He wanted to up the prize fund. He wanted control over where the cameras were and commentating of it. Is it a little bit like what we see from Magnus Carlsen now, Jovanka? So Magnus Carlsen has some demands, maybe. He's not sure if he will play the match or if he will play it. I mean, can we compare him a little bit to what Bobby Fischer was doing in the 70s?
Yeah, I think every world champion brings some new ideas to the game, some new ideas to revolutionise the format, maybe to kind of breathe some life. I know Bobby Fischer wanted to professionalise the game, up until that point. Players, didn't really get paid so well. And it's thanks to Bobby's efforts that the players actually are able to make a very decent living from the game. And there you see Magnus, of course, he's world champion now for many years and many time over. And of course, he wants to revolutionise or maybe even just introduce some changes just to liven things up, because we live in a different time and chess has to keep on adapting. And what was popular 20 years ago with these very long classical games, are very hard fought, might not necessarily be what the public requires or maybe what chess has to provide for everyone to be entertained.
Or even very long matches. 21 games is what they played in 1972. That must be exhausting. And David, as a chess player, are you happy Fischer did what he did and his demands, and that he did actually up prize money? He maybe did make chess a little bit more professional.
Yeah, I mean, Fischer left a legacy. He shone very brightly, but for maybe not such a long time, but for the years where he was active, when he was conquering the chess world, I mean, without him, we would be years behind. It was on the chessboard with so many new ideas, fresh ideas, a certain way of playing off the chessboard with such high expectations in every sense. He was maybe one of the first top players as well to constantly exercise, to prioritize the physical part of chess, making it a sport, and also, of course, the headlines which he brought to the game. I mean, chess was on front pages all over the world during his time, so he did a lot, and yeah, it's all thanks to this 72 match.
Yeah. Now, this was the build-up to the match itself that lasted 21 games, and tomorrow will be the big anniversary, July 11th, of the first game. So we're going to deep dive into the match. We're going to get to know the two big players a lot better, and here is a little taste of what's coming on the big anniversary tomorrow.
Today, we're going to meet the main organizer of that famous 1972 match.
He was one of the big heroes. He was this very creative, strange genius.
And they took under my arms and took me to the stage. Get up there, you foolish man, and open the match.
Well, I'd like to be a world champion and keep it for maybe 20 years or so.
And then he said, you have to solve this on a higher level. Higher level?
This is the area.
So exactly here they would have played.
A meter from the podium, I decided to open it, like nothing had happened. We believe that it was his own wish to be outside, far away from most of the crowd.
And he just somehow pressed their shoulders to start playing.
The Americans want you to go to Iceland and beat the Soviet Union. It's of vital importance. Both of us changed at this moment. His face became like that of a soldier going to a war.
A big day for chess tomorrow, that 50th anniversary. We will celebrate it big time together with all of you. And we're also going to keep watching the fantastic games in the FTX Road to Miami, hopefully learning some chess. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now, because here is today's Lisoveta Learning Point.
In today's Learning Point, we're going to talk about calculation. This game, this position, is from a match between Wei Yi and Radek Wojtaszek from Poland. Here, it's white to play, and Wei Yi is a fantastic calculator. He's had this skill from a young age, but with this sequence, the following sequence, he showed how he has mastered this particular skill. And it all started in this position. The first thing chess players look for, as we've mentioned, checks and captures. No checks in this position, but Wei Yi spotted that he could potentially capture a pawn. There are, however, consequences, and he broke down his calculation into small, manageable chunks. And this started with a knight sacrifice. Knight takes pawn. It looks impossible. It looks like this knight is just given up for free, but Black's pieces are so loose, so unstable, that he can make this work. If the black knight captures now, then bishop takes knight would suddenly see this black bishop drop off. And suddenly, remember, white capturing a pawn on the first move, white has won a pawn in the process. Instead, however, after the black pawn recaptured, we see a trade, and this knight being unstable now, due to that previous sacrifice, allowed the white rook to step up the board. This is calculation in small chunks. This was just a 2 or 3 move variation. Now white's rook winning this knight, because if the knight moves away, the bishop drops. However, Wei Yi had looked at a little bit further. He saw another combination that he had to calculate clearly. He saw the black rook could come across, trying to come down and checkmate the white king. He saw, however, that he could just step forward with a pawn, creating some luft, creating some breathing space, and he saw much further than this, but I definitely recommend checking out this game, working on your calculation with the help of puzzles.
It was a win for Wei Yi in that game. And let's take a look at results from round 3 in the preliminaries. Another round with wins for some of the young players. Arjun Erigaisi, the youngest player in the tournament, 3 points, winning a great game against Timur Rajabov. And we also did see Jeffrey Tiong winning against Arjan Tari, another 3 points for the young American, but also Levon Aronian making a comeback, his first win so far in the tournament against Ju Wenjun, and Shahryar Mamedyarov winning that entertaining battle against Richard Report, a very impressive win for Mamedyarov. So let's take a look at the standings after the first 3 rounds. We do have the young American in sole lead with 9 out of 9 possible points. We didn't see that coming, did we?
No, some big surprises simply. And also look at the second half of the table, out of the qualification spots right now. Levon Aronian, Anish Giri, Richard Rapport, Lenia Dominguez, Timur Rajabov, all of these would maybe be big favourites for the event, but they're currently struggling.
I mean, I actually would have said it should have been the other way around, right?
Yeah, flip the 2 halves of the table and that may be the expected scores, but currently the youngsters doing a good job.
They are really doing a good job, the youngsters, and I'm excited now to see the games coming up in the final round for today, round 4 in the preliminaries. Hans Niemann against Arjan Tari. We have another All-American battle. Samuel Sevian against his fellow American. They are both 21 years old, Jeffrey Tiong. And we are going to follow the game between Levon Aronian and Anish Giri. They are 2 of the big guns in the tournament. Both of them definitely able to win the whole thing. But in this one, who do you hold as a favorite, Jovanka?
It's a tough one, but I'm going to say it's going to be a draw. Yeah. There you go. I'm going to hedge my bets. I think Levon, I think he will still be thinking about that painful loss that he got in round 2. And Anish playing with the black pieces, I think it's going to be very difficult if he meets a very solid Levon Aronian.
Yeah. Anish Giri, he has played 2 draws and he lost 1 game so far. He wants to finish the day with a win, definitely. Let's head into the play zone. 16 players. They are spread out all over the world in different time zones. It's getting so late for our 2 Chinese players. It is a comfortable time in the middle of the day for the many Americans. But Levon Aronian, he is playing from his home country right now, Armenia, even if he has switched federations to the US. And Anish Giri also playing from Europe. Our 16 players getting ready for the final round of day 1 in the FTX road to Miami. 2 spots in the next tournament. The big major FTX Crypto Cup is up for grabs in this tournament. And Levon Aronian and Anish Giri, they want to go all the way to the final, but they need to score some points. It hasn't been the best start for either of them. Levon Aronian will have the white pieces in this one. What kind of opening are you expecting, David?
I'm thinking he's going to push his queen spawn on the first go. When Aronian has beaten Giri in the past, and I should mention he's beaten Giri a lot, their matchup's very, very one-sided. But when he has beaten Giri, it's normally through attacking him from the off and avoiding maybe mainstream opening battles. He knows that Anish is fantastic in the opening. He should guide the game. He normally tries to guide the game towards sharp, kind of complex, very tense positions with lots of pieces on the board. I remember looking at their stats from over-the-board chess a couple of years ago, and it was just incredible. I think he'd beaten Giri more than a dozen times, and Giri had nearly never beaten him. So, yeah, this matchup, I think, will favour Aronian if he can get out of the opening in good shape.
And Giri is known for hardly ever losing games, especially in classical chess. So Levon Aronian, a little bit of his nemesis?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, quite possibly. Sometimes, regardless of how strong we are, we always have that one opponent that, just gets under our skin. Somehow the luck never goes our way. And, we will see whether Anish will manage to actually stabilise. And I know Anish, when talking about nemesis, Jordan Van Forest, who he's worked with for many years, has also been another one of those opponents who he just can't manage to score against. And, OK, we've kicked off. It's not been a queen's pawn. Instead, we've seen a Sicilian, so Levon consistently going for the approach he took in game 2.
Yeah, and you mentioned the scars of that defeat against Arjun Erigaisi. Aronian, he's not letting that affect him. He's repeated the exact same opening we saw a couple of games ago, but Anish Giri has chosen a different setup for black. So black now has fianchettoed his bishop, his dark squared bishop. Black's kingside structure, they're rock solid. And Aronian, how is he going to sharpen up this game? How is he going to bring it to life? He develops his bishop. White wants to step the queen forward 1 square on the next go, maybe centralize the white rooks, and only wait until later to open up the center. This is not regarded as the most ambitious approach for white. It's not maybe regarded as the most active or correct approach, but it's very much directed at the time format. First of all, the rapid format. It means that Anish is on his own already. He wouldn't have studied this for sure. But also it's directed at the opponent. He knows Anish, opening specialist, won't be able to use anything he's studied in the past. It's just about understanding now, putting pieces on good squares, seizing the moment later on. The game might sharpen up later, Jovanka.
Yeah, definitely will sharpen up later. I mean, for me, just looking at the pawn structure, looking at the pieces, I'm thinking that the issue is actually on this light square bishop that white has sitting there on the c4 square, because normally it's tucked behind the pawn chain. It's not really a target. And can black, for instance, try and trade it off?
Yeah, start chasing it already.
Yeah.
Maybe bring the knight to the edge of the board. Attacking this bishop, this would be very, very logical. And actually, you can't really avoid the knight for bishop exchange, right? Because if the bishop runs away from the exchange, you only help black push pawns forward. You kick this bishop, you kick it back once again, and this bishop eventually will get traded off for a knight. I'm very surprised Anish didn't go for that, however. Maybe he just thought Aronian will ignore this, and a knight for bishop exchange. It's not clear who this helps, because suddenly white gets a semi-open file on the d file. White has 2 very strong pawns here, kind of keeping control over the light squares, but instead Anish just pushed a pawn, and this is not kind of usually advised because this pawn could be a big target. I think the idea, if white had pushed the queen forward, attacking this pawn twice now, is that black can slide the king across and defend this square. However, watch out for this to be a weakness later, this black pawn. And Aronian, meanwhile, decided, OK, let's just slide the rook across, hinting at opening up the centre. Anish has to decide whether to allow a pawn push here or whether to lock it down. Quite a typical idea in this type of position would be to push a pawn forward. It looks a bit anti-positional, but you gain time against the white bishop. OK, he's done this, and when the white bishop retreats, I'm expecting this direction, because if you'd retreated the other way, you're just staring against a very well-fortified wall of pawns. But yeah, when the bishop retreats, I'm expecting at some point, maybe Jovanka's idea, go for this bishop or offer a trade of your own bishop. And play very much becomes a type of Italian game, a slower type of maneuvering position, but it's not a bad one for black. Black has a lot of control over some key squares.
Yeah. It does feel like it's going to be a battle between white's long-term trumps, which is kind of like good pieces, also good control over the light squares, versus black's very flexible pawn structure. You know, he has the possibility, should he wish to try to trade off some pieces and also maybe initiate some play.
You could definitely imagine the knight jumping out the way and black throwing some pawns forward. As you mentioned, very flexible. And this structure, we've been talking about world champions a lot today, but this is known as the Botvinnik type of pawn structure. You can have it with reverse colours from the English opening. And it looks odd because there's kind of a hole in the middle. There's an outpost for a white piece to sit on. But the key is that you stop any white pawn breaks. So you stop white from ever advancing forward in the centre. And OK, now Anish Giri, he wants to advance on every flank possible. He wants to push this pawn forward to maybe join its fellow pawns there on the 5th rank, but also to gain time against the bishop. You could definitely imagine a situation where, OK, the knight jumps in now, but you could imagine a situation where if white is too slow, then the black knight will retreat and, for example, look at all these black pawns pushing forward, gaining space, and white is very, very cramped.
That's beauty. I love that position for black. Yeah.
And yeah, I think because white is scared of getting cramped and all the black pawns pushing forward, if you're lacking space, exchange off a set of pieces. But downside, Jovanka, is that after a knight trade, suddenly you could definitely imagine black's pawns pushing forward, opening up some lines. Now the black rook sitting on a great file, potentially.
Totally. Yeah, I would do this in a heartbeat. I don't think I would pause too much for that. Also, black has the opportunity to expand, as you mentioned, you know, to have it all. You know, he can push that pawn whenever he wants to on the right side, but also, you know, why not grab as much as you can on the left as well?
Gain some time against this bishop.
Yep.
That would be very logical. I know Magnus Carlsen, he loves this type of pawn structure as black in the Sicilian, in the Spanish opening, in various different structures. And I was going to say, he will take this knight off in a heartbeat, and he will either push this pawn now, or maybe he'll gain some time against this bishop first, kick this bishop back somewhere, and only now push forward with this pawn. Magnus loves this type of thing as black. He's rock solid in the centre, and then he'll start initiating play on one side of the board. Yeah, I've seen many examples of this type of thing happen before. It's not to say that black has got the advantage or black is doing well necessarily, but black has a clear plan. For white, it's less clear. Maybe white's idea is to just ignore everything that's going on over there and push his own pawns to try and destabilise black's stronghold on c5. So, interesting game ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have to say, you know, I think white's position seems very unnatural. You know, it's the plans that you highlighted there. It takes some courage to just ignore all the action that's happening in the centre and just go, whoa, you know what, I'm just going to play on the left and confuse you a little bit. So I like Anish's position quite significantly. And I'm trying to, I have to say, one of my pet hobbies is to watch these two, it's on the board, is to watch players in their natural habitats, in their homes. And it just seems to be that Levon is not 100%, well, comfortable, and I say that, and he's played the plan that you highlighted, destabilise the centre.
So you said that before he played
before, yeah, that's
right.
But
has your opinion changed now that he played that move so quickly? And look at the clock times, he's very speedy. Is that confidence, or is that false confidence from Levon Aronian?
Yeah, this is the thing. These guys play amazing chess, so that does inspire me to trust them a little bit, or quite a bit actually. And well, hang on a second. There's been a few committal decisions just now. I mean, I'm not sure about pushing that pawn forward and just locking down the tension.
Yeah, Anish Giri playing very quickly this last move. I'm looking at his air quality as well. Looks decent, very warm over there in the Netherlands. But yeah, very committal decision you mentioned, Jovanka. And Black's pawn's pushing forward. The centre is now completely closed again. But Black has gained space. Is he going to launch a pawn storm against the White King?
That's what I would think. Yeah, you've pushed White. You pushed the F pawn. Why not go forward with the G pawn and the H pawn? And
Yeah.
No.
The answer
He's
is
changed.
No.
Okay, so maybe he's kind of saying, let's solidify the left side before we even think about initiating operations on the right.
Yeah, and maybe one downside behind pushing these pawns. Firstly, it takes a long time as Black. You need to go step by step to push pawns towards the White King. I mean, this would have been logical to me, but one of the downsides is that White's pawn can now push forward. And now this Black pawn is fixed. It's what we call a backward pawn. It can never march forward without being captured. And if it ever does march forward, it will just simply get taken, and Black is left with two weak, isolated pawns on this side of the board. If you don't step this pawn forward, meanwhile, it will just be a clear target for White's rook, tying down the Black bishop at home on its start square. So it makes some sense what Anish has just done, pushing his pawn forward, and Levon says, OK, it's still a weakness, I'm still going to target it, and it's OK, I was going to say it's surely time for Anish to just ignore this side of the board now and initiate his attack by pushing pawns, but no, he moves his queen first. Anish is a perfectionist by nature. He wants everything to be nice and pretty before he starts attacking. But it feels a bit slow, this queen advance. I would have just rushed, I think. I'm not sure about you, Jovanka. Just push this pawn forward, maybe bring the knight this direction.
Patience is not my virtue either, so I would have also rushed with the pawns. But,
But the reason I like this queen on the d8 square is because, for example, if, let's say, White moves the bishop, now you move the knight, now the queen actually protects this pawn, so you're ready to push forward with h5, and then ready to throw all the Black pawns towards the White King. Now where the queen stands, suddenly, if you push this pawn, it's not defended by a Black queen ever. And look at what Levon Aronian's done. He's getting ready to throw pawns forward in the centre to explode open the position on the next go. I mean, looks like Black is defending this square so many times, 4 times. 2 pawns and 2 pieces defending the square, but Aronian is not caring at all. He wants to open things up. And also, this pawn, it is attacked, it is vulnerable, but if it gets captured, suddenly the Black queen would lose protection of this b pawn. So White's rook now would just be too strong.
Yeah, it's a critical moment, as you've highlighted. White's threatening to blast open the centre. Alternatively, maybe even start looking at that weak pawn. So 2 weaknesses. Difficult to react to that one, actually. I mean, somehow or other, you would like the light square bishop to be somewhere on the board, just not where it is.
This Black light square bishop, yeah.
I mean,
I would have loved to, for example, if we go back again, I'm being too critical of Anish Giri's moves here, but if you push forward, if now White does the same, then at least you can make an argument for pushing your pawn again, and suddenly your bishop stands on a great square. I guess there are some tactics here. The White knight could jump out the way with a check. It gets a bit complicated, but this type of thing, at least you have a potential home at some point for your bishop. I'm just worried in the current position. Levon Aronian, maybe I'm just influenced by the speed with which he's playing. More than 15 minutes still, and getting ready to explode things open. If the position does open up, and if Levon has a 5-minute time advantage, then they're going to go in one way.
Anish, spending a lot of time, again, on this move. And, well, Levon Aronian, known to be a big gentleman in the world of chess. But we do love ourselves a little bit of drama. And we're going to talk about that. But first, this move.
Really interesting move. In the current position, Anish Giri decides, OK, he's pushed this pawn forward 1 square 2 moves ago. He's going to push it forward again.
Wow.
It looks like all the top players are forgetting that pawns can move 2 squares forward on their first go. But the reason is, now that the White rook has been lured away to this square, the White bishop is undefended. So, for example, if we see an exchange, then White doesn't have time to win this pawn because actually his bishop is attacked on a2. So rook takes pawn would be met by rook takes bishop, winning a piece. And that means that if you want to trade pawns, all my arrows there, you have to move your bishop out the way first or defend it. So this would cost Aronian some time.
All right. Well, now he's thinking Levon Aronian, and I'm just going to bring us back a few months in time. There was a big Twitter drama in the chess world. Someone hacked Anish Giri's Twitter account, and we're going to talk about the response from Levon Aronian because he implied in this tweet, I think, that Anish Giri wasn't hacked, that it was Anish himself who wrote those tweets referring to a Columbo episode where, well, the murderer tries to help the police. I was very surprised when I saw this tweet by Levon. He usually always stays away from the big drama. Were you surprised when you saw this, David?
I was extremely surprised, and yeah, I mean, I'm still not sure what to say to this, to be honest. Most of the top guys, they kind of kept their opinions private. They didn't react to all the hacking and everything that went on, or the fallout. But yeah, I must say, I've seen a lot of Columbo episodes. It's pretty much every episode. Detective Columbo ends up befriending the
criminal,
yeah. the victim / criminal, and finding out. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what Anish thinks about this. I'm not sure whether there's been any bad blood between them since. Either way, it could be motivation for Anish to try and get revenge and try and show Levon who's boss here. But
yeah,
I mean, what else is there to say? It's still a very touchy subject, I think.
Yeah. I mean, but talking about Anish, you know, recently he was in Madrid with Magnus and other members of the Play Magnus group, like Jan-Krzysztof and Judith Polgar, and they got along fine. So, I mean, presumably it's probably okay.
The drama is over.
Water under the bridge. Yeah, you know, these things do happen when it comes to hacking, and also not being hacked. Also, I don't know. It's a complicated scenario.
Yeah.
But okay, we do have an interesting move from Levon, because out of all the moves, I was not expecting that one. Yeah. To retreat the bishop to the starting square, switch angles. Nope. Didn't cross my mind.
It's as if these top players are just showing off now. It's just they think they can get away with anything. They can break all the rules. They can move a pawn 1 square forward. Next move it again. They can retreat their pieces to their starting squares. As Jovanka mentioned, it's just changing angle, changing direction. And if we jump in, we can see why this mysterious bishop move was made. This bishop actually gets in the way. I think that's the issue. He gets in the way of the queen. The queen wants to support her pawn on the d3 square, and maybe wants to support it pushing forward, and by retreating the bishop, now the queen does support this pawn. For example, pawn to d4 is definitely on the cards on the next turn. It's exploding open the centre if that does happen. Also, the bishop stepping back, as well as that pawn push, you could see the bishop land on this diagonal, and actually it has a whole bunch of targets if it does find this square. So really, really clever. Whether it's good or not, I'm not so sure. This is definitely not a game that I'll be showing any students, though. You know, trying to figure out the rules of chess, where to put your pieces, how to push pawns. No. But interesting stuff, nonetheless. I think Giri's problem, though, is what to do. You want to, as Jovanka mentioned, improve this bishop. Okay, you want to improve it, but how? That's the question. Instead, he moves his rook across, defending this pawn, but that feels a bit slow, and is now the moment for Levon Aronian to explode things open in the centre. I think it might be. Black has not completed development. White's pieces look a bit clumsy. But if you throw your pawn forward in the centre after a whole bunch of exchanges, it just feels like after this pawn push, Black's queen is just getting kicked around. And suddenly, wherever she goes, wherever she hides, White's queen might land on a decent diagonal soon. The white bishop might come out to this diagonal. Maybe this was his plan all along. At the very least, you could recapture this pawn in the centre that you sacrificed just a couple of moves ago. It's double-edged, but it looks good for White.
Looks great to White, to my eyes, especially because, say, the queens come off in this final kind of position. You can just see that very strong central pawn that White has is just going to control and dominate the game.
Yeah, this pawn just looks fantastic. And yeah, it could well push forward on the next few moves. Looking good for Aronian.
Yep, certainly looking good. And whilst Aronian is considering whether to bite the bullet and just launch that pawn forward, well, we can see that Levon is playing from his home in Armenia. But OK, he's gone for it.
Yeah, big move. The game's speeding up, livening up, and probably in Aronian's favour. Still a big time advantage as well. 3 extra minutes on the clock.
Yep. Definitely, and I was just going to show, you know, this is a very exciting game, and it's really nice to share everyone's watching from home, their excitement, how they're following the show. And we have Cosmon, who is watching from Barcelona. Ooh. Whilst cutting some jamon. Well, enjoy the good food. And, OK, so we have a trade of pawns, and the line that you mentioned, David, is probably going to occur. White has to push the pawn and attack the queen. What else to do?
Yeah, push it forward. Very logical.
Gain time.
Quite strong.
Yeah. Spring forward with the pawn. And, OK, so Levon doing good things. You know, he's taking his time, not being too rash, but he should do that. And then Smagnalito is also watching us from home, from South Africa. Ooh. And is also cheering for Mamedyarov. And, OK, the pawn has stepped forward, attacking the queen. And Anish decides to move the queen to the c5 square, just keeping contact with the black pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah, actually, I think this is a much stronger move than the one I suggested in the previous variation, because now the white bishop, the white dark square bishop, cannot go to the edge of the board onto that fantastic diagonal. Now the black queen controls that key a3 square. So white's bishop at the bottom of the board now, struggling to find a good diagonal. So temporarily, black is 1 pawn up. Maybe we can show just one variation that I'm not so sure Levon Aronian should be tempted by, but if he does, for example, capture this pawn in the center with his queen, then after a queen trade, then I think white still has the advantage, but the pressure has lessened slightly. And with queens off the board, at least black can hope for a situation where he can maybe give up a pawn and survive a difficult endgame. I do think that maybe Levon Aronian, just style-wise, his best chances lie in the middle game. Here, actually, the more I look at it, the more I think it's great for white. White still has this very strong passed pawn. There's also a target on the b5 square, thanks to this pin on the b file. But yeah, in the meantime, black's piece is just not great, not active at all. I was going to say that this might be a mistake, but maybe this still maintains the safe advantage. Instead, if he wants to be more ambitious and maybe more characteristic of Levon Aronian would be to maybe move his bishop out the way, take this pawn with the bishop, gaining time, keeping the queens on the board, but also getting ready to gain time using the rook, trying to attack the queen and maybe break through to the 7th rank if possible. It's very, very sharp right now. This would be the risky option, keeping the queens on the board, but higher risk, higher reward, potentially. If he wants to play it safe, Levon, he might trade off the queens by taking this pawn back now.
Oh, we should take a bet. What do you think he's going to go?
I think he'll keep the queens on.
I think he's going to keep the queens on as well. OK, but I have to go opposite. So, you know, queen takes pawn.
I'll let you go first, and then I
would. You can bet on the same.
Oh, OK. This doesn't necessarily change too much. He trades off a set of pawns here. I'm assuming Anish Giri is going to take back with a pawn. You could make an argument for taking with the rook, potentially, but structure-wise, this pawn is maybe not as good as a potential pawn on the b-file compared to now, where it's further advanced, maybe stronger.
Yeah. But when it comes to, like, this rook trade, you know, it's quite a key moment for me because, you know, would that rook sitting on b1 be a sleeping giant? Like, it might not be great now, but later on, you showed some lines where rook could possibly come into the 7th row, and that one could be the culprit.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right. Maybe now trading, you might not have a great pawn here, that isolated pawn, but OK, he does take with the pawn, but trading off these rooks would be maybe a small gain for black. Here, Jovanka, just in the theme of putting pieces back on their starting squares, would Aronian put his rook back in the corner, threatening maybe some bishop jumps to this long diagonal, using the rook indirectly to protect this square. That would have been cool, seeing a bishop retreat to its start square and then this piece back to its start square. But, OK, we don't have that dilemma to face. Pawn takes pawn was played, and it's our bet again.
Yep, on the board.
Oh, you were right. Oh,
no, would you believe?
Have I ever won a bet against you, Jovanka?
I think you have.
If I have, it might have been one bet. You've won about 100 now.
You need to hire Jovanka to choose our lottery numbers. You are great at these bets.
Well, I was actually doing the same with my co-commentator, Norway Chess, you know, and I would win as well. Yeah. But it just goes to show, you know, I just think there's intuition and there was no calculation behind it was just Well, going for opposite David.
Yeah.
That was it.
Intuition is good. But meanwhile, so Levon Aronian, he has taken the safe approach, offering this queen exchange. Okay, first there was an kind of a trade of pawns, which doesn't change the nature too much. But Anish Giri, he needs to find a solution. Once the queens do come off, and I think they will come off, he needs to get the black pieces active. Black's bishop, light squared bishop, still at home asleep. Black's dark squared bishop just pointing against a very strong white pawn. Black's knight not on a great circuit. Anish, you just have to take the queens off. Surely. No, he doesn't take the queens off the board. But this black queen is in no man's land now, and she's going to lose a lot of time.
Totally.
I'm shocked by this one, I must say. I thought queens coming off was a guarantee. Maybe Anish didn't want to suffer in a kind of position where he's only playing for a draw. It would have been a 2-result game, a white win or a draw, if the queens had come off. Here, by keeping the queens on, he wants to play for 3 results, but this is playing with fire. The white bishop, dark square bishop could move, the white rook can step up 1 square, attacking the black queen. You gain so much time against this queen either way.
Yeah, I have to say it was my natural instinct to actually just move the dark square bishop. You know, line it up with the queen and then start using the one of those rooks to just come in and start taking control of the open C line. It looks great for Levon.
Yeah.
And
feels like Anish just desperate to keep the queens on the board. He's going to kind of give away 2 or 3 tempi, 2 or 3 moves just to achieve that. And in chess, that's not really how it works. Every move has such a high price. And yeah, we see the evaluation bar did react as well. And sometimes we disagree with the evaluation bar, but here I think we can understand why. I think Anish, he just made that move for psychological reasons, for practical decisions. Yeah, I know for a fact, if this was over the board chess, classical time control, he would have traded the queens and just defended that or tried to defend that endgame. And Aronian counter-attacking.
Yeah, a nice little counter-attack there. I like that move, actually. Okay, yes, it changes the nature of the position. You know, suddenly black might have 2 bishops against a bishop and a knight, but white's pawn is so strong.
Yeah, white's central pawn, that is the potential killer, right?
Yeah.
That's the potential key to the position. And just to show what's just happened, we were shocked that that Anish Giri didn't trade off the queens. Firstly, I was shocked that Levon Aronian offered the queen trade, and I was even more shocked that Anish didn't take it off the board. At least here, maybe you can hope to defend this endgame, even if you lose a pawn as black. At least all the pawns will be on one side of the board. Still no easy breakthrough for white, but keeping the queens on allowed Levon Aronian not to attack the black queen as I thought he might with a rook stepping forward, but counter-attacking, ignoring the threat against this bishop in order to create a counter-threat against this undefended knight. So queen takes bishop now would simply be met by bishop takes knight, a fair exchange, and suddenly, after the black rook moves, I think this is just going to end in disaster for black. If you look at the black king, only 1 defender around it, and that defender is about to be traded off on the next turn. This would be disastrous. Also, black's queen miles away from anywhere useful. Instead, what else for Anish Giri in the current position? Do you defend this knight? Maybe you can move the knight, attacking the white queen. Where will Levon Aronian put his queen then?
Yeah, that was a nice
Maybe
option.
That's the question. Where does this queen go? I mean, this bishop is still under fire as well. Do you step her 1 square forward, but then you walk into an attack from this black bishop, which finally moves, gaining time?
Or maybe you can just offer a queen trade. Since
now you offer the queen trade. Yeah, going back this way maybe.
Go.
Yeah, and I guess you have activated this bishop. You are gaining time against the black rook if the queens do disappear. And Anish clearly trying to avoid the queen exchange. Maybe Levon will force that queen trade in this manner. I was also wondering if you can keep the queens on with a move like this one, dropping it back into the corner, just with this nice, weird formation. But yeah, it looks like, at least from what we can see right now, this is Anish's best try. Maybe you can move the knight in the other direction to attack the white queen as well. Maybe there's an argument for this one.
Yeah, I thought the knight wasn't that stable, so I was looking at radical moves, like, you know, actually being really flashy and pushing the pawn forward with the same idea of going...
and this position, yeah, pushing a pawn forward, hoping for maybe bishop takes, and then...
It doesn't work.
Yeah. This would maybe be okay, but it wouldn't work here, I guess, for... Well, I'm not sure. Why wouldn't it work, Jovanka?
I don't know. I was thinking too many pieces are hanging.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird for black. Like, this queen is disconnected from her army, this knight is loose, this rook is undefended. but still some hope. So Anish Giri in the current position is this one after the bishop moves. He needs to deal with this knight. He needs to move it or defend it. And just as you say it, Jovanka, you should really play guess the move every game. You push the pawn forward.
Look at that, the bar's like, I was losing. You should not have played that at all.
But it's a human solution to a difficult problem.
Yeah. OK, so why does the bar hate it so much? So there must be a refutation.
So both bishops are under attack right now, this bishop and maybe this bishop as well.
Yeah.
And, yeah, how do you deal with it? I mean, first thing that comes to my mind would be, OK, Levon actually moves his bishop. I was going to say step forward with the rook, hitting the queen, at least guarding one bishop, but Levon guards one bishop by gaining time and also hitting the queen. And wherever the queen goes, again, I'm not sure where really. If it retreats, for example, maybe now you can either consider taking this pawn, using some tactics, or you could just step back, and these bishops still on great squares. It's unclear. I'm surprised the evaluation bar is so far in White's favour, but maybe there's something very strong here. Maybe in the current position, attacking this queen, maybe at some point this pawn is just going to drop.
Yeah. And also, you kind of called it a few moves earlier, that black queen is going to get chased around the board as well. And with every time that she does it, it's going to be white improving the pieces. So I
don't see a safe square for the black queen,
yeah.
Essentially. Maybe the black queen can go kind of back along the diagonal to the f5 square, but oof, it just feels a bit clumsy. And like you said, it just feels a bit loose, black's position. And also clock times, Anish, he's not great in time pressure compared to some of his kind of elite rivals. So 3 minutes, that is very, very scary times for Anish Giri fans.
Yeah, and he retreats his queen, probably to a safer square, but this does allow some captures. And goodness me, Levon is playing super quickly.
Yeah, Levon Aronian trusting his instincts, and White's bishop has fallen, but he got a knight in return. And also remember that black b pawn, it's dropped, it's off the board. And wow, is Levon Aronian just not thinking? Is he kind of levitating the pieces, the mouse? Because he reacted instantly to Anish Giri's attack on his queen. He dropped back, the black rook now under fire.
Isn't the rook going to fall?
Yeah,
I mean, the big threat is for the light square bishop to swoop all the way and give a check to the black king. Yeah. How do you get off that poisonous B line? You can't.
Yeah, we have to show this, Jovanka, because in the current position, if, as you mentioned, the rook is attacked, if you drop back, then this piece is loose. That is a check, getting the bishop out of the way, gaining time against the black king, and when the bishop is captured, White has time to go and grab the black rook. But the reason I'm so surprised that Levon Aronian is not even pausing is because here, retreating his queen, it was a very sensible move, but there are, for example, captures such as this one, taking a knight off the board, and if White gets greedy and takes the rook, then suddenly the black queen slides across, and whoops, I think actually White is the one struggling now to stop checkmate. This looks very, very strong for black. If you can't take this rook, you have to go and take the bishop. Yes, you're doing well. Yes, you have an extra pawn, but the game continues.
Yeah.
Black, at least opposite colour bishops, has some chances to save the draw. Can we see the players, though? We have to go back to the players, because I think this is the only move. Bishop takes knight. How else are you going to survive? Has Anish Giri seen this? He was shaking his head a moment ago. Yep,
he's found it, and the computer confirms absolutely only move. And yeah, the rook has to slide away to the centre, get off the poisonous B line, and yeah, White has a passed pawn, but as David mentioned, Black will have all control of the dark squares, and of course will have the ability, is always hoping to establish a fortress on the dark squares.
Yeah, and big threat, the one you mentioned, same tactic. The White bishop wants to jump out the way with a check, and the black rook on the b4 square is loose. It would drop off. So big, big threat in the position. And he's shaking his head as well, meanwhile. What to do? Do you have to move this black rook to a safe square? Do you have to use the other black rook to defend it? He needs to do something. Anish Giri, 1 minute, pawn down, but...
Oh, look at him.
He looks devastated, but fight. You just got to fight. Yes, it's a bad position. Yes, it's a difficult one, but...
Yeah, you got to show some resilience. OK, I like your suggestion of doubling the rooks. It's an active move, and, you know, Black can live on in the hope there's opposite colour bishops and maybe a trade of everything could happen. OK, instead he moves the rook to a safe square. And now it's a case of, if I were White, I would be thinking about just rerouting the bishop to even better diagonal. But first, this is nice to push the pawn.
Too tempting. That white pawn stepping forward. It's 2 squares away from promotion. It's going to paralyze at least one of the black rooks. One of black's rooks is going to act as a blockader now. But how does white break through? That's the question. As Jovanka mentions, actually, that I think you're right. You need to, at some point, recirculate your bishop onto the same diagonal as the black queen and the black king. Okay, first offering a trade of rooks. Oh, I'm not so sure about this. If you imagine the queens coming off, all the rooks coming off, opposite colour bishops, that might well be a draw.
Yeah.
So, okay, yes, you're exchanging off black's most active rook, but you're kind of helping black get some pieces off the board at least.
Yeah, that is true. The hope factor increases for Anish, but at the same time, he's still treading a very narrow path to safety.
Yeah, it's the hope that kills you. That's what I've been taught. You get a glimmer of hope, and then it's ripped away. And
Okay.
Okay, a small trick from Anish Giri. Now the black queen is actually staring down at one of the white rooks. So if white's other rook moves, black's queen will come down and capture a rook with check. So just setting a small trap there. No rook exchange yet for white. That would be a huge blunder by Levon Aronian. But okay, he's trying to force one rook off the board, and he's going to achieve that. Both white rooks are staring down at this black rook in the center. A rook exchange is guaranteed now. Yeah, it's going to be so hard to build a fortress on the dark squares as black.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might have been possible if black had all their pawns on the light squares. I'm just thinking of some kind of blockade. But as it stands, you know, there's a soft point on the G6 square. That's a little bit loose.
Also, if you look at that one remaining black pawn in the white half of the board, it's not really defensible long term.
Yeah, and you can't be 2 pawns down.
Yeah, 2 pawns will be too much. So a rook trade, white's queen steps back to recapture.
And, well...
It's going to be one-sided traffic.
Definitely. It's going to be threats galore. And...
Yeah, looking bad for Anish Giri in this game. I have to mention also, it's looking bad for Timur Rajabov in his game against Ju Wenjun. So Ju maybe getting her first win in the tournament. And actually, Timur Rajabov, he is one of the higher-seeded players with the biggest drop so far to make it to the knockout stage, whilst Jeffrey Chong and Arjun Ergaisi are both now among top 4 who are most likely to qualify. So already we are seeing some big changes, and we also saw a move in this game.
Yeah, Anish at least protecting everything, threatening the white rook. He's trying to coordinate the black army now. If the black rook can, for example, sit on a dark square protected by its bishop, everything will protect each other. He's going to curl up into a little ball, Anish, and try to try to say to Levon, "You will not pass. You shall not pass." But yeah, I feel silly picking Rajabov as my favourite for the tournament now. He's struggling, really struggling, and
he really is struggling. Yeah,
that would be a great result for Ju Wenjun if she can finish him off.
Yeah. Well, we have seen today a lot of the favourites struggling a little bit. Anish Giri, definitely one of those players.
Yeah, and Levon Aronian struggling. First 2 games losing. Now, what do you think, Jovanka? Second win on the bounce to strike back?
I think so. This is looking like a good position. And also, when I look at the clock situation, I mean, come on, Levon has just over 6 minutes, whilst Anish 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That's not that much time.
Yeah, he should be able to find the kind of killer touch to this game to end all resistance at some point. It just might not be in the next few moves. As you mentioned, yeah, he'll build up the threats, he'll set the traps. Anish with 30 seconds in a really difficult position, he might be able to ward off the first wave or 2 of the attack, but long term it shouldn't be enough.
Yeah, he can make a few non-moves as well, just to stabilise the situation.
Levon.
Yeah. I mean, he has all the time in the world, you know. I'm just thinking, you know, like you kind of suggest, like overprotect everything, keep it up in a ball, curl up in a ball, and then slowly, just slowly kind of switch diagonals with the bishop. And, OK, so he moves his queen. I didn't want the queen to go there. I wanted to go into overprotection mode.
The white queen.
Yeah.
I guess he's maybe setting a small trap in the position. If we do jump in, I mean, Anish Giri now setting a small trap. It looks like white's about to win a second pawn. He can play rook takes pawn here. He doesn't do that, he takes with the queen. This would have allowed a check, a nasty check, and after the king moves, suddenly a nasty skewer. a pin on this line. But instead, Levon saw this, of course, and he said, nope, I'm not going to fall into that trap. I'm going to take your pawn with my queen instead. Allowing the queens off the board, that's not ideal, but it is a 2-pawn advantage. And does Black have a fortress? The answer should be no. Black is 2 pawns down, and more importantly, this rook is extremely, extremely passive. So in the current position, it looks like sooner or later, White will improve the king, White will improve the rook, White will improve the bishop, and eventually the fortress should fall.
Yeah, it does look like that way, but still at the same time, I'm thinking in terms of the clock situation, it's now very easy for Anish to make some non-moves.
Yeah, that's that's great for Anish Giri. He can just wait with his bishop now forever, but Levon Aronian is coming with the king. Zigzag forward.
That is a lot of moves with a king.
Yeah, but it's a snake. That's not a king. It's a serpent king. Okay, so the rook comes forward 2 squares. You know, that's a nice kind of idea, just to give a few checks. And while Levon just carries on with the threats, moving his rook to an open line. And, OK, there's nothing for Anish to do other than just switch backwards and forwards with the bishop in order just to hold the position tight. You know, he's not looking at anything ambitious. It's just maintenance mode.
Yep, and meanwhile, Levon Aronian pushing pawns. What do you think of this one? This pawn push is a bit committal.
It is a committal. I've learnt that you've got to be a bit cautious about pushing pawns. You don't need to rush with it. You can torture your opponents for a lot of moves before you can make that commitment.
Yeah, it's a big commitment for White. And now, the reason I don't like this pawn push is because you can't check the Black king. Black's king is on a really safe square. And...
yeah, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult to check the king, as David mentioned, and also it's very difficult for pieces to come forward and just penetrate, because what Levon needs to do is just create 2 weaknesses. He needs to overstretch Anish Giri.
And he has a lot of time to find the moves that he needs to find to win this
which
game.
is why he didn't need to rush with such pawn moves. I mean, he could have waited in reserve, kept Anish guessing whether, you know, he would push that pawn 2 squares, maybe he would create a pass pawn in a different angle. It wasn't necessary.
Yeah, I just really, really hate this decision. If Levon doesn't win this game, it's because he pushed this pawn 2 squares forward. Imagine if he could get the same position just with his pawn 2 squares back, and he could slide across with a rook check, kicking away the Black king. He would just win this game immediately. And now, OK, he's advanced his rook to a really nice square, but how is he ever going to kick this Black king away? These 2 pieces are kind of fixed on these squares forever. Opposite colour bishops, you can't conquer the dark squares. And now, because you pushed this pawn, as Jovanka mentioned, you push this f-pawn, you simply can't push the g-pawn next to it, and you can't break through. You can't create a passed pawn. So, yeah, I think Levon Aronian, he might have blown his winning chances. Anish Giri, meanwhile, setting the traps. If the White king steps forward, maybe there'll be a rook check, and suddenly Black is the one winning a piece. Black might be the one winning this game. So, yeah, it's all going wrong for Levon Aronian. A true grinder, a true endgame expert, I think, here. Of course, he's an endgame expert, but a true kind of patient kind of player here who loves squeezing out these advantages would never have pushed this pawn. And, yeah, here we go. Anish Giri, in the current position, just retreating his bishop. This is maximum fortress for him. It's all about these 2 squares, and he's defended them. He's consolidated them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, OK, so Levon is going to try. I mean, I can see one idea potentially to break down the fortress, and that's just simply to relocate the bishop, move it on to another target, to the g6 pawn. But Black's rook is active.
Black's rook is extremely active, and I think this is the key. 2 defensive pieces are great, but you need 1 active piece to keep your opponent honest, to keep your opponent from kind of setting up the ideal structure, the ideal setup. And this Black rook is going to tie White down to this pawn. It's going to tie White's rook down to the defense of this bishop. What else can you do? And again, if we catch up with the play, I just don't see how White is ever going to win this game. Maybe you could imagine the White rook coming the whole way across and behind and round like a snake. So I would stop this simply. I would move the Black rook back, guard the 8th rank, and White is not doing anything.
All about the snakes in this game.
Yep, and the king tucks itself away. And I like David's suggestion for Levon. It reminded me of those old Nokia games. Oh!
Oof, he doesn't do that. Now, has he allowed the rook round? Has he allowed this rook? You mentioned the Nokia games. This is exactly what Levon Aronian would want to do right now. If the rook ends up on this square, if the rook ends up on the f7 square...
It's checkmate.
It's checkmate.
Whoa.
So it takes a while. Maybe the black rook will attack the white bishop in the meantime. Maybe it's difficult to set up, but already Anish Giri, with this last move, maybe showing a slight lack of danger, alertness. We will see. Is Levon Aronian going to try and come round now with his rook? I don't see a win, though, for white yet. If the rook does come up, maybe aiming to come round, black's rook will simply sidestep, hitting this bishop.
I agree with you, Jovanka. When David made his arrows with the rook, it looked like the snake game on the Nokia 32-something.
3210.
3210. It was my first phone, actually.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
It's also my first phone as well.
Great memories, actually.
Yeah. Okay. And, well, Levon did try to put his rook on the 8th rank, but Anish simply attacked the bishop, and Levon just moved it back. That's not really progress.
What do you think, Jovanka? Are we going to see a 100-move game?
Yes.
Yes. They're grinding like grandmasters. That's knuckling down, trying to squeeze out the win here for Levon Aronian. If he can grind out this win, that would be a huge momentum changer for him on the first day.
I ground out a win in May. It was so much fun. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I was sat there going, oh my goodness me. I got so into it, I forgot that it wasn't optimum that I beat my opponent.
Oh.
Because it was the first, because I play for a team in the National League, and I was playing for the second team, and I was playing against my first team. And they would have won. Yeah, it was terrible. It was terrible what I did to them. You know, they would have won like the whole league if I hadn't got so into the spirit of grinding.
Wow.
But
Anyway.
beating a grandmaster, it's worth it, right? Well,
I didn't think about winning. I just thought about pushing my opponent to the limit. That was it. I did not think at all. I was like, okay, what are you going to do? And then, maybe he has a draw. Oh, no, but what happens if he does this? And then I got such a buzz from it.
I can imagine. It must be the best way to win and the worst way to lose. Those grinding games like Game 6 and the World Championship match.
Yeah, it's definitely the most satisfying feeling in the world when you feel you've earned it physically, mentally, sat there for 6 hours, squeezed out the win. But yeah, if you lose one of those games, it's soul-destroying for sure. And I think that's the case for these two players right now. If Aronian wins it, it's going to be the most satisfying thing in the world for him. Maybe that will give him the confidence boost to win the whole tournament. But it would be devastating for Anish Giri just to lose this, especially after fighting his way back from the brink. Anish Giri was gone. He was dead and buried just 20, 25 moves ago. Suddenly, he's defending a position where maybe miracles do exist. Maybe fortresses, like this one where white can't break through on dark squares. Maybe fortresses do exist as well. And right now, big threat on the board. Black's rook wanted to go and take this white pawn on the e6 square, white's far advanced pawn. So that was defended by Levon Aronian. But the black king now can come back where it came from, maybe. There we go.
And it will do. And it's very important for black just to simply hold the balance. Not get ambitious, not try to take any pawns. Just keep holding the position tight and don't break the patterns.
And Anish only has 30 seconds on the clock. Is it difficult for him to defend this?
Oh, I think the good thing for Anish is that he's had around 30 seconds for a long time now. So he's in the rhythm of playing with little time on his clock. If he just reached this endgame with 30 seconds now, then maybe it would take him a while to kind of acclimatise, get in the right mindset to defend. But I think he's been doing a good job with little time.
He set a trap in the position, and white has to be a little bit awake here and can't be too energetic with the rook and put it on a dark square.
Ooh, that would have been nasty.
That would have been a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah, just to show that you can never relax too early. If white's rook had moved across, for example, defending its bishop, then after the black bishop comes forward, the white rook moving, then suddenly, whoops, black is the one checkmating the white king. White's king is actually really badly placed. This is a good example of that. But of course, Levon Aronian didn't fall for that one. If we catch up with the game, then we see still the status quo has been maintained. This black bishop and this black king are the star players at the moment. They are defending everything And it's all about this white structure. Again, why did you put these pawns on squares where they're blockaded by the opponent's pawns? If Levon Aronian could have any move in the world, he would love to move this pawn backwards. But pawns don't move backwards. If he can push this pawn back one square, then he's able to push the pawn next to it. This is why I think committing, he could have played around for 40 moves, tried to find a plan, and then committed this pawn. But I just think that was a hasty decision, and he stopped to think too late. I think Anish Giri is going to save this now. What do you think, Jovanka?
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance that he will save it, even despite the clock situation, because it's so easy just to maintain the balance, to maintain the status quo. The king is just going to step forward, can't do anything else, and then the rook is just going to slide. And, you know, he has to be a little bit on his toes. You know, he has to be aware of White's tricks. But because the position is so empty, it should be quite easy to spot them. And the rook comes, getting ready to give a few more checks to the white king.
Also, at this point, we have to talk about the 50-move rule. The last time a pawn push was made or a capture, and that was on move 46 for white. So already it's been 21 moves since the last, what we call progress, was made. No pawn pushes, no captures for 21 moves already. So another 29 moves. Without any of those things happening, Anish Giri will save the draw. The 50-move rule will kick into effect.
Maybe now is the time for the rook to go up to the top of the board and try to snake its way towards those pawns on the right.
Yeah, I think you have to, right?
You have to try something.
Now or never.
Yeah, otherwise you're not breaking through. And is it okay? He pauses.
Anish Giri frowned as soon as that move was made. Maybe he was scared of the white rook coming up to the top of the board. Do you think that's on Aronian's radar, kind of that snake-like effect coming round? Because
he
seemed like the perfect
once. He did it once, but then he kind of turned back and changed his mind. So, and Anish just keeps on allowing it. So then maybe they've just worked out, no problems.
Yeah, I think Anish Giri's defensive idea is to just continuously check the white king with the black rook, or to attack the white bishop with his rook as well. That's the key, having two defensive pieces and one active piece, attacking piece. Black's rook is really annoying for white to deal with. A rook trade, though, remember, will just end the game in a draw. So black's best piece, the rook, cannot be exchanged. That's what's so frustrating for Aronian. And Anish Giri, he's gained a bit of time, nearly up to 1 minute. He's surviving.
He is surviving, but a bunch of players has not survived in round 4. It was a win for Hans Niemann against Arjan Tari, a win for Sam Sevian against his fellow American. They are both 21 years old. Jeffrey Chong, who won all of his first 3 games, a loss in the final round. A win for Ju Wen-jun, the only female player in the tournament, against Timur Ajabov, and a win for Richard Report against the youngest player, Arjun Ergaisi. So far, all games have ended with a winner. But this one...
I'm still thinking Anish is going to draw this. At the beginning of this endgame, I said nearly no chance, because I thought Aronian would just tease him, create threats slowly, time the breakthrough at the right moment. But yeah, just going back to this one pawn push, the last pawn push that we saw back on move 46, the white f-pawn stepping forward, that was the key moment. And now we've gone round in circles for the last 20 plus moves and 0 progress at all for Aronian. He knows it as well, I think, Aronian. He knows he's blown a big, big opportunity. Look how focused Giri is, though. If he defends this game, then massive, massive credit to him. That could be a momentum changer for him as well.
Yeah.
That's also a really satisfying feeling when you knuckle down, you know that your back's against the wall, you know you're struggling, and you save the game. That feels as good as a win sometimes.
Yeah, and actually, on the reverse, when you're in that situation and you let the win slip, it also feels terrible.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it's... Because you've got no one... This is the beauty of chess. You've got no one to blame but yourself. You can take full responsibility for what you play over the board and the decisions you make and the time you use. So,
It is quite brutal.
Yeah.
You need some inner strength to start playing chess top level.
Yeah, I mean, it is brutal because there's no dice involved, you know. If we had some dice, we could kind of say, wow, you know, it's that fault. But no, as it stands, oof. Yeah, But it's fun at the same time, because when you do win, you get such a buzz.
You also can only blame yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, maybe you were losing, but then you set one final trap. And even so, you keep pushing yourself to the limits. And the beauty of chess is that every single position is different.
Yeah.
And you're always forced to work.
Yeah.
And, well, not much happening. Levon is just manoeuvring his rook and bishop around, trying to find some way just to break through. I mean, I've been told by many in-game specialists that this is a good strategy. You just kind of bore your opponent to death. You kind of lull them into some false sense of awareness, and then you pounce with your trick.
Yeah, in general, that's a very good strategy, but Levon Aronian, he should have done that before pushing his f-pawn.
That's true.
Why not just manoeuvre round and round and round, and then push a pawn one square, and then manoeuvre around, then push a pawn a second square? Then you can torture your opponent forever. Also, this is the last game of the day. It's not as if Aronian wanted to win quickly to save energy for later on. He can sleep after this game. He should have been kind of trying to grind it out a bit earlier. I think he only switched to grinding mode now in order to win this game because he had to. He thought he could just win directly, he could do anything. But Anish is such a good defender. Anish, I mean, he had this reputation for a while of drawing a lot of games, but that's just because he was so good at defending.
And, well, while these two experienced players are grinding this game out, we're going to talk to one of the younger players and debutant on the tour, Sam Sevian. Congratulations with finishing off with a win today.
Thank you.
What has today been like? How will you sum it up, your first tournament on the tour?
It's been really exciting. I've been looking forward to playing this for couple of years now, and it's great to get a chance. My first game, I was completely winning, and I kind of botched it at the end when we both had no time, but I still felt like I was playing really well and kept the form going the next 3 games.
Fantastic. And with 2 wins, you are currently in second place. The only player above you is your fellow American, Jeffrey, with 9 points. What's up with you young Americans today?
I mean, we've always been pretty good at rapid, at shorter time controls. Been playing it since 8-9 years old, so it's not really a surprise to me.
I like to hear that. And I have to tell you, according to the guy who does all our stats, you are now one of the players, one of the 4 players most likely to make it to the knockouts. Are you already thinking about that, or will you just focus on the games coming tomorrow?
Well, I mean, this was just my first day. I do want to continue playing good chess, and I'll think about that on the 4th day.
Fantastic. And I want to mention, I talked to you before the tournament. We talked about the 50th anniversary of the match where Bobby Fischer became world champion. That anniversary is tomorrow. So as an American, will you feel a little bit extra inspired tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, especially with the rules this tournament has, it rewards winning more than drawing a couple of games. I will definitely be ready for the fight.
We wish you best of luck tomorrow as well, Sam. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're also going to talk to Jeffrey Chong. First of all, is there any changes in the game, David?
In a word, Kaja, no.
The grind continues.
The grind continues.
So we are joined by Jeffrey, who is in sole lead so far in the tournament with 9 points. Maybe a little bit disappointed after the first, the final game here. But how will you sum up the day, Jeffrey?
Yeah, obviously it was a great day. Definitely couldn't have asked for better, starting with 2 blacks, and then was able to get some chances and convert those. So yeah, obviously last game was maybe shouldn't have lost that, but that's how it goes.
And starting the day with a win against one of the top players in the world, Anish Giri, how much inspiration did that give you?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, any win, honestly, in this event, especially the first one of the day, just carries over to the next, I think. But definitely against Anish with black felt even better.
Are you surprised with your performance today? We just talked to Sam, and he told us that, no, we've known this for many years. Even if we haven't played in the tour before, we know that we can play great in this format. So did you feel this was coming, or are you a little bit surprised about your performance?
Yeah, I mean, to echo a little bit what Sam said, him and I, we've been, playing a lot of rapid, even training together before, so we're definitely quite experienced and feel that we're well suited in the faster time controls. But that being said, I mean, today was certainly a great day for both of us.
And heading into day 2, probably in sole lead, will that put any pressure on you? How will you cope with that?
Not really. I mean, I think it's still very early. It's just day 1. I think there's, 11 rounds left, so a lot can happen, and just hoping to keep it going.
Have you enjoyed today? Has it been fun?
Oh, yeah, for sure. This event, I mean, I've also followed it many times, and it's certainly very exciting. So to be a part of it, it's great.
And I did ask Sam, and I'll ask you again, tomorrow being the 50th anniversary of the 1972 match when Bobby Fischer became world champion as an American. Will you feel some extra inspiration playing tomorrow?
Now that you told me, I probably will. Yeah, I mean, Bobby, he's arguably the best American ever, and certainly if I can try and channel some of his play, I'll try my best to do it.
Are you inspired by him? Is he one of the players that you find some inspiration in? The style he had, the way he attacked the game?
I mean, obviously, I've seen a lot of his examples, but I can't say that he was truly, the most, the main guy for me, the main role model. I think I had some other players even. Out of Americans, I'd probably try and model my play off more fresh players.
Such as?
Well, I mean, Hikaru, Fabiano.
Fantastic. Well, that definitely seems to be working. Jeffrey, congratulations on a great day, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining us. What a day he had. Jeffrey is in sole lead right now with 9 points. But these two of the more experienced guys, have been struggling a little bit today. And this grind is still going on. Can Levon win it?
Well, we've jumped in again at a critical moment. We're on move 92 right now. If White's 96th move is made without any captures, without any pawn moves, then it will be a draw. Levon Aronian now has 3 moves to win a pawn. His idea is to go to the top of the board with the white bishop to the e8 square and win the pawn next to the black king. He might be in time. This is the big question. Imagine if he wins a pawn 1 move before that hammer falls and the 50 move rule happens. I think he's going to do it. This is move 94, and a pawn capture has happened 1 move before the draw was confirmed. Levon Aronian, he's got a chance now. Wow. We saw a pawn exchange. Black's bishop winning a pawn due to a pin against the white king, but one of the black pawns has fallen. And look at Anish Giri's face. I think he sensed he was close. He was so close, 1 move away from a draw. And that can be heartbreaking. Yeah. It should maybe still be a draw with best play because White's pawns, the 2 pawns on dark squares are big targets, but all the chances now for Aronian to go around again, grind it out again. We could be here for 150 moves even.
Wow.
even more.
Suddenly I'm excited. I'm starting to warm up today for the last round of the day, but I'm awake.
Thinking we might see 200 moves.
200 moves.
We might see the longest game on the tour ever.
What's the longest game on the tour ever?
Yeah,
David probably knows.
We've had a couple of 150-ish move games.
Never close to 200, have we?
I don't think close to 200 yet. That's very, very rare in chess. Meanwhile, big moment for Anish Giri. Can he defend? The problem for Black is his remaining pawn, Black's pawn, is on a light square, could just fall. I think Aronian wants to win that if he can for free. He doesn't want to give up one of his own white pawns for the black pawn. So he has to be a bit clever. If you take it now, one of your own white pawns drops.
Yeah, there's a big kind of trick, right? In the right kind of circumstance. Say, for instance, if White were to, if we can pull up the board and just say you grab the pawn with your bishop and Black takes. Okay, so maybe you can even do it here.
Yeah.
You might be able to go rook takes pawn, and then you just give up after rook, bishop takes rook, king takes, and then now you take the pawn, and then you just rush as quickly as you can to the corner of the board, and there, despite White being a bishop and a pawn up, because it's the wrong colour bishop for that corner, it's just a draw.
Yeah.
There's no way to budge the king off the dark squares.
Exactly. due to stalemate ideas, this king will stay nestled in the corner forever. And you're right there, Jovanka, that would have ended in an immediate draw if he had grabbed this pawn. And look out for that to happen all the time. Yeah, that kind of scenario where it's bishop and kind of pawn of the wrong colour, wrong promotion square, it will be a draw. So that's the problem for Levon Aronian. He can win a pawn, but he's got to avoid this endgame forever. It's going to be a constant theme, so watch out for that one. As Jovanka mentioned, this idea of the rook at some point taking this pawn. Not that pawn, me and my arrows again, this pawn. So, yeah, right now, Aronian has to deal with this in the correct way. I like what Nishikori's done, actually. He's put his rook on a defended square, defended by his bishop. And this is important because, for example, after a rook check, if the king steps forward, another rook check, black can actually safely walk into the firing line and take this pawn. Normally, you can never, ever dream of walking into a discovered check. But when the rook moves, yes, it's a check, you move your king, suddenly we see why it's important to defend your rook, because now this would just be a fair rook trade. You need to make sure you win material for free here. And look at the evaluation bar, it says 0.1, despite the fact white has 2 extra pawns. That means Nishikori has found the ideal drawing setup. He's using these pieces to defend each other on dark squares, both pointing towards this pawn. And meanwhile, the white pieces just clumsy. They can't get back in the game without allowing that kind of nice trick.
And now we have a situation. What is white going to do with the rook? I mean, it's under attack. You have to keep an eye.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What
is this? I mean, can you just grab that rook?
Jovanka, we're going to see that endgame that you mentioned, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, maybe not. The black king now steps back. I was going to say he could go for that endgame, but white's pawns are not on the h-file anymore. And Levon Aronian, he gave up his rook for a bishop, partly because his rook was trapped, but now white has 3 pawns. They should easily be stopped, though, by the black rook and king. Black's rook will stop the white king from getting active if it can, and black's king will be a great blockader. What do you think, though? Good practical try? He's changed the nature of the position. Sometimes that's a good idea.
Well, it's really difficult to see how white is going to actually get the king active.
White's king is just stuck on the edge of the board.
Yeah, like white's pawns are just too closely connected. The black king is doing an amazing job at looking at the both of them. And, OK, he steps back.
Yeah, if white's pawns were further apart, so, for example, if one white's pawns was on the c-file, one on the g-file, white's king would have enough space in between them, like you say, to sneak through. But white's king does not have enough space between the 2 sets of pawns to march through. So, and look at what Nishikori is doing. That's a great technique, cutting off the white king from stepping back now. And I think, judging by his previous moves, he's going to step the black rook up to the 5th rank to stop the white king marching forward again. But, yeah, at this point, it should be a draw. Black's king will blockade on the dark squares. Black's rook will cut off the white king for eternity.
Yeah.
Well, these two are grinding. And I'm just going to remind you, this is the first tournament in our FTX Summer of Chess. And the best fan experience you get if you sign up for our free key. And on the bottom of the screen is a QR code, or you can head to ftxcryptocup.com to sign up for your free key and join a community with a bunch of competitions, a bunch of exclusive content, prizes up to $100,000. So go ahead and sign up to join in the community. All right. Any chances for Levon here?
I think not.
I think not. Also, I was just wondering, is this one of those endgames where you could just give up the rook and kind of...
In some situations, maybe.
But OK, you need to get rid of one of the double pawns, right?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I don't think you can give up your rook for any of the pawns right now. There wouldn't be enough stalemating ideas in the position, but the key is that the white king's just never stepping forward. OK, I'm slightly surprised by this one, because now the white king can step 1 square forward. But the problem is, when the white king steps forward, the black rook's just going to check from behind, and there's nowhere safe to run.
And there's nowhere to hide as well. You can run, but you can't hide, as the song says. I don't know. What song was that?
Oh, we need Simon with us to tell us.
Yeah, we do. Simon is the fountain of all knowledge when it comes to songs. And you as well, though.
Me less so. Unless it's 90s pop. And, yeah, the white king has no safe haven. And look at Levon Aronian's body language. He's accepting the fact, he's coming to terms with the fact that there's no way to win anymore. the white king has no shelter, and he gives up one of the pawns. I mean, two were basically the same as one there. Those two double pawns weren't so effective, but still no way to win this one. Okay, the bishop retreats. Anish Giri, though, I want to say this is really instructive. Ever since he got down to this endgame, which was nearly losing, he has barely looked away from the screen. He's been so focused. He's just been a model of concentration. And that's what you need to do when you're grinding out difficult endgames, when you're trying to save the draw from difficult positions.
Yeah.
And he's so close now. All he needs to do is get rid of the two remaining white pawns, even at the cost of the black rook. Yeah. And it's a draw.
And just look at the king and the rook, such sterling defenders, both of them working in tandem, just to stop those advances of those pawns. I mean, I don't think there's anything that Levon can even dream of trying. Yeah. Okay, so he steps forward to the king. Okay, well, that's going to get checked away.
Yeah, and he was shaking his head. He knows that there's no way forward anymore. Now black's rook can simply go back to attack the white pawn, the very far advanced white e-pawn. The black king can maybe just attack that pawn as well.
Yep, that also looks great.
Black rook can just slide back, stopping the white bishop from using some squares.
That was also appealing to me as well. So, okay, the king steps forward.
Yeah.
Bishop defends. Okay, now can you just harass the bishop?
Yes, I think because the bishop has no more kind of fortified squares, it has no safe squares to use. It's just too loose. You just keep attacking it. Attack this bishop now. Pin down the white king. Tie down the white king to defending its bishop. There we go. The white king can't move, so the bishop had to. And now black just needs to bring the rook to any safe square. It's attacked right now. I think any safe square will do. And now, yeah, this one is a guaranteed draw, I think.
Wow. That was a very key moment there, that the rook tied down, and you're going to see it there. Once again, the rook is tying down the white king. The white king is not allowed to be an attacker. And I move the rook again.
Yeah.
Attack the bishop.
Exactly. Anish, he's been so accurate, I think, for the last, 70 moves at this point. Ever since he got this endgame with two pawns down, he's defended like a lion, and this one is about to be a draw. Give another check. The white king has nowhere to hide. Don't allow white to push the g-pawn forward. That would still be a draw, but more work to do. Just keep checking. Yep. Why not?
And now just attack the bishop.
Yep. Check or attack the bishop. Both will do. Just attack something.
Yeah.
That's the key. When in doubt, attack something. He attacks the king, forces the king back. But,
okay, but now is...
Maybe now you could consider taking off the white pawn with your rook. I think that is a draw just about.
Because the black king gets to the critical g7 square.
Yeah, so I think we'll see this on the board.
Yeah,
he does
plays it.
Eliminate, and this is why you need to study your endgames. You need to know exactly what endgames are drawn and which ones aren't, and we're going to see stalemate. One pawn alone is not enough. Anish Giri smiles, saves the draw.
He finishes the day with a smile, Anish Giri, but this basically sums up a really bad day, a bad first day in the tournament for both Levon Aronian and Anish Giri, two of the very top favorites. But they've lost some games today and struggled. But do you think Anish Giri, managing to save a draw in this game, is the one who sort of takes the most energy away from this?
Definitely. He'll be super confident now, Anish Giri. If he can survive that, he'll think he can survive anything.
Yeah. What happened to the big favorites today, though, Jovanka? Both Levon Aronian, he has lost some. Anish Giri has lost some to those young players in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit surprising. I mean, one of the things I can say is that Jeffrey and Sam Sevian, they're both a little bit unknown. The players are not so familiar with their styles. So perhaps it was a case of that. Maybe they had slightly easier pairings. But I mean, Sam Sevian also said it himself, they've been playing this type of chess since they were babies. Well, I exaggerate. 9 years old. But, they have a lot of experience with online chess. And I'm not surprised, actually, to see them both heading the top of the table.
Yeah.
I'm also very pleased to see Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is continuing his good run from Norway Chess and is also leading the pack. But as to the favourites, I don't know. Maybe it was the break.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we can ask right now because we are joined by Anish Giri. First of all, how are you feeling after saving a draw in that long, grinding final game?
Well, I was just very, very lucky. I mean, I don't know how he did manage to win that position. It's on him.
How will you sum up today, Anish?
I have to say that, I just didn't get going, to be honest. I don't know. I always have a lot of excuses ready, but let me first play 3 other days and see what's up. I just didn't get going. I don't know. I don't think that first games were so poor, the first 3 games, but just I didn't get chances with White, and I got lost the first game, but it wasn't easy actually at some point. At some point I missed a move and then it's equal, but he's on the good side of equality, and I didn't quite see how exactly to fully equalize, and slowly but surely how to play this. So that was a good game on Jeffrey's part, and against Sam I got nowhere in the opening. I should have been more accurate, and but I was lucky with left. I'll take that, and I played 3 more games, and if something I'll pull out my excuse.
Well, what's going to be the plan tomorrow to strike back and get some better results?
I think the plan is the same. You can always, the least you can do is just give yourself chances. Like, it would be really stupid to, to play like too defensive or something. That's not the right way to go. But we'll see. I think normally speaking, if I play my level, I should score points. But today wasn't the case, and maybe today wasn't my level either.
And obviously you are one of the top favorites in the tournament, together with players like Levon Aronian, Shahryar Mamdiyarov, many other top players. And then we do have all those new players, the debutants in the tour, the younger players. What is the hardest to face in an online rapid tournament? Maybe the players you haven't played too much, that you don't know too much about, or the top seeds?
No, it's a good question, but actually I know them really well. Like, these guys, they're not newcomers, like Jeffrey Zhang and Sam Sevian. Like, if you see how many, they're new to the tour, but there are lots of like casual events on other websites like Hens.com, where there's lots of like weekend tournaments, like the Tuesday tournaments, and these players like Jeffrey Zhang and Sam Sevian, they play there all the time. They've got their ratings of like top 10 on the website all the time, and they're really, really experienced and really good in rapid and blitz, and even the classical as well. So I wouldn't call them entirely new. But of course, they haven't quite broken through to the elite chess, and they haven't gotten a lot of invitations. But when it comes to these online grinds, they are just really good. And honestly, like if you have like a long match between Shah and Jeffrey Zhang, or like Lev and Sam Sevian, like I honestly wouldn't bet a lot of money on one of the 2 winning, because it's just always very close. They're just very good.
Definitely. Well, Anish, we are looking forward to seeing your games tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Best of luck. And we're also joined by Levon Aronian after a long day of chess and a long game 4. Were you disappointed, Levon, that you weren't able to win that game after a long grind against Anish?
It's pretty disappointing. I think I missed a couple of easy wins, and then I just... I started playing not the best moves. But anyway, I mean, to get such a position against such a strong player like Anish on such a turbulent day, I felt I haven't played for so long that I'm completely out of shape. So, this is already an achievement to get such a position against Anish.
Yeah. How will you sum up the day, and what is the reason, do you think, it's been a tough first day for you? Are you in more of a holiday, relaxing kind of period now before the Olympiad, for example?
Yeah, I think I haven't played online serious rapid with increment for quite some time. I think the last one was, also from the same Champions Tour. So this is quite a break, and it will take some time to get in shape, of course.
Yeah, so do you feel optimistic that you will be more back to the Levon we know tomorrow when you are a little bit more into it?
Yeah, I guess things cannot get worse. So that's, it's one of those days that you can study and, remember, in order when you have good days, to appreciate them better.
Absolutely. Now, I also wanted to ask you a question about your game against Arjun, the youngest player in the tournament. He had this fearless moment where he just stepped his king up towards your king. Is it hard to play against these youngsters who have these fearless games that they sometimes play?
Yeah, I think in that game, of course, I had the immense advantage, and then for some reason, I went and took the pawn, after which it was objectively drawn. But I think he played very fearlessly. I think from the moment when he got the chance, I think he played very well. So in the last seconds. So of course, it's tough to play against. I would say everybody, because everybody is so strong in this tournament. But Arjun is a very talented player who's always looking to play for a win. And, I'm a personal fan of his, and I think he's also a very nice guy. And I think he fully deserved to win that game. I think he played very well.
Do you find it inspiring and fun to play with these teenagers?
Absolutely. As before, when Fabi and Anish were little, I was playing against them and learning against them. So it's always a chance to learn against the new generation, the new style of play, new things they do. It's, I'm a chess fan. So every time I play against players that I can learn from, it's very enjoyable for me.
And Levon, we know you have a special connection with the Olympiad. You've won it 3 times, of course, in the past with Armenia. How much are you looking forward to the Olympiad at the end of this month, making your debut for the US?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Being on a team with my friends, with Lanier, with Fabi, and also with Wesley, that we get along very well with, and also Sam, Shankland. I don't know him too well, but I think he's a team player, so it's going to be very exciting to be part of a team that I think, such a strong team, so many players of the elite, yet at the same time we all get along very well. I think it's a special kind of experience.
Definitely. And we know you are in Armenia now. Levon, is your plan now to sort of stay there as you travel east towards India for the Olympiad?
Yeah, I thought that makes sense. For such an important event like the Olympiad, I don't want to be jet lagged.
Sounds like a good plan. But first, we wish you best of luck in the rest of the FTX road to Miami, Levon. We look forward to seeing some great games from you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for joining us. Well, Levon Aronian, he seems upbeat, even if it's been a tough day. He knows he can strike back.
Yeah, I actually was quite surprised by how cheerful he was, because some of those losses were particularly painful, but he seemed to take it in his stride and just have an easy come, easy go attitude. And I think this is the best attitude to play a tournament with.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the results from round 4 in FTX Road to Miami. We did see Hans Niemann gain all 3 points against Aryan Tari. Samuel Sevian beating Jeffrey Seong to gain all 3 points. And then Ju Wenjun, the only female player in the tournament, beating one of the top seeds in the tournament, Timur Rajabov. Richard Rapport striking back, winning against Arjun Ergaisi. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a win for him against Sam Shankland. And finally, Wei Yi won his game against Lenia Dominguez. A lot of decided games, and let's take a look at the standings after the first day. In the preliminaries, we do have those young Americans on top. Jeffrey and Samuel both had a fantastic first day in the tournament and in the tour. We also see Wei Yi with 8 points, Mamadjarov 8 points, and also Duda on 8 points. But yeah, Levon Aronian is outside top 8, and so is Anish Giri. So who are you excited to follow tomorrow, David?
I've said it before, I think I'll say it again. It's all about the youngsters.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see whether, for example, Hans Niemann and Arjun Ergaisi, they're in 6th and 7th place. Both teenagers, can they continue their fine form? Also, those two big favourites, Aronian and Giri, can they overtake their younger rivals? It's all about staying the course, and 3 big days to come in the prelims.
Definitely. Timur Rajabov, he came 3rd in the candidates, and here he is in last place. All these youngsters are really playing some impressive chess. Let's take a look at the games coming up in the first round tomorrow, round 5 in the preliminaries. Lenia Dominguez against Hans Niemann. There's going to be a lot of All-American encounters with 6 American players. Arjun Ergaisi will play against Radoslav Wojtacek. And let's take a look at the other page. It's going to be Anish Giri against Timur Rajabov, 2 players who had a bad first day. All-American between Jeffrey and Levon, and Mamedyarov against Shanklin. A lot of good games to start out the day, but remember also, tomorrow will be the big 50th anniversary of the 1972 match. Oh, we have all those Iceland videos coming up, David. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I can't wait to share them with the world. It was such an honor to be there in Iceland, to find out more about Fischer, his story, the match, his later days, everything. And yeah, big day tomorrow, the anniversary.
Big day for chess, big day here in the studio. So join us for a big celebration. We start as always at 5:45 CET. Hope you get a good night's sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.